Good morning, everyone. It's day 2 of Drucker Forum TV. I'm Justin Brady. I'll be with you all day. I'm an enterprise podcast host, and I'm the founder of Cultivate, and I get to join you all day today. We were already doing this yesterday. If you didn't get that, you can go on the YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, because we're going to break all these things up into clips. We're going to break all the interviews up into clips. And of course, you can watch previous live coverage right now. I would suggest you watch this and then go back to the live coverage first, but that's just me. If you didn't watch it yesterday, here's a brief recap. Mary Meany had the legendary journalist and psychologist and best-selling author on, and Franziska Graf had Sabine Hallerchka, the CEO of Infineon Austria. Stefan Stern had Mathis Bitton, a political philosopher from Harvard, on AI and how it can practically help our daily lives. Eduardo Braun had Steve Denning, the senior contributor at Forbes.com, about storytelling. And Jyoti Guptara had Ashish Advani and Marshall Goldsmith to discuss rules of success and what achievement looks like today. So that was all yesterday, and that's just a fraction. I can't tell you everything because we only have a short amount of time together at the top of the hour, but I'll be joining you at the top of the hour. I'll also be in here interviewing Sarah Green Carmichael, one of the editors of Bloomberg Opinion, about the human side of work. And because she's a reporter and she's here, I'm going to ask her, is what the CEOs, all these management leaders talking about, does that align with what they're actually doing in the workforce? So that should be really, really interesting. I'll see what she comes up with. What else is coming up? Jyoti Guptara will interview Hamilton Mann, the Vice President of Digital for Thales, about going beyond ethical uses of AI to building integrity into AI. Jyoti will also be interviewing Roger Martin. He's kind of a crowd pleaser here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. I just spoke to him yesterday to ask if he was intimidated by Jyoti. No, just kidding. I didn't ask that. Franziska Graf will be interviewing Johan Roos, the new executive director of the Vienna Center for Management Innovation, about that new role. She'll also be interviewing Karen Linkletter, the director of management at the Liberal Art Research Institute, on a new book on why Drucker is more important now when it comes to the future of knowledge work. And Mary Meany will be interviewing Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman. I think I got that. The Rocket CEO and digital well-being expert on how to succeed and thrive in a digital world. Julia Kirby will be interviewing Brian Solis, the head of global innovation for ServiceNow, and Rebecca Kerr will be interviewing Andrei Lozikruk Pietri, the chair of the Joint European Disruptive Initiative. But right now, we're going to go to Franziska on the red carpet. This is Drucker Forum TV. Stay with us all day.
Hello and good morning from the Vienna Imperial Palace, the Hofburg. My name is Franziska Graf and I'm going to be your reporter from the red carpet today. As you can see, behind me it's quite empty. The first session is already ongoing, but still I have a first interview guest already. Her name is Heidi Musser and she's an expert on agile leadership, diversity, equity and inclusion, and a retired C-level executive. So I'm going to invite Heidi on stage next to me onto the red carpet. How are you doing today, Heidi?
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen, wie geht's dir?
Wie geht's? Das ist gut, sehr gut.
I don't think we're going to do the interview in German unless you want to.
Nein, ich spreche ein bisschen Deutscher.
That's really wonderful to hear. Yeah, I heard that you did a workshop 2 days ago. Can you maybe share a little bit on that? What were your main insights? What were your main takeaways from the workshop?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Yes, I had the privilege of leading a workshop with 3 of my colleagues, Steve Denning and Doug Kirkpatrick and Hugo Lourenço. And we spoke with the participants about how to transition to this next management that is already underway. This next management is not something in the future. It has been emerging and it continues to emerge. So it was a very engaging 3-hour workshop with about 24 participants that were very curious, very engaged, and leaning in, trying to make a difference. One of the 2 things happened in the workshop. We started by asking what they wanted to get out of the workshop, they were there to learn, what would make this successful. But we ended the workshop with, what is the one action they are willing to take when they get back to work? Not 100 things, not 29 things, but what is one thing that they are willing to try to begin to transition to this next management?
Sounds very nice that you boiled it down to one thing. I think that's so important.
One step at a time. There's a saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. I don't eat elephant, just to be clear, but one step at a time. And you take that one step, you learn, you take a look around, you adjust, you take the next step, you learn, you take a look around, you adjust. One step at a time, we can create the change that we want to be.
One step at a time. What's one thing that you're taking from the forum yesterday? What's one thing that you will change or that you will implement?
The highlight of this experience for me so far was last night at the gala, the young people. Our future is bright. The challenge, the essays, sharing that, I had a chance to speak with them after they received their awards. I have so much hope when I see the future generations leading in, optimistic, curious, strong, courageous, fearless. They haven't been told what they can't do. They simply focus on what they can do. I get so much energy with working with the young people. That has absolutely been the highlight for me.
It's so important to have different voices and different generational voices.
Always. As a leader, I think there's 2 or 3 core disciplines. One is we need to learn how to ask for help. The 3 most important words I can say as a leader are, I don't know. The second thing is listening, leaning in and listening to others and seeking to understand. One of my favorite Peter Drucker quotes is, the primary purpose of an organization is to enable an ordinary people to do extraordinary things. And leaning in and supporting and encouraging people to thrive in this new world order is my life's work. And it's an honor to be here sharing this with so many other great thought leaders.
I can definitely sense how passionate you are about that topic. Yes. It's wonderful to hear. And it also sounds like you're a Peter Drucker fan and have read some of his books, I guess.
You know, I earned my first degree in business back in the 70s. I'm old, okay? And as I look back to what I learned in the 70s, and I went on to earn an executive master's degree as well in business, but Peter Drucker, I was introduced to Peter Drucker in the 1970s, and he was right in hindsight about just about everything. The things I learned, and I still have the books that we used, those textbooks from over 40 years ago. He was right about just about everything. And even when I talk about Agile, I have a lot of experience in thought leadership in that. The last keynote I did about that, I quoted Peter Drucker 16 times in that talk. In fact, I joked that I could rename that talk Peter Drucker's Guiding Principles of Agile. And I'm not talking about frameworks and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about values and mindset, okay, and principles. He was right about just about everything.
Do you have one book recommendation to people who are watching, a Peter Drucker book or another book?
This came up in conversation over dinner last night at the gala. One of my favorite books on leadership, and I've read literally hundreds of them, is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. Meaning, purpose. We are people. In fact, I coined a phrase, the very first lesson I learned about technology over 40 years ago. I retired as a CIO of a large financial institution in the United States, but the very first lesson I learned about technology is that people are more important than technology. Giving people hope, purpose, meaning. If we can make a difference in one small way in anyone's life about that every day, it's a good day.
Focus on the human behind everything.
We are people. We are all in this together. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining me on the red carpet today, Heidi. I hope you have a really nice time at the forum still, and I'll talk to you later.
Danke schön.
Gerne schön.
Thank you.
So we have a lot of other exciting interviews coming up. Next up is Johan Roos. I actually have to dash to the studio in a bit because I'm interviewing him. But please stay tuned for the other red carpets. We have exciting guests. We're going to give you some insights. We're going to show you around. So yes, this is me closing the first red carpet. Thank you, Heidi. And with this, I give back to the studio. Good morning from the studio. What a quick transition. I just dashed over from the red carpet because I have a very exciting guest and I believe you are catching a plane today.
I am.
So we made everything possible.
Thank you.
Next to me is Johan Roos. He is a presidential advisor at Halt International Business School. He is also the co-inventor of Lego Serious Play, which we might touch upon later because we have some things lined up here. And he's also, congratulations are due, the newly appointed executive director for the Vienna Center for Management Innovation. So congratulations, Johan.
Well, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. After such a wonderful gala event last night, who could not feel fantastic?
That's wonderful to hear. So lovely to have you. So the Vienna Center for Management Innovation, I believe some people who are listening know it, others might not. Can you tell us more about the center and also how it connects to the Drucker Forum?
Yes, sure. Using my hands.
Actually, just so you know, I before we started the interview, I just left a bag of Legos with Johan and something came out of it. So this is what's happening.
I can't help but think with my hands as well.
Exactly.
So here we have, you can say the Drucker Forum is sort of an amazing platform. And you can think of it almost like it's there's some foundations here, and this is sort of an opening to the world, and there's like these amazing possibilities out there, and a lot of people and a lot of activities out here as well. All right. The Vienna Center, and this is an annual event, and as you know, 500 plus people are coming from all over the world every year to do this. So there's a very warm and welcoming network of people coming here and sharing some things. The Vienna Center, you could say, is an integrated idea to have something that is more ongoing, rather than sort of an annual with lots of activities during the years. But this would be more the stable, action-oriented think tank, you can think of it as to do that. And the idea is to basically, what should we call it, like cast some nets out there, and nets based on some shared understanding here about what we're doing. And maybe there's some people and of all kinds, individuals and institutions who want to take part of both learning and discovering, doing research, doing all kinds of community building. So we're currently in the process of talking with people, building, you can say, a coalition of the excited and the willing who want to be part of this. All, you could say, under the banner of what we call the next management. All right? I'll stop there. Otherwise, I'll talk for hours.
Wonderful illustration. And this, network of the excited, is that what you call them? Who are these people that you're reaching out to?
These are both individuals. These could be executives. We have a fantastic group of very impressive, busy CEOs who are part of this. And because the whole idea of next management really came from practice. And we have a group of executives. We have also a group of, you can say, individuals are doing either research or are sort of in positions where they are working on management. And we have scholars as well, and we have then institutions as well, both in academia and in between. You can say both private, public, and sort of civil institutions that we want to work with. So all of this is sort of as I said, an emerging coalition of people excited about the next management, excited about this platform that the Drucker Forum and Richard Straub and his team has created over so many years. So this is, we will do things here, we will use this and leverage, and there will be inspiration from here coming back in. So it's a nice sort of, I'll just put this as sort of an in-betweenness here of doing things, right?
Thanks so much for elaborating on that, and it makes me excited to see what's coming up. Under your new chair, what will the new priorities be? So what are some of the things we can see emerging out of the center?
So a couple of priorities or a couple of things we're doing right now. First of all, we have an expert group actually working on what we call the next management, and whether that's an idea, a concept, a model, a framework, doesn't matter. It's sort of something that is evolving, and we have some fantastic scholars in the world and people working on it who are actively developing this concept and debating and arguing and so forth. So it's beautiful to see how that's gradually shaping into something more concrete. Another project we're working on is, you can say, almost the contrary. And that is to work with people who are very good at finding measures or indicators of things. So we're working with the Burning Glass Institute in the US, for example, in a collaborative project to say, like, what if we have some of these principles here being, how do we get those into practice, and how do we indicate progress? And I'm saying indicate rather than precisely measure. How do we kind of work that way? And that's sort of an 18-month project that we're launching with them on identifying, illustrating, testing out indicators for this, so we can eventually actually measure progress, and organizations themselves can measure progress or direction on this thing as well. So these are two examples. We're also working with a group of very impressive people from India who have reached out, and we are connecting very well with, because their beliefs is very similar. And as they are saying, there's a lot of companies in India who are not super happy with the current way of management and theories of management, coming from very Western ideas. And they are saying that India is not waiting. We want to do something new. So we're connecting with them, and a very large Indian family-owned companies, for example, to see how we can help and combine sort of Indian traditions and way of thinking with these more Western traditions, and into a sort of a next management that is also context appreciative and context specific for certain situations. So those are just some examples. And we're also working on, you can say, the future of business education, but that's a little bit down the road.
Okay. You're really casting your net not just in Vienna, like the name suggests, but really internationally, which is wonderful.
Absolutely. We're using the Vienna term because of, as we learned from Richard Crockett, of course, that Vienna is sort of traditionally a fantastic center of ideas and intellectualism, and we want to really leverage that as
and continue the tradition. I think that's important.
Absolutely.
Speaking of the gala dinner yesterday, Richard Crockett, and yesterday, what are some of your main takeaways from the forum so far, and how has it maybe also evolved your model? Is there something concrete that you're going to build into the work where you were like yesterday, this is interesting?
I've been working or participating in the forum as a volunteer in various capacities since, I believe, 2012. I believe it's 2012. At least I have a bag at home. It's Drucker Forum 2012. It might be 2011. And I'm always impressed and blown away by the pure interest of people here. That every year a lot of people are coming here, and they're very excited, and they come together in this sort of spirit of some of the core ideas of Peter Drucker, which is about human centricity, treating people with respect, and organizations are important for society, and management is a fantastic role that should do even more for society. So that is a reinforcement that this is good, this is the right thing, this is a good thing. And that's always beautiful to get that reinforcement. And then you can say the network of the forum is growing as well, of different kinds of organizations, different kinds of people, positions, roles, jobs. That's also very, very nice. In terms of the topic of this year, I think it was really well received. The future of knowledge work within the theme of next management seemed to have hit the chord very well. A lot of different views and opinions and angles to it. I think we had 25 different angles on this, and it's ongoing. So I think that's very, very positive. Now the challenge is, like, what's the next step here? And we've already do that, and Richard would say a few words about that at the end of today. But this is, for me, it's reinforcement, it's meeting new people, it's building the coalition of the excited, and I just came from a breakfast with people from more academic organizations, and they seem pretty excited.
Coalition of the excited.
Yes.
It continues to grow at the forum.
Yes.
Let's do a small switch from the center to what we have here. I'd like to ask you a little bit more about your past, because some of you might be wondering, why are we playing with Legos? What is happening here? Johan is actually a co-inventor of a method called Lego Serious Play. I'm also a Lego Serious Play facilitator, and when I heard that you're one of the co-inventors, I was like, wow, starstruck. Can you explain to us why we are using our hands? Why is this important?
The worst way to learn is to sit on your hands and just listen to somebody. the best way to learn is to engage various senses. I think that's pretty normal. It's like what we do in kindergarten, and then we tell the kids to shut up and listen in school, which is not very good.
Yeah.
So it's the same spirit. It's nothing revolutionary. It's the same spirit of using your hands, and when you're using your hands, neurons are firing in your brains in different way than just when you sit on them, because we have a lot of senses in our fingers and hands. So that's one idea. The other idea is that there's a tradition in adjacent field in the humanistic field called creative arts and creative arts therapy as well, with Carl Rogers, Natalie Rogers, even Carl Jung. And that is like, it actually works. It hits something inside us when we start to sort of model it. And this is based on what theories of constructivism, constructionism, and all of that. But the idea is that when you model things, you actually see things different. You can actually create and express it. It's like art. You express yourself.
A story as well.
You can create new knowledge alone or together, or you can create entirely new perspectives to think things. I can rotate this and I can have a look at it and I say, oh, that means next management. All right, it's our common platform. It's a window to the world. So I can express this. So this is something I worked on when I was a professor at IMD in the late 90s with a colleague called Bart Victor. And I suggested, in a sense, we should start to do something. And we got an opportunity to do this. So I ran around with Lego sets in the serious executive education. People thought I was a little bit oddball. But eventually, I believed so much in this that I quit that job to set up an organization to develop some of the concepts and ideas around this. And Lego decided to give us some slack. And they were also astonished. Could you use this as a tool, as a language to build stories, to build powerful narratives, and to express yourself, even in serious context? And when we did this with a very, at that time, a super sort of formal leadership team in a big company, I know the CEO, then suddenly things open up. We could show that it actually has some work. And you can say the rest is history. It's taken on its own life. I think we did it 15 years too early, because now it's suddenly on the hype curve of Gartner in the US, 25 years later. But it's a powerful way, and I'm absolutely thrilled. There are thousands and thousands of certified facilitators like you out there doing this for tens of thousands of people. So I'm mind-blowing. I'm still chairing an annual conference on this, and I help develop new applications for this as well, on change, purpose, reframing, and all of that, in addition to the early strategy things we developed. So anyway, so it's just a cool thing, and I'm very proud of it.
So I hope you do also bring it into your coalition of the excited to prototype some new ideas.
Yes, and it's like team building is a side effect, but it's a fantastic tool to be very effective and efficient and responsible in the way of looking at things, very serious things as well. Strategy for one thing.
It's been such a pleasure to talk to you and hear all of the exciting things that are coming up from the Vienna Center for Management Innovation, and to share a little bit more about Lego Serious Play. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio. I hope you have a really nice flight back home, or wherever you're going.
I'm going to my son's PhD ceremony in Stockholm.
Lovely.
Have to do that.
Thank you so much for taking the time on such an important day. And with this, we close the interview, and I say thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Johan.
Cheers.
This is what the hours before the start of a major conference look like. Any conference of this size, which lasts 2 days and is attended by 500 people from all over the world, requires lengthy preparation and detailed planning, organization, and logistics. Or in other words, it needs management. But this conference here is even more than that, because it's also a conference about management, perhaps the world's most important and best known in this field. This here is the Global Peter Drucker Forum in Vienna.
I think the Peter Drucker Forum is the premier management conference in the world. I have come many times over the last few years, and I'm so excited to be back after the pandemic. There are not a lot of management conferences, and this one I think really stands head and shoulders above the rest. The people here, the community, the ideas that are being discussed are really important, and it's just a lovely group of people to get together with and get to meet and to talk to about the future of management. But it's also the charm of Vienna. Vienna is a beautiful and wonderful city, and it's just so special to be here. And something about being here seems to really unlock people's creativity and imagination and inspiration. And I think that we all leave feeling a little bit more inspired to go back to our jobs and try to manage more thoughtfully.
For an insider interested in business and management, it's actually like coming home. It's really profound experience if you are leading organizations or advising organizations or interested in the trajectory of how the world works actually, which is what I'm interested in my writing. This is my tribe, the Drucker Forum, and you have conversations, sessions, debates, presentations, and really what you have is ideas, invisible ideas that float around and cram in and pass from person to person. And it's a very interesting, unusual mix. And those of us that come are devotees.
The intent of the Drucker Forum is to step back and see a much bigger picture of what is the role of business and of management in society, and how do we think about that with respect to the future of humanity. So it's a much bigger lens, a bigger perspective, and that forces us to confront the things that businesses do and that management does that are not in support of creating a healthy and sustainable future. And so the conversations, I think, are meant to be deliberately provocative and thoughtful.
The Peter Drucker Forum is named after Peter Drucker, who was born in Vienna in 1909 and grew up here in Kaskaram in Vienna's upscale 19th district, in this house, which was built by star architect Joseph Hoffmann. In the living room of the house, Peter Drucker's parents regularly hosted salons to which leading minds from the fields of medicine, science, and economics were invited. Peter Drucker was allowed to attend these salons at an early age. In this interview from 1999, Drucker called being allowed to listen there his real education.
Das war eigentlich meine Erziehung, zuhören zu dürfen.
In 1927, immediately after graduating from high school, Peter Drucker left Vienna for Germany, where he worked for a daily newspaper. After the Nazis seized power in 1933, Drucker went to England, where he worked for a private bank, and took part in Keynes's legendary seminars in Cambridge. In 1937, Peter Drucker went to the USA, where his books on totalitarianism and industrial society caught the attention of major companies such as General Motors and General Electric, who subsequently hired him as a management consultant. From the early 1950s, Drucker also began teaching at New York University, at the world's first chair of management.
We hear from a young Peter Drucker.
In the following decades, Peter Drucker rose to become the leading thinker in the field of management, the management guru in the USA as well as in Japan. A whole series of classics of management literature originated from the pen or typewriter of Peter Drucker. Drucker remained active as a columnist and book author into old age, and he was still giving lectures at the age of 90. He died in California in 2005 at the age of 95. The first Drucker Forum took place in November 2009 to celebrate what would have been Peter Drucker's 100th birthday. To mark the occasion, fans, friends, and family members of Drucker gathered at the House of Industry in Vienna. Among them, the Pope of Marketing, Philip Kotler, and Drucker's widow, Doris.
He never told me, he never explained why he felt impelled to leave Austria. Perhaps he felt the diminution of the territory. As you know, they had shrunk considerably between 1909, the year of his birth, in 1927 or so when he left. Perhaps he thought there were fewer opportunities for a young man. I really don't know. He was not much of a coffee house fellow. And the Vienna of the Strauss waltz, the Blue Danube, and the Franz Lehrer operettas left him cold. So I did not know him then, of course. We only met when we were in our 20s. So whatever I know about those years is either hearsay or what he told me, which may have been the truth or not, I don't know.
By the way, I carry with me a 1955 book. You know, there's the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Drucker Testament. This is the practice of management, and I was looking again at that famous chapter, What is Our Business? I'll say some things about that. You know, I was talking to Charles Handy about the fact I'm torn. Having heard what was said the last period, I really want to talk about those things, but it's Peter who I want to stick to right now initially about his influence and why he is absolutely the grandfather of marketing, the godfather of marketing, because this book is a 1955 book. It's called The Practice of Management, and that makes it 55 years ago or more. But the point is, we're still talking about a customer orientation and serving the customer and meeting needs, and it's all there so many years earlier.
In the years that followed, the Drucker Forum continued to evolve. The focus was no longer on Peter Drucker as a person, but on current topics in the field of management, which were discussed by the thought leaders in their field in front of and with the audience at changing locations in Vienna.
These leaders understand their innovation comes from collections of peoples, collaborations of people who have diverse perspectives, diverse expertise.
I think it's just really important for young people to have an experience like this because you're given the chance, especially in the essay challenge, to write what you believe and to write from your experiences and your own ideas. And I think that opportunity afforded to young people is not something we get every day because we're naive, we don't know anything. But the fact that in this forum, in this setting, you're recognized for those ideas is truly an empowering experience and something that will influence all of the winners here for the future.
There's so many big names here. The funny thing was when I was coming over in the plane, I bought a copy of the Harvard Business Review, and it had Roger Martin, who was one of the speakers, and I'm on the plane and I'm reading Roger Martin, and thinking, I'm going to be seeing him in a few days. That's how big it really is now. With Clayton Christensen and all that sort of thing, and I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the center of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah.
And the thing that I love the most is you get such senior management professionals, business and industry leaders, and when you hear them speak, they are actually still open to what you have to say. That is something which is not very commonly found anywhere across the globe. So Peter Drucker Global Forum gives you that opportunity to share your thoughts and ideas, and there are people who are icons in that field who are ready to listen to you and share their views about it.
The people who would apply to the Drucker Challenge are people who are incredibly ambitious, incredibly talented, really interesting people who travel, who are entrepreneurs, who are researchers, who wear multiple hats. So being able to meet them and then have a new group of friends across the world, I think everything has been fascinating, but that would be the number one thing that I've loved.
Hello and welcome back to the studio for another exciting interview. As you know, we had the Gala Dinner yesterday, and part of the Gala Dinner was also the awards ceremony for the Peter Drucker Challenge. The Peter Drucker Challenge is the annual essay contest of the Peter Drucker Forum, where graduates and students and young professionals from all over the world are invited to share their insights. And the idea is to keep the philosophy of Peter Drucker alive. And the topic was very interesting this year, was the next education. And I have two of the laureates sitting next to me who will share a little bit more about their writing process, about their topics, about their impressions from the forum. And I'm super, super happy to have here next to me Shaharaj Ahmend. He's from many different places, as he told me, quote, currently residing in Singapore, I believe, and Ekoja Okewu from Nigeria.
Yes, ma'am.
So welcome to the studio and welcome to Vienna.
Morgen.
Guten Morgen, yes.
Morgen.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, ma.
How about you?
I'm doing great. It wasn't as cold today morning.
Yeah, we already had a chat about the cold, amongst other things. This is one of the things in Vienna that's not so great. Well, I'm really interested to hear what was your inspiration to participate in the contest, and yeah, how does it maybe also relate to your personal background? Because if you enter such a contest, it also means that you're very excited about the topic and very passionate. So maybe, Shaharaj, can you start with what was your inspiration?
I think for me, there were many great influences. The first influence is that my family, we sort of come from, there are many educators in my family. My grandfather, my dad, and all of his siblings, they turned out to become teachers. I think education is something that sort of runs in our blood. But The other influence is that, the way I see the world is I only see misinformation proliferating, and that's because of a lack of critical thinking. And I think consequently, people need to be exposed more to the world through all of these different ways of thinking, and I think the only perfect solution was a liberal arts education, something which I'm a graduate of. And so, the moment I saw it, I'm like, I need to recommend liberal arts education in my essay. Yeah.
It's lovely to hear. How about you?
Okay, like I said, I'm Ekoja from Nigeria. Actually, what really motivated me when I saw the topic, the next education. Presently, I'm teaching mathematics to disadvantaged children in Nigeria. And when I observed and then made my personal research, I discovered that there are many out-of-school children in Nigeria because education hasn't been democratized. So because of that, when I saw the topic, I said, no, I needed to contribute to this. So the focus of my essay was about how education will be democratized. It will be made available for everybody to create an equitable world. US and Europe, they are moving ahead, artificial intelligence and technology. But we in Africa, because the education hasn't been democratized, we are lagging behind, and it's not good. We need to catch up so that there will be a uniform progress globally. Thank you.
So the title of your essay was?
Democratizing the next education to create an equitable world. That was
wonderful.
The title of my essay. Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. And Shaharaj, what was the title of your essay? What did you write about? I believe it's related to liberal arts.
It's related to liberal arts, but it's called Learning to Fight Fake News, because fake news is, it's something which, it comes out of ignorance. And I think, ironically, it's like you learn how to fight fake news, but you're also learning in itself. I thought I was going for a wordplay there, but yeah, that's the topic.
I'm also really interested in learning a little bit more about your writing process, because I can imagine it's quite a challenge to write an essay for such a global institution and to summarize everything. So what were your main challenges? Did you maybe also have a moment where you're like, I can't do this? Can you give us a little bit more insight on that? Maybe let's start with you, Shaharaj.
I think for me, when I first started, similar to Ekoja, I was coming from a place of personal experience. I was looking at a bunch of failures in the world. So it's primarily from that, what is this crazy world which I'm looking at? And the crazy world which I'm looking at is misinformation being spread across the world. You have the Trump elections. You have the Marcos and Duterte elections in the Philippines. When I talk to my mother, she tells me a lot of fake news. She tells me this candidate is bad, this candidate is, horrible. But, I fact check it later, it's all fake, right? You have fantastic candidates, women candidates who've worked in policy their entire lives, and they get shut down instead for the son of a former dictator because of fake news being spread by businesses. So that first step was really the personal experience before connecting it to the macro. Have we seen this failure elsewhere in the world? What is common in all of these cases is the education systems. And I think, starting from the problem, I slowly moved to the solution. And that was more of my process. I think I almost freaked out towards the end. But in the end, it all came through, thankfully.
It all came together in the end.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from you, you related from your personal experience, and then put it into perspective with the macro environment that was happening. It's it must be quite an emotional process also to write about something that you care so much.
I was fighting with my mother every other day.
Ekoja, how was it for you?
Mine, it was quite easy.
Okay.
Because I started writing since 2009.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't I didn't have a coach, but I was interested in pouring out my heart to influence people globally. So my writing process was quite simple. as an educator, I just needed to tap in from the experience I've had during my service year in the northern part of Nigeria, Katsina State to be precise. You know, in that region, many girls are out of school, which is not good. The boys can't be progressing while the girls lag behind. It's not good. So out of compassion and emotion, I poured in everything into the essay. So the essay, my writing process, I was like focusing on how do we make education available. It's true, not everybody will be able to go into the classroom, but with the advancement in technology, how are we going to leverage technology to educate some of these girls, even though maybe they are restricted from going to school for religious reasons, but I think there should be a way we leverage on technology to educate the girls. And not only that, if you look carefully at Africa, you will discover that many of the crises we are having in Africa is as a result of lack of education. Because an educated person, if he's confronted with a problem, he will critically think, how should I do this? How should I do? Oh, I shouldn't go this way. I should go this way. And then you discover the society will be peaceful. But over there in Africa, because of this lack of education, you discover there are problems of farmer headmen crisis because some people are not educated, others are educated. And then the girls, they are not giving them priority. So I just poured in my heart to see how we'll change the status quo in Africa to make education available for everybody. Because once that is done, we'll move together with the rest of the world. Yes, that was just my writing process and everything about my essay.
So it really also confirmed your work as an educator. I look at a lot of different issues systemically, so I'm a person who always asks why. I like to go to the bottom of things, and I feel like every time you do that, no matter the issue, education is one of the root causes for almost anything that we address. So it's wonderful that we have the forum topic, but also that you wrote the essays on that. I actually believe that there is also quite a lot of essays available on the website of the Peter Drucker Challenge. So to anyone who's interested to dive deeper into that topic, please check them out. One of the benefits of being a participant and a laureate of the Peter Drucker Challenge is to be able to come to the forum and to experience it. I'm interested, how has your experience been? And also, what are you taking from the forum? What are you bringing home with you? What's next?
Okay, for me,
yes.
When I came, I was thinking about the workshop I will attend. Shaharaj, I and him were together. So while I was just brainstorming, I said, let me go and learn about the Indian way. And honestly, when I went for that workshop, even though it was very cold, I was just shivering. But while the speakers were delivering their lectures and were interacting, I noticed that there was a word one of the speakers mentioned. He said, you need to have a real purpose. Real purpose. Not just having a purpose. You have to have a real purpose. So from my standpoint, how I understood it is that I don't just have to have, I have to be frank. Many private schools and schools across Africa are out there just to make money without really impacting the little children and then the youth. So I discovered that the reason why they are doing that is because they don't have a real purpose. But from what I've gotten from this conference, I have to go back and then tell the proprietors and then the business people that are willing to invest into education that it's not all about the money. Money will come, quite all right. But we need to focus on the real purpose, which is improving the lives of people, building them up, giving them skills that they will be able to survive in this fast-moving world. That's what I took from the forum.
Sounds like you have a very clear mission and a very clear, real purpose for yourself when you go back. That's really wonderful that you're taking something so concrete from the forum.
Thank you, ma'am.
Happy to hear that. How about you, Shaharaj?
I think as a person who's been to similar conferences before, someone who's been to a purely business conference, to a purely academic conference. What's nice about the Peter Drucker Forum is that it's the best of both worlds, in the sense that you have business leaders who are at the forefront of their sectors, who are sharing about their practice, while you also have the professors who are, they're really dissecting what's going on in the macro. They're giving you the signal from the noise, right? And so being able to see all of these things together about what's actually going on versus what's going on in theory, and then sort of, putting that together, that's so interesting as someone, who's an economics graduate, trying to figure out, does theory actually have a part in the world? So that's one part. I think how I'm actually taking this and what I would like to do moving forward is actually learning from persons like Ekoja, other Drucker laureates who are actually, some of them are social workers. They're doing all of these great things. They're telling me, oh, this is how we educate children. This is how we reach out to organizations for donations. That is something which I would like to continue doing, which is organization building, building partnerships, really helping out people with less access to resources, and widening, as Ekoja mentions, democratizing education, because I realize, thanks to this challenge, more so the importance of education, not just in Southeast Asia, but across the world. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And just judging from the two of you that I've had the chance to meet, it's the laureates must be quite a cool crowd to hang out with, and quite a lot of inspiration going on there. So I'm so happy to hear that, actually also coming here has benefited you on a personal level and built new connections around the world. So I really want to thank you, Ekoja and Shaharaj, for taking the time and sharing your thoughts. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. I'm also super inspired now to continue reading around the topic of education. And I believe up next we have Justin in the studio sharing what's next in Drucker TV today online. We have a really great program. And yes, thanks once again for joining me. And I hope you have a really nice remaining day.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's just really important for young people to have an experience like this because you're given the chance, especially in the essay challenge, to write what you believe and to write from your experiences and your own ideas. And I think that opportunity afforded to young people is not something we get every day because we're naive, we don't know anything. But the fact that in this forum, in this setting, you're recognized for those ideas is truly an empowering experience and something that will influence all of the winners here for the future.
There's so many big names here, the funny thing was when I was coming over in the plane, I bought a copy of the Harvard Business Review, and it had Roger Martin, who was one of the speakers in it. I'm on the plane and I'm reading Roger Martin, and thinking, I'm going to be seeing him in a few days. And that's how big it really is now. With Clayton Christensen and all that sort of thing. And I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the center of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah.
And the thing that I love the most is you get such senior management professionals, business and industry leaders, and when you hear them speak, they are actually still open to what you have to say. That is something which is not very commonly found anywhere across the globe. So Peter Drucker Global Forum gives you that opportunity to share your thoughts and ideas, and there are people who are icons in that field who are ready to listen to you and share their views about it.
The people who would apply to the Drucker Challenge are people who are incredibly ambitious, incredibly talented, really interesting people who travel, who are entrepreneurs, who are researchers, who wear multiple hats. So being able to meet them and then have a new group of friends across the world, I think that's Everything has been fascinating, but that would be the number one thing that I've loved.
Hey everyone, you're watching Drucker Forum TV live across the world. I'm Justin Brady, your host, and I will be with you all day. You just saw the Drucker Challenge finalists, Ekoja, Ekowu, Akor from Nigeria and Shaharaj Ahmend from Singapore. We have quite a few finalists that participate in the Drucker Challenge every year, and you heard from just a few of them. Of course, I'm Justin Brady. I'll be joining you all day, and I'm very happy to have you all here. Drucker TV, Drucker Forum TV, is a growing entity here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Last year, we may get into this later if we have time, but last year we crossed 250,000 impressions overall. So that's, live viewers and clips that we've shared. You're watching on YouTube, please consider subscribing. Don't consider, just do it, because we launch a lot of new content here, and you have a lot of individuals we're bringing in, a lot of experts that are giving you insights. I think the least you could do is subscribe. So you just saw Franziska Graf with, of course, the Drucker Challenge candidates and finalists, but you also saw her interviewing earlier Johan Roos, the new executive director of the Vienna Center for Management Innovation. They were discussing how he's building, and that community is building, a coalition of the excited. So we'll see if that sticks. I think Franziska thinks that's going to stick. A coalition of the excited to continue advancing the ideas of Drucker. So a lot of content right here at the beginning of Drucker Forum TV. But coming up later in the hour, Mary Meany will be interviewing Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman, and she's the CEO of RockKit, a digital well-being expert, and they're going to discuss how to succeed and thrive in a digital world. Who is Peter Drucker? This is something we need to maybe give some attention to. This is Drucker Forum TV, and we are at the Global Peter Drucker Forum live from Vienna, Austria. I'm glad, actually, thanks everybody for putting the hashtag up there. If you want to reach out on social media, this is a good idea. We're using Drucker Forum TV as the hashtag. I actually put a behind-the-scenes video of this entire studio on X using that hashtag. So if you search for that hashtag, you'll be able to find that. So who is Peter Drucker? Peter Drucker is the father of modern management, and the Global Peter Drucker Forum is all about him and his legacy. He's the father of modern management. Often people see him as a US management icon, but in reality, he was from Vienna. And so he was born in Vienna November 19th, 1909. And this was when the city was a really vibrant culture of innovation and discussion and philosophy and sciences and art. And actually, we had Richard Cockett on yesterday he's editor at The Economist, but he wrote a new book about Vienna and that culture in which Peter Drucker grew up in, which I didn't understand until speaking with Richard, that Peter Drucker, incredible management expert, but it gives you a good look into the background that he grew up in and why he became who he is. He was able to extract all that wisdom from his time and actually apply it and motivate people. He began his career as a journalist and then moved to London in 1933. Began as a trainee at an insurance company. Then he became chief economist of a private bank a while later. In 1937, he came to the USA, and that's where he worked as a freelance journalist, chiefly for Harper's and the Washington Post. So that's kind of cool that we both wrote for the Washington Post. Peter Drucker did, I did, that's kind of cool. And so in his 40s, he began teaching political science and philosophy at Bennington College, and that's in Vermont. And then he started consulting about that time. So in 1942, he wrote The Future of Industrial Man. Peter Drucker did not become Peter Drucker until his 40s. And someone who just got in his 40s, that was encouraging to me to see that he really became that national global figure. And that just started in his 40s. As a result of that book, Drucker was invited by General Motors, one of the largest corporations in the world, in 1943 to conduct a 2-year social scientific analysis of the organization. And in 1946, he published the results of this study in his book, Concept of the Corporation. Of course, thereby laying the foundations of management as a scientific discipline. That's who Peter Drucker is, and that's what the Global Peter Drucker Forum is all about. The Drucker Forum started in 2009 to commemorate what would have been his 100th birthday. And of course, Doris Drucker, his wife, is the one who kind of blessed the Global Peter Drucker Forum. So there's a direct connection here. It's not just something we do in honor of him, it's a direct connection with Drucker and his family. Up next, Rebecca Kerr will be interviewing André Luzenkruk Pietri, the chair of the Joint European Disruptive Initiative. They're going to be discussing career management insights and specific navigational paths of people's future of work, specific career paths. That's up next. Stick with us.
Well, I would say really we should believe in our human potential, and we need to untap that. Yeah. So talking about all the technology very importantly, but it's really making it human. I think that's one of the key levers. Yeah, it's so not just the technology and the knowledge as such, but how do we connect people and bring them together, form a community. Yeah, that's I think one of my takeaways. Yeah, I don't know whether one of the speakers said it. In terms of expectation management, we can't give definite answers. That's our time. We have to try it out, be humble in a way, yeah, and see what works, and step by step. Not anymore. I think we shouldn't follow grand theories, but really try out, be pragmatic, as we have in our initiative, Next Management. Yeah, being free of ideologies, try out what works really in reality, yeah, incrementally. Well, I would say, I remember one thing that a speaker said, it's we need learning with a purpose. So having not just learning per se, but what do we really want to achieve? And how do we want to change, what kind of impact do we want to make? So try to find a purpose for which you want to learn. and then people will follow, I think. Yeah, people will follow if there's a purpose, and if other people, yeah, people follow people, yeah. So which brings me back to the human aspect, yeah.
The most thing I enjoyed was your tango lesson. Because I think that we all need to be in synchrony, and dancing is kind of a natural, instinctive thing that comes out of you, and the fact that you know how to listen or how to read the partner is extremely important. Corporations need to be houses. I really loved the first panel session, Pietri, I think. He totally nailed it. It's everything about the human side of things. So yes, we can have technology, and technology can harness a better life. It can harness a better way of doing business. It can help business growth, but it's all about us, humans. So we were the ones that created technology, and we're the ones that need to own it.
I think it was amazing. It was to see so much perspectives about the Peter Drucker knowledge and everything that he came and everything that he wanted to tell us. And I think putting that in the management and projects that we see in the world today, it's amazing. And the point of views, different point of views that management tell us, it's amazing. I think the people who talk to us were so enlightenment to us, and I think us as young people, we were able to see how we can improve and how we can be better for the future.
Actually, I'm a person who does not know how to speak confidently, but the way I saw these people calm, speaking confidently and speaking their thoughts, it has changed my view. From now on, I think I'll just speak what I think without being scared.
Hello from Vienna. I'm Rebecca Kerr, and today I have the extraordinary opportunity to speak with Andrei Pietri. Now we're going to make some bold steps here. We're going to try something completely new. This is an extraordinary individual with multiple careers as a knowledge worker, as a knowledge leader, in defense, in private industry, in public industry. He's a French and German nationality. He's a Jedi, and he will explain that in a moment. Private equity for 15 years, leadership positions across industries. 10 years in China, a private pilot, a colonel with the French Air Force People's Reserve, nominated as a young global leader for the World Economic Forum. And he started as the assistant to the CEO of Aerospatiale Airbus. All of you have been talking about how do I plan a future, how do I make a difference, how do I create value. Andre has been extraordinarily kind to agree to reveal some of the secrets of this kind of career. So the first thing I'd like to ask you, Andre, is tell us what a Jedi is.
Well, Rebecca, a Jedi is trying to make sure that Europe remains in the race for technology and science. I mean, this incredible acceleration that we're seeing currently. So yeah, Jedis are full of positive force. We basically fund advanced research. So we fund topics that are too risky or too long-term for the private sectors, what we call moonshots. Those that in energy, in life sciences, and computing can really reshuffle the cards and make sure that we as Europe, we as democracies remain top of the game on technology, which is so core for obviously competitiveness, economy, but also the future of our democracy. So it's really a very ambitious, a bold project. 6,000 people all over Europe. A third are scientists, a third are the top deep tech startups, a third are from industry. And we spend a lot of time trying to identify what will come next in all these scientific and technology fields. And then we launch and fund these challenges to make sure we push the limits of science and technology. So it's a very exciting, very bold project.
Marvelous. Andre has agreed to allow us to open up the lens and look a little more closely at how he got to where he is today. Could you comment a little bit on your educational decisions?
Well, look, I had the chance to be educated in many countries. So my two parents, one is from Germany, one is from France, actually from Corsica specifically. So I spent my childhood in Africa very, very early on. I did my high school degree in Germany. Then I moved to the French education system, where I did both an engineering degree in aerospace and attended an aerospace engineering school, and did also a business degree. And then I had an exchange in several countries, the US, but also Brazil, where I almost ended up, and because it's such a wonderful country that I almost stayed there for life, but then I returned to Airbus. That was my first career step.
Okay, so then let me take you into the networking decisions of how you connected with this kind of life, working on the network for different kinds of employment opportunities, social opportunities, etc. Can you comment a little bit on your networking decisions?
Well, I think that we are in a world, if we take a step back, we're in a world where actually it's increasingly difficult to know, to have a full picture. And so this concept of trust, the fact that you will need to take decisions, having only 80% of the decision or of the information makes that the person or the group or the environment, the organization with whom you're taking the decision is key. So very early on, I was sensitive to be able to have some trusted partners, friends, colleagues all over the world. And since I had this very international background, I always cherished these different perspectives. It's not easy because everybody talks about, yes, you need to be intercultural, but look, already between France and Germany, which are supposed to be the two closest countries in the world right now, you can see that a lot of things there are still a lot of misunderstandings. So I valued that diversity, and I also valued this concept that you really only make great people happen, great things happen if you can have a team, supporters around you, and this network has always been so curious. So I'm a natural networker, that's probably for sure. But I don't necessarily enjoy the fact to have a number of people in my network. What I enjoy is to be able to really follow up. So the fact that you regularly visit people, you regularly interact with them, makes the whole difference between one contact and a person with whom you develop a deeper relationship.
Thank you. Now, some of the people in the audience, both in person and online, are going to probably make many career choices over their life. Some may have 20 different careers. You have an extraordinary list of work that you've done in your life. How did you make your career choices?
Well, let's take a step back. I mean, when you look at my resume and you explained it, there is absolutely no red line or consistency. So some would say this guy is, I always stayed pretty long at each of the steps, but indeed, I moved from industry to venture capital. Then I had a stint as an advisor to a minister in the government capacity. And now I'm running a research organization which is structured as a foundation. Each time I really, for me, the notion of having an impact on society, and I'm personally attached, particularly about the European project, a project which is based on diversity, on humanistic values, was always important for me. So I always try to see where I can contribute. Airbus as an engineer or was a natural choice. It's initially a French-German initiative, very ambitious because it was in an environment which is very technical, very regulated, where safety plays a super important role. As you mentioned initially, I love everything which flies, so I'm a private pilot and still very active, trying to get the virus also to my kids on that one. So I always took these decisions where I saw where I can have the biggest impact. It was at Airbus at the beginning, and now very critically, at this very critical moment for Europe, for its competitiveness and its future, to make sure that Europe remains relevant in the research and technology space. So that's why I just love what I do currently.
Thank you. Now, as you talk, you've had a very global life. What has influenced your moves to different markets or countries?
Well, I had the chance. I was running. My first job was basically I was carrying the case of the CEO of Airbus operations in France. At that time, it was not merged as a single entity, and an industrialist picked me because he knew I had the experience of working with a CEO to actually do the same, but in a family context. And so this family-owned business, which was an industrial company, wanted to diversify and set up their own kind of family office and investment fund. So they brought me into investment. So it was a bit serendipity. So there was a link. And the second step I did is another family picked me to do the same, but in an Asian context. So that's how I ended up investing a lot. In completely incredible projects. With a family owner, we bought a shipyard in China. That was back in the years where it was possible to do that. We built an office tower in Vietnam. It was really a very entrepreneurial mindset, and that really then triggered me for 10 years to run my own investment fund, which was always having this. It was not a purely financial investment fund. It was about can we have an impact through new technologies, and can we help especially European companies scale in these big but very difficult markets. So, and last but not least, the fact that I spent 10 years in China, I saw how this country was using technology and science to catch up and now leapfrog in some areas Western country. And so when the current French president was elected, and I was asked do you want to join the team of a minister? I didn't hesitate a second, because I saw that this was an incredible opportunity to serve to have kind of my tour of duty for government, and it was fantastic. And again, it was a completely different environment because it was the defense ministry.
So going along that line, in another area, you've worked in public companies, private companies, and defense. How would you advise someone? Some people might be afraid to switch lanes like that, but you were switching lanes a lot.
Well, I'm a deep believer that, this concept of revolving doors, which sometimes has a negative connotation. I think today, again, coming back to the initial statement, we are in this gray environment, plus an environment where these crises pile up. Some people call it polycrisis. That means increasingly we will have an acceleration of what financial markets would call volatility. That means you will have spikes, great moments that are greater than before, and crises that are sometimes deeper. And so this capacity of being able to have a diverse view, and no problem is purely economic, no problem is purely political, no problem is purely NGO or civil society. You need to have these different perspectives. So what I would advise to do is try to have as many vantage points or perspectives. Have a red line. For me, the red line was always science, technology, how that can benefit societal impact. That's the moonshots. That's what Kennedy famously. How can we change society with technological advance? But you need to see that from a government perspective. You need to see that from an investor point of view. You need to see that from an industrial. So I would not hesitate to change, because I think increasingly this capacity to have some people call it even that we are in an era of polymaths, that increasingly you need to be specialized in a field, but you also need to know very different disciplines, because most of the disruptions, crises, opportunities will happen at the intersection. So moving from one to the other is not necessarily a bad thing, but you need to have kind of the sense of purpose that you're developing along the life. Some have it very early, some it takes much more time to find it.
In our last moments, looking out at an audience of young generation, people who are going to face perhaps
that's a lot of pressure, I feel.
20 different careers in their lifetime. What advice would you offer?
Look, it's going to be a paradox to what we said initially. I think when you look at the number of people that you're able today to meet, either physically, through conferences, through meetings, to business life, or digitally, it's exponentially more than what we were able to meet what our parents were able to meet, or just a couple of years. So you have this opportunity to go to have so many touch points. I would say, take the opportunity. I mean, you can meet hundreds or thousands of people, and then you have the choice of having, on a regular basis, 10, 20, 50, 100 meaningful connections, be it business, be it private. If you need to take a choice, go for the latter. Rather go for these meaningful, insightful discussion where the trust is built, where you can know somebody. I mean, we are also in a world where we have these digital identities and personal identities. Sometimes you actually don't really know somebody. And in this very uncertain world, I think this trust component, the fact to be able to go deep, to be able to resist crisis, because we will all be facing crisis in our life, these relationships matter most. So I would go for these deeper and meaningful conversations. Make choices, and rather go deep rather than to have too shallow conversations with too many people.
You've given us all an extraordinary gift, and as a pilot, eventually we have to land the plane. Let me focus on gratitude. We are grateful that you are sharing with us your experience, your lessons learned, and that you were here with us today at the forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Peter Drucker remains really one of the preeminent thought leaders in the field of management. I have met so many people who will tell me that his articles on managing themselves, on leadership, have reshaped their careers. If you think about, we all go to work every day, work can be a grind. We should all be fortunate enough to have jobs that we find meaningful and that we enjoy. But I think Peter Drucker really helped put his finger on the human side of management, and that's kind of what people like me and all the rest of us are now trying to do. We're just trying to catch up with him. And so I think one of the things that's special about coming here is the focus, as Drucker would have put it, on that human side of management, on trying to get the best out of people, on expecting the best from yourself. And so even today, there's been thousands of books written, in the mold of Drucker, but there's only one Drucker. And I think that if you read any of his articles today, they really stand the test of time, and they still make a ton of sense.
Peter Drucker's work, I think, is relevant because he writes, like all great literature, in simple, effective, memorable language, speaking certain truths, universal truths. And the reality is, I write about work and business for Bloomberg now, and I go back in history and read a lot of management literature from the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And the reality is that the issues are in fact quite similar. If you discount the technology we have now, the energy crisis we have now, and therefore there's a timeless quality to the problems and a timeless quality to Peter Drucker's writing. But he also had a sympathy and an understanding of humanity, which probably came from his experience of coming from Austria.
So I teach at Harvard Business School. I still assign articles by Peter Drucker to my second-year MBA students. I teach a course called Becoming a General Manager. And Peter Drucker wrote very thoughtfully and in timeless ways about the role of the general manager. And the general manager is the person who feels a sense of responsibility for the whole entity, rather than an expert in, say, marketing or manufacturing or finance. So the general manager has the role of managing people with their different expertise, bringing them together to create value as a team, as a whole. And I find his writings incredibly relevant and useful for today.
Many of the things that he said are eternally true. When he said that there is only one valid purpose of a corporation, to create a customer, that is like Einstein, that is like Copernicus, saying something that appeared to be obviously wrong when he said it. But 50 years later, 70 years later, it's become obvious that that is how companies should be run. So there are those eternal truths, which was ignored for 50 years, but eventually that is one of the great values, that he has some of those insights which are eternal. There were some things, of course, where the world has changed. Digital economy wasn't in existence at the time, but I think he would be thrilled to see what's happened, that those eternal truths that he enunciated have become the driving force of the digital economy.
Every year, the Drucker Forum has a different theme. One of the recent ones was Performance That Matters. It focused on the many facets of performance and how it can be defined, measured, and appropriately rewarded in a radically changing world of work. In this context, Gary Hamel from the London Business School did not hold back with critical remarks in one of the plenaries.
If you think about business innovation over the last decade or two, we've seen like radical business innovation, like 10 out of 10. If you think about the difference between using PayPal versus a checkbook, you think about the difference between YouTube and the BBC and so on. This is 10 out of 10 kind of, change. And I like to ask CEOs, can you imagine a similar radical shift in how your organization is run? In the way how power is accumulated, how decisions are made, what leadership means. Can you imagine anything that would be as radical as the shift from BBC to YouTube? And most of them completely struggle because they can't even get their minds around the fact that we're hostage to a particular set of techniques and technologies that go back 150 years. So I think that's if you talk about performance, I think that's where you have to start. You have to be able to imagine organizations that may be very different. I think in a more prosaic, near-in kind of way, for sure, we have incredibly misaligned incentives at the top of companies. If you look at almost any study, you'll see that there is zero, and the most recent study found a negative correlation between CEO compensation and performance. which completely undermines any argument that CEOs should be making 400 or 500 times what ordinary employees. Last year, Andy Jassy at Amazon made 6,500 times as much as the median income of an Amazon employee. And we thought we'd solve this agency problem by tying compensation to share price. And what we simply did was create a lot of smart CEOs and gave them, we told them go out and manipulate the share price. And the easiest way of doing that is through share buybacks. U.S. companies have bought $3 trillion of their shares over the last 4 years. The next easiest way is you gear up, you add more debt. Debt of U.S. companies has been growing at 9% a year for the last decade, far faster than GDP, far faster than their capital spending. The next way you try to create this illusion of resilience and growth is through killer acquisitions and M&As. Even if they long-term destroy value, they at least create some sense of doing something. By the way, about half of that growing debt has been used for share buybacks. So clearly something is wrong here. And my simple, I hope, rather simple solution would be to start measuring CEOs by changes in enterprise value, not share price, but look at the market value, corrected for changes in GDP growth, changes in the broader stock market, sector-specific changes. So you really only get paid well if you're growing enterprise value faster than your peers, faster than the market overall. And I would pay them on probably a 3-year rolling basis. Would that deter some CEOs from taking the job? Yeah, the mercenaries and the manipulators, but that's maybe okay. So I think there are fundamentally misaligned incentives, and we've seen that play out over the last decade. And it's a question of when investors, institutional investors and so on, are going to have the courage to really address this as a problem.
The Drucker Forum was also the ideal place for the Australian management thinker Steve Denning to ask some very crucial questions.
Yesterday we had a workshop on reinventing capitalism in the digital age. Now, 8 years ago, it would have been impossible even to discuss the possibility of having such a workshop, let alone actually having the workshop and finding that this was very meaningful to the people who came and starting to rethink, well, what would it mean to reinvent capitalism? What would it mean for all of the issues of the way people are treated in firms, the way the disparity between executive compensation and worker compensation, the fact that capitalism has been a tremendously positive thing over 500 years, but the last 50 years have been an aberration. Why has that aberration happened? Why was there a sudden focus on shareholder value as opposed to taking what Peter Drucker said? There was only one valid purpose of a corporation, to create a customer. That dictum, which he said in 1954, repeated over and over again, was something 8 years ago we could hardly bring up in the Drucker Forum. It was embarrassing that Peter Drucker had said something as comprehensive and as very clear as that. But now you see that companies which are actually implementing that, companies here in Europe, companies in Silicon Valley, that are actually taking that seriously and running the whole company, creating value for customers. That becomes the be-all and the end-all of the corporation. And strangely, it's more profitable than firms who actually focus on making money.
Welcome to Drucker Forum TV. It's wonderful to be back. And I am delighted. I'm Mary Meany. I'm a social entrepreneur and a board member, and I'm delighted to be back with an amazing guest speaker today. Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman is a digital well-being expert and the CEO of Rocket, which is a fintech at the hub of the fintech innovation and sustainability agenda in Lithuania and more broadly across Europe. So, Lina, we are thrilled to have you today on Drucker Forum TV.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here.
Why don't you start by telling us a little bit more about your background? You've done so many fascinating things.
Okay, thank you. So here I have few roles in my life, but here today I am wearing sort of digital well-being hat. And how I came about with that is that I have a background in organizational psychology. So psychology has always been sort of in the back of my mind, and human behavior is always interesting. But I spent majority of my life working for consultancy firms or tech companies, and now I'm sort of heading up the innovation center, working with startups, looking how the the front seat, seeing how the technology is evolving. So the sort of psychologist in me keeps asking, so how is this rapidly changing technology and sort of the work I witnessed firsthand by working with these companies, how is it affecting us as humans? And that's where the digital well-being comes. So the sort of my work experience in the technical side and also the psychology background marries beautifully in this topic.
Fantastic. Now, the theme for the Drucker Forum this year is all about the knowledge economy and radical, practical ideas to advance knowledge work. So I'd love to get your thoughts about how do you see knowledge work changing?
Okay, so it is definitely changing. So the knowledge work, we all know, the term has been coined by Peter Drucker, 50. Since then, our work has changed so much. I think the work that we do today, we possibly started doing around 90s. It's the work that digitally connected, non-routine tasks, complex problem solving, is what we actually call today's knowledge work. And that has changed a lot recently through the digital revolution and the tools that we use, the connectivity, already household names of Zooms, Teams, Slack, and everything that we use without even thinking. But we haven't been using that for that long. Obviously, the big thing now is the AI, and how will that change? I think we don't know how it will change, because we have so many unknowns, and there will be consequences that we haven't even predicted. But as the saying goes, you can't predict the future, but you can minimize the surprise. So I think we can minimize the surprise of how AI will affect us by looking a little bit retrospective and seeing how this recent digital revolution since approximately 90s has affected us. So it made us both more productive and less productive.
So maybe let's start with the positives, right?
Okay.
So what do you see as the biggest benefits, both of what we've seen and what you anticipate for the future? What are the biggest assets, the biggest opportunities that we have?
Okay, so the biggest benefit so far from knowledge work perspective, the person that works in the office every day, is obviously the vast access to knowledge, information, data, increased and sped up decision making, increased connectivity, speed of communication, ability to work, cross countries, cross continents, cross time zones, asynchronous work, flexibility of work. It's all the things that we feel firsthand. Like we can do that, right? And the fact that people can watch us from comfort of their homes while we're here in Peter Drucker Forum at Vienna is also the benefit of this digital revolution, right, that we had. That obviously comes with a cost, because there's always a dark side to the moon.
Yep. So let's hear about the dark side. What are the biggest challenges, the biggest costs that we're paying?
Okay, so there has been research done on our attention, and possibly that's the biggest one. It's the attention, how much time we spend on one given thing. And anecdotally, talking to people say, oh yeah, I feel my attention going because I can't read books anymore. Like I read a chapter and I start fidgeting around looking for something to do. So the research says, the Gloria Mark has been doing the research in the office, observing knowledge workers in their natural habitat, so to speak. She noticed that in the last 20 years, the attention span has actually shifted from 2.5 minutes to 47 seconds.
Wow,
right? And
dramatic reduction.
It's dramatic reduction as as a society, we have shrinking attention spans. Actually, the movie frames are shorter and faster. The trends, like there was, I think, the Twitter hashtag trend analysis shows that the topics are trending for a shorter time, right? Because there's something new coming on. There's always something new. So we don't hold our attention very long for on one given thing. That sort of then tips our ability to do the deep work and focused work and deep thinking, which majority of the complex problems requires the deep thinking and focused work, right? That's shrinking.
Now, we've talked a little bit about this attention deficit disorder and how our attention spans are shrinking. But earlier today, you also talked about how we're not just more distracted, we also feel more disconnected and sometimes even more depressed. Can you talk about some of the other risks and challenges?
Yes. So the disconnection comes from the fact that we worry more about being responsive than in the relationship. So also this is, I'll reverse back. The disconnection actually comes from this remote working as well. The other side is that people feel disconnected. They don't feel part of our organization because they don't have the relationship. If I work from my kitchen table, it does not really matter for me who I work for, right? And the recent research that has been shown that people who use AI at their work more for queries, like asking questions. Instead of asking a colleague, I'll go and ask AI chatbot or ChatGPT or whatever I may be using. They actually, their weak ties, the ones that we have with our colleagues, is even weakening. So that means my social circle, even those weak ties that I have at work, are important for my well-being and feeling connected to people, because that's really the people that keep people at work. If you ask why people leave, they say bad managers. Why they stay at work? Colleagues, right? So if my ties with the colleagues weakening because I don't have a quick water cooler chats, or even I don't go with a question to them because I outsource everything with AI, I feel more lonely. So Gen Z is the loneliest generation now, and it's also a lot to do with the social media thing, because there we're ranking each other and comparing each other rather than linking with each other.
That is absolutely fascinating. And one of the things that I find really interesting is how, we shifted to remote work because of COVID, because of the pandemic. And for many organizations, actually, it was remarkable how quickly and how effectively they were able to move to remote working, largely because they had social capital. They had those connections, they had those relationships. But now, with more and more people working remotely, those connections, as you say, are eroding. And so one of the questions is, for organizations, for leaders, how do you really rebuild some of that social capital, some of those connections, the relationships?
It's actually, I think, a lot to do with giving people autonomy and actually, because it's, there's this big debate, go back to the office or work remote. And I think there is no straight-cut answer because it's all in context. Usually, the reason managers want people to come back to work to the office, because they say you'll have more connections, people feel like they belong to a bigger group. There is research that shows that if we need to brainstorm or come up with creative ideas, that happens better in person than on Zoom. So there's a lot of good reasons for people to come back to the office. At the same time, one of the reasons is because lack of trust. So the managers don't trust that their people are really working and they're really being productive when they are working from home. Only 12% of managers say, I fully trust that my remote team
Only
is
12%.
Only 12%. Whereas 80% of people say, when I work, I work. So I'm productive 87% of the time. Whereas 12% of managers say, I don't think so. I don't believe that. So then it's either, two things happen. Either the proxy for the productivity becomes how responsive you are, how quickly you answered my email, how quickly you answered my message, how many meetings have you attended. And that has its ripple effect because it erodes my productivity, because I worry about looking productive than being productive. I worry about not missing a message or an email rather than actually completing the work that I'm supposed to do. So that's one. Or the other way, we could say that the managers say, that's it, 5 days a week, you back. But this is also not good because that does not give any autonomy. And people like working from home because they say it saves us travel time. I can be a bit more flexible maybe with the care that I have to do at home. But even though the biggest distractions at home are not personal, it's not our kids' dog's fridge or whatever it may be. Actually, the biggest distractions of working from home, it's the ad hoc, those quick ad hoc questions that we receive from people that are not here. So I think it's as everywhere, it's the balance, it's the middle way, it's letting people to have a bit autonomy of when do I focus, am I collaborating, when is the good time to come to the office, and just sort of have a mutual agreement over that. So it does take work, because it involves, empathy, talking, hearing, and all of those things.
Absolutely. Now, Lina, you are a digital well-being expert, and we've talked a little bit about, some advice that you have, being more intentional about when and how you go into the office and build connections. I'd love to just get your advice, maybe first for individuals, and then also for leaders of organizations. So for individuals, what would you recommend to encourage and enhance digital well-being in a time when more and more people are distracted, disconnected, and depressed?
Okay, so we know that technology is built the way to get our attention. So that's a fact, because attention is a scarcity. So there's two things. First of all, understand that your attention is really the thing that you need to look after and guard it. We all know when our most productive time is. For 80% of people, it's usually the first part of a day. We're all different, but you know when is your most important time. So guard it in your calendar and actually don't allow anything to come in. Inform your colleagues, this is my deep work, don't disturb me, only call me if something's on fire, that's it. The other thing is, I would say, stop treating yourself as a computer. And that's what happens is we ourselves and organizations, we treat ourselves as computers. We even ask people to multitask, which is only computers can do. Only 2% of people can multitask. For the rest of us, it's a horrible thing to do.
Deeply unproductive. They're huge switching costs.
Exactly. So stop treating yourself as a computer. Work on your, as I say, human intelligence. And human intelligence, we are cyclical. We have cycles when we're productive and we cycles when we're not as productive. Normalize breaks, normalize focus time. I would say maybe one of the good productivity KPIs for organizations could be, how much time did I spend on focused work? Okay? So not how many emails I sent or what I produced, but what's the time that I actually could have gone deep into something? Because there's also research says that to go deep into the topic, and it's a bit like starting to drive a car, right? We go first gear, second gear, third gear, and then we're really going fast. Now we into topic, we working. It can take half an hour to 40 minutes. So if I'm distracted every 20 minutes, I will never get into that really most productive get-going phase. So stop treating yourself as a computer, give yourself a break, and guard your attention.
Fantastic. Thank you. Some really practical and helpful tips for this age of digital distraction and disruption. Lina, we're almost out of time. Let me just ask you, is there one final thought or one piece of advice that you would offer to everyone watching Drucker Forum TV?
Okay. I would say we can start training our attention by reading. So you can start by reading 5 pages of book with your phone in the other room and just observe yourself how you feel and increase that over time. So if you don't like meditating, which is the formal way of training attention, you can read. So that's a quick little tip.
Thank you so much, Lina. We really appreciate all of your time and your insights. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Everyone, you're watching Drucker Forum TV live. I'm Justin Brady. I'm your host today. It's almost 11 here in Vienna, or it is 11 here in Vienna, and we've already run through quite a bit of content. As a reminder, you just saw Mary Meany interview Lina. See, this is American here getting all these names. Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman, the CEO of RockKit and digital well-being expert on how to succeed and thrive in a digital world. I also like that they went into looking busy versus actually getting things done, which is definitely a temptation in many corporate cultures today, just looking busy, making sure your calendar's full, not actually getting anywhere. And of course, we heard Rebecca Kerr interview Andrei Pietri, the chair of the Joint European Disruptive Initiative, or JEDI for short. They discuss career management insights and detailed career-specific paths. So a lot already and a lot coming up. We're going to have a video from the Gala Dinner last night. Franziska Graf, of course, led that. And she's also going to be on the red carpet. And I'm going to have Sarah Green Carmichael of Bloomberg Opinion, one of their editors, in studio. I wanted to ask about leader disconnect. We hear a lot of leaders that are talking about leading the AI revolution and what they're doing, how they're ahead of everyone on AI. She's a journalist, and she knows how to snoop, and she knows how to get to the right story. So I want to find out what she's saying. Is that true, or are they actually behind and a little disconnected? I'm going to figure that out. But up next, Adrian Woolridge will have a discussion with Subramanian Ramadori about Ratan Tata, who passed away earlier this year. He was the head of Tata & Sons and one of the greatest CEOs of the last 60 years. So they're going to be going over the life and legacy. Really quick before we get to that, let's show the social media slide. Make sure to follow us and subscribe to this YouTube channel to not miss anything. But up next is Adrian Woolridge and that discussion.
Well, one of the great privileges of being a journalist is you get to meet and interview some very remarkable people. And I've met and interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu, Margaret Thatcher, Tony Blair. But I must say one of the nicest and most interesting people I ever met and interviewed was Ratan Tata, the head of Tata & Sons for many, many years. I was very impressed by his grasp of business strategy, his vision of the role of business in the capitalist world. I was very struck by his love of dogs and the people he worked with, and I was extremely struck by his pleasantness. He generally exuded a sense of benign concern for the world, and he's one of the very few people of his level of importance that I've ever interviewed who sent me a thank you note afterwards, reminiscing about what we talked about and asking about my dogs, which I thought was marvelous. But we're very lucky today to have Mr. Subramanian Ramadori, who worked with him for many, many years very closely to really reflect on his business career. So I wanted to start off by asking, how did you first meet him? What were the circumstances that brought you two together?
See, I came back from the United States in 1972 to join the Tata Group. That was my first job in India with the Tata Group, namely Tata Consultancy Services. I met him during the course of that in the 74, 75, when he was the managing director of a company called Nelco, which used to make consumer electronic goods like the radios and television, and then went into power equipment. That was my interaction where we worked on a project together where I brought in the hardware and the software operating system expertise, and he was the managing director wanting to build the consumer electronics strategy for the group.
And how would you characterize his career at Tata? It strikes me that he was a pivotal figure, that he took over when Tata was one sort of company and transformed it in all sorts of ways, that it was a company that depended on its Indianness, on its role in creating the modern Indian state, and he saw something changing. He saw globalization coming along and realized that you had to change it from in very fundamental ways. But could you give a sense of how transformative a leader he was?
I think for him, the world was the opportunity.
Yes.
The timing may be different. He was a well-traveled man. He also came back from both the United States and Australia after having a good experience. And we could gel with each other because some of us came back to build the nation in a number of ways, and Tata Group was one of the choices. I think we also had the age group on our side. When I joined the group in 1972, I was about 27-year-old, and he must have been about 31 or 32 years old. So that also builds a camaraderie or connection, which is very easy to communicate with a person. As professionals, either having stayed in the US or in other parts of the world, it's very easy to communicate instead of a traditional Indian model of a boss versus an employee. So none of that was there. So it was very easy communication, and one could interact, dialogue, and be very open about how you feel about certain things. So I think he was a very good manager, very good professional, and an engaging person, and that made us comfortable, and that's what we practice within the group as we build various institutions.
For those people who don't know about the Tata Group, could you give us a sense of the importance of that company in India and its role historically in creating modern India?
Tata Group started in 1868, which is 150 plus years old. We are a conglomerate in a number of businesses, starting from automotive to electronics to semiconductors to services, namely the software and information technology. And that are missed out in hotels as well. But I think you start with the morning cup of tea and then sleep at the end of the day after a nice meal. I think Tata would touch you in some form or the other through one of its companies. I think it is next to the government, the engagement of the people, engagement of the professionals, and doing good for the community, doing good for the country, and doing good for the world is the group itself, which we practice. Tata as a group today has more than 100 companies, and the market cap of the companies put together is about $350 billion US, of which TCS Go as the CEO and MD market cap is half of that, $175 million, which in total context, we have about 1 million professionals across the group, various companies we just articulated.
And how did Tata as a group change under Ratan's leadership? I think he was leader from about, 1991, 92 to 2012, a long time in a period of great fundamental change in the global economy. How did he change and redirect the company?
I think the 1991 India was also at a very transition moment where the balance of payment crisis was hitting this country, and the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, was then the finance minister of this nation. We had to pledge our gold in terms of making sure that we had enough dollars to do the imports which we wanted for the people. And that is when Tata stepped in to say that the rule of opening up the economy, participating in the overseas context and globalization of the companies and globalization visibility of the country became very possible. That was the time Mr. Tata stepped in and he became the chairman of the group then and started driving it from an internationalization perspective and a globalization perspective. Some of the companies took a lead early, and some of them started looking outward, whether it was the Jaguar, Land Rover, or the Tata Steel. Whereas Tata Consultancy Services started the globalization in 1979, 77, etc. So it's various stages of evolution. At the end of the day, it had to be a leader like Mr. Tata, along with a team of professionals, which all of us were a part of, to drive the globalization efforts of the group, to create opportunities and then bring back the expertise to do a common good for the citizens and for global good. So what goes out must come back with an expertise, with a set of capabilities, and we must apply it within the Indian context. That was the philosophy, and it must touch the people at large.
I wanted to ask you a little bit, when I was talking to him, when I was interviewing him, there was a great deal of interest at the time in something called frugal innovation. And this was the idea that you could produce products much more cheaply and make them in a way that rendered them affordable for newly emerging consumers. They're people who are getting their first television or their first fridge or their first computer. And there was great excitement at the time about the Tata Nano, the world's cheapest car. Now, that story did not end particularly well, and we're not seeing Tata Nanos running around the streets of Vienna. So could you say a little bit about the frugal innovation story, why that ended badly or didn't end as well as it should, and whether there's still life left in this idea of cheap products for emerging consumers?
I think the frugal innovation and as an innovation economy is very active today within the Indian context. Affordable innovation and affordable for people at large, maybe a scale play is going to be extremely critical for this nation. And that's what we are practicing within the group with regard to affordability, accessibility, and ensuring the quality parameters are not compromised at all. So when we did the thinking on the Tata Innova, or the Tata Nano to be exact, it was that how can you produce a car at about a lakh of rupees or $1,700 or $1,600 at that time. And the innovation challenge was thrown at the engineers who did it and produced a car. Questioning us with regard to why did it not succeed to the kind of level it was possible if you could get a car at that place. I think it was a marketing challenge. The marketing could have been a lot better. They could have even delayed the product a little bit if they needed for the quality or persisting on that. For example, there are examples within the software space where we related to the world, and as I said, Tata Consultancy Services is about half of the market cap. It's one of innovation, frugal innovation, cost advantage, and offshore model of software development and relating to the world at large. So I think whether it's the services and or the product, the innovation is very much a part of what Tata does. And once we acquired the Jaguar, Land Rover, or the Chorus, etc., the innovation and the R&D capabilities were brought in, which was extremely important for the well-being of this group. R&D becomes a very central part of it. Frugal innovation and affordable innovation becomes a part of it, and affordable access with the right set of quality is absolutely critical. And competition enables you to do that a lot better.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about capitalism. There's a huge debate, of course, about the nature of capitalism, how capitalism should work best, whether it should be stakeholder capitalism, whether it should be shareholder capitalism. And I've heard it said of the Tata Group that it's the world's most socialist capitalist company and the world's most capitalist socialist organization. Could you say a little bit about the view of Tata, how it works, how the relationship between the charitable arm and the money-making arm of it? It seems to embody a vision of the way capitalism should work, which is very distinctive from other corporations.
You're absolutely right. Adrian, I think the group founded in 1868 by Jamshedji Tata was with the philosophy, what comes from the people must go back to the people multiple times.
Right.
That's the community at the center of everything which we do. And that's what drives all of us and every corporation, every professional who are part of this group. So with the result, the community is one of the stakeholders, even though they may not be a shareholder. The ownership of the group is also 56% of the parent, namely Tata Sons, is held by the Tata Trusts, and the dividends flow back to the Tata Trust in terms of 66% ownership, either as dividends and or as unlisted companies part of the they have. So I think we work for the people at large. We are focused on creating value for everybody. And even if a listing takes place in terms of an IPO, we ensure that the pricing is right so that there is an upward movement of anybody who makes investments in this group. So the socialism or the social context of a community being at the center of everything, in addition to customers, in addition to suppliers, in addition to employees, on the way of life. That's the way we look at every single company within the group. So this is the original founder's philosophy. Now it has scaled up multifold as we see it, and we also participate in a number of charity initiatives where medicine is brought in, whether it's for cancer research, affordable water, biodiversity, soil conservation, etc., etc.
I think when Ratan died, Narendra Modi gave a tribute to him, and one of the things that he praised him for was being a great soul, not just a great businessman, but a great soul. And I wondered if you could say a little bit about his personality, his style, what he was as a man rather than just as a businessman.
I think as a man, he was extremely, what we call, very soft-spoken person.
Yes.
The person who would never make you feel uncomfortable because of his chairmanship or because of the authority. With the result, people were able to communicate and convey their ideas even if there were disagreements with him. I think the access when you give as a professional to people around you, professionalism triumphs over any position, and that's what he was good at. Second was access means getting to stay within the boardroom or even one-on-one. You could communicate with the person even if you didn't want to speak in a boardroom because of whatever reason. Some people are shy, some people are very gregarious, but he was a person who would always give a voice to every single human being. If a customer came to him because they were not satisfied with the product and they wrote to him, like you said, he always responded to every mail or every letter that came his way, so that people felt that they were very close to him even though they were not physically in connection with him. These qualities have to be absorbed, these qualities have to be remembered, these qualities have to be mentored to other professionals. More importantly, nation first, global health second, third is professionalism, fourth is community well-being with all the products and services, and that's what the group is driven by, these set of values. Sustainability has come at the center of everything which we are thinking these days, and by 2045, 47, we want to be a zero carbon neutral corporation.
And when I visited Bombay House, I was very surprised to see in the lobby very large numbers of dogs. And I was told that Ratan had given the instruction that any dog in Mumbai that felt like it could wander into the atrium and get fed and watered. And of course, this rumor or this knowledge spread very rapidly amongst the dog community, and there were quite a lot of dogs that came in. Could you say a little bit about whether that's true, and also, you know, his love of animals?
I think he was extremely passionate about dogs.
Yes.
And he was very fond of dogs. Like you said, if you grew a dog and you had a pet as a dog and we had a pet as a dog, a boxer, we could communicate with him a lot more about the dog, the way to bring it up, the way to access a veterinary surgeon or healthcare, etc. And second thing is, he could engage with you for hours when he started talking about the dogs, the street dogs, or the stray dogs, etc. He also made sure that the dogs could wander within the Bombay House, not in numbers, but half a dozen of them I have seen. Even in our building, which is close to the Bombay House, where I sit these days, even there are 2 or 3 stray dogs which are being nurtured, which are being helped, so that it becomes a friend as a pet. I think it gives a different level of mental satisfaction, and probably the humbleness and the ability to relate to beyond human beings is what is very critical. That's needed for the world, and those are lessons we can take.
Well, thank you so much for this interview. I think he was as the Prime Minister said, he was a great businessman, a great soul, and a very important inspiration to modern India. So thank you very much for talking to us today about Ratan Tata. Goodbye.
Thank you, Adrian. We'll look forward to meeting you sometime.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, I would say really we should believe in our human potential, and we need to untap that. Yeah. So talking about all the technology very importantly, but it's really making it human. I think that's one of the key levers. Yeah. It's so not just the technology and the knowledge as such, but how do we connect people and bring them together, form a community. Yeah, that's, I think one of my takeaways. Yeah, I don't know whether one of the speakers said it. In terms of expectation management, we can't give definite answers. That's our time. We have to try it out, be humble in a way, yeah, and see what works. And step by step, not anymore. I think we shouldn't follow grand theories, but really try out, be pragmatic as we have in our initiative Next Management. Yeah, being free of ideologies, try out what works really in reality. Yeah, incrementally. Well, I would say I remember one thing that the speaker said. It's we need learning with a purpose. So having not just learning per se, but what do we really want to achieve, and how do we want to change? What kind of impact do we want to make? So try to find a purpose for which you want to learn, and then people will follow. I think, yeah, people will follow if there's a purpose, and if other people, people follow people. Yeah, so which brings me back to the human aspect. Yeah.
The most thing I enjoyed was your tango lesson. Because I think that we all need to be in synchrony, and dancing is kind of a natural, instinctive thing that comes out of you, and the fact that you know how to listen or how to read the partner is extremely important. Corporations need to be houses. I really loved the first panel session, Pietri, I think. He totally nailed it. It's everything about the human side of things. So yes, we can have technology, and technology can harness a better life. It can harness a better way of doing business. It can help business growth, but it's all about us, humans. So we were the ones that created technology, and we're the ones that need to own it.
I think it was amazing. It was to see so much perspectives about the Peter Drucker knowledge and everything that he came and everything that he wanted to tell us. And I think putting that in the management and projects that we see in the world today, it's amazing. And the point of views, different point of views that management tell us, it's amazing. I think the people who talked to us were so enlightenment to us, and I think us as young people, we were able to see how we can improve and how we can be better for the future.
Actually, I'm a person who does not know how to speak confidently. But the way I saw these people calm, speaking confidently and speaking their thoughts, it has changed my view. From now on, I think I'll just speak what I think without being scared.
Hello and welcome back from the Vienna Imperial Palace, from the red carpet of Drucker TV. We are live. The break is happening right now behind me. My name is Franziska Graf, and I'm a moderator and educator and also an artist. And my role today is to give you some insights and some background views of the red carpet and what's happening behind the scenes of the Drucker Forum. First up, I have someone really exciting. I have Isabella Made. She's an expert on AI. She's an author, she's a university lecturer, and also an executive. She's just been on a panel, so I'm going to invite Isabella to join me on the red carpet to get some insights. How are you doing, Isabella?
Very well. Yourself?
Very well, thank you. How was your panel? I think it was about how can we be more strategic about AI. We just had a chat about that everyone is talking about AI. Everyone wants to do projects, but how can we be very strategic about it?
That's basically what the questions were from the audience. So going beyond the idea of give me just some project with AI, to asking the questions about what is the problem that we want to solve, or what are the problems, and from this then working your way forward. Like, is it something that should be facing the employees? Is it something that should be facing the customer? Is it something that we want to use to gain a new market? Or is it something that we want to save cost? So what is it that we want? Because this is what AI typically does not do.
If you take a look at what's happening at the market right now, can you generalize on what AI is used for the most right now, internally, for the customer, etc.? Or is that too broad of a question?
No, that's not too broad of a question. We see that there is a lot of text-based usage. So everything from like the Gen AI spectrum, creating text, creating images, What is less used but more needed are things like intelligent document processing, which we also had on the panel. Mr. Kegel spoke about mass processing, which is something that machines can do really well. And we had things like improving search, improving relevance. And one very interesting remark that also came in the panel was the field of knowledge that we have here. Now, there was a logistics company applying AI to optimize processes. And then they forgot that they asked one of the drivers to be a day early because he would always be late. And the AI didn't know this. So they got into trouble along the lines. So we should actually also incorporate people.
Thank you so much for sharing the main insights, because our viewers, some of them are at home, they can't be at the panels, so it's really nice that we have the red carpets to kind of summarize and bring the most important learnings to everyone. My last question to you is, how did you get interested in AI? Why do you care so much about it?
I would say I started accidentally studying information science because it would just interest me. But at that time, like 20 years back, AI was basically the application of grammar check and the spell check in like Microsoft Word. And we thought, this is boring. What are the interesting things that we could do later? And then came Gen AI via OpenAI and said, well, if we can correct language, we can make it. And this is basically what we all now know and have today.
Thank you so much for sharing your passion at the forum. I believe it's very relevant to a lot of our guests. So that's really great. I hope you have a really nice rest of this forum. And thanks so much for joining me on the red carpet.
Great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I can already see my next guest kind of sliding onto me. Next to me standing is Amy Edmondson. She is Harvard Professor of Leadership. She's also an author. And I had a chat with a fellow Harvard student of yours behind the scenes who gave me, there's Harvard people here.
I mean, the young man who's here is a political scientist. Yeah, he seems really smart.
So how are you doing, Amy?
I'm doing great. It's a wonderful event.
How many times have you been to the forum?
I think this is my fifth.
Your fifth time?
But I'd have to give you a more scientific answer by looking at the data.
We have a lot of people watching from home. We have watching Drucker TV, and we streamed the opening session, and we're also going to stream the closing session, which is managing for a better functioning society. Yes. And Amy is going to be on that panel. So Amy, can you give us a preview, and why should people watch?
Well, the ultimate role of business is to contribute to a better functioning society. I fully believe that. I know it's a statement of belief rather than a statement of functionality, and yet I believe when business takes that responsibility seriously, you also get better, more higher performing businesses, for the simple reason that businesses are then thinking long term.
Can you give our viewers some tips on, if you're interested in learning more about business can help society flourish, what books to read, what podcasts to listen, what are your favorite names apart of your own and your own books? Because we also have a book corner behind us. So what are some important books you can recommend?
Well, I suppose, I will, just because it'll otherwise block my response. I have two relatively recent books, The Fearless Organization, which is really about how do you create a learning organization? How do you create an organization where people can team up and accomplish challenging work together that promotes the success of its products and services and ultimately creates value for customers and for society. Right? So that's The Fearless Organization. More recent book is Right Kind of Wrong, The Science of Failing Well, and that's really about uncertainty and managing risk and enabling innovation by helping people think more productively about failure. I think as we go forward into an uncertain world, we need to manage uncertainty through truly new kinds of thinking. Let's see, there's so many, I've been reading so many other wonderful books. It can be hard to produce an answer on the fly, but I would say go over to the table and take a look, because I'm sure that the ones that have been included here are all very useful.
yeah, in general, I think maybe to our viewers at home, going through our list of speakers, they're all recently written some interesting books. So if you want to dive in and read a little bit more, I think that's a really nice tip. You just mentioned
Humanocracy, and Michaela is here. I think that's a really, and with Gary Hamel, I think that's a really powerful book.
Humanocracy. Yep. So you just mentioned business, the role of business is to help society. Yes, and a lot of people seem to not know that yet.
I mean, it's not being lived up to, right? To stand here and say this is the role of business and to earnestly believe it is not the same thing as saying it's happening consistently right now. But I think the great leaders and then the great organizations correspondingly are taking that responsibility seriously.
How did you first come across that idea? Was it for you evident that when you started going into business that, yes, business is for us and for a functioning society? Or was there like an aha moment in your career, in your life?
No, it was evident, but I'll tell you, the doorway I walked through in my research and in my commitment to being a researcher was the recognition that most people spend most of their waking hours at work, and that most work environments were not well set up for them to actually do their best work and contribute effectively to the missions of their organizations, which in turn have an impact on society. So I started with, how do we make work better? And the longer I've been in the field, the more I come to the question of how do we help organizations function better in a way that is for producing real value over the long term that does make the world a better place.
Amy, it's been such a pleasure having you on the red carpet. We asked Amy on the fly like 15 minutes ago, so I'm really honored. And please continue watching later on for the closing panel to see her elaborate on all of her thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I look forward to being on that panel. It should be a good one. All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, so this has been Amy. For my last red carpet guest, I have someone very, very special because I'm talking about Elena Stelzig. She is the face and the mastermind behind Drucker TV, behind the red carpet interviews. And without Elena, all of us would know nothing. We wouldn't be in the same place. She coordinates all of us. So I'm really, really honored to have her standing next to me.
Thank you very much, Franziska.
Elena is a multi-talent. She's an entrepreneur. We also are co-workers at Circular Co-Creation. She's also an expert on efficiency and does a lot of things at the same time. So Elena, I'm really curious to hear what are some of the back and behind the scenes moments you can share from Drucker TV that the viewers at home don't see? What would surprise them?
Yeah, so our vision with Drucker TV is to bring the insights, the discussions here from Vienna to a broader audience, for everyone who cannot attend here in Vienna, also next generation, young generation. So how are we doing it? We are having over 30 interviews within the last 2 days, a lot of red carpet insights, a lot of highlights from the previous years, and all of this wouldn't be possible without this amazing team around us. There are people behind the camera, there are people doing all the production behind the camera, so yeah, wouldn't be possible without a huge team. Also, thank you to all the people in front of the camera, our moderator. Thank you, Franziska. Yeah. And it's a lot of preparation, it's a lot of work, but I think, yeah, it's really interesting. And please take the opportunity, have a look at the interviews. That's really top management speakers, which are here on stage at the Global Peter Drucker Forum, which are coming to our interviews after their panels. Really give us insights, very insightful discussions as well. So that's what we are doing, and which wouldn't be possible without this amazing team. So thank you to all of you.
Elena is also an expert on efficiency. One tip for people at home, how to be more efficient and get as many things done as you're getting done.
I think one of the most important things nowadays is to prioritize things, to focus on things, and don't forget what's really important. And this could be very different for anyone. So yeah, prioritization is, I think, the main key point.
Thank you so much for joining me on the red carpet, Elena, and thanks for all of the work you do behind the scenes.
Thank you, Franziska.
This has been our second red carpet today on day 2 of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Please stay tuned. We have an amazing program still lined up on Drucker TV. We have an amazing closing panel, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon because there is another red carpet coming up. And yeah, enjoy watching and enjoy your day.
Didn't, which is safety. And the seed I'd like to plant, it's bad for safety, it's bad for quality. It even improve the stock price over the long run. Turmoil at the company, right? Everybody does it. In 2023, strategic that they had to do layoffs to course correct. So many companies just do that as a matter.
Hey everyone, you're watching Drucker Forum TV, and we have a special moment today. Sarah Green Carmichael of Bloomberg Opinion, columnist and editor, joins us in studio. I have a lot of topics to get through with you. But first, it's an interesting story how we met years ago. Common friend David Burkus introduced me to her, and you actually ended up running a column that I wrote in the Harvard Business Review. And for those that haven't worked with an editor before, they make some changes, some of which, kind of as a rookie writer, I'm like, why did you change that? So I want to start this off by going over a few of those changes. Just kidding. I'm not actually going to do that. Instead, I've been reading a lot of your columns lately. And first of all, really appreciate you coming in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Remote work. So this is an issue you've been writing around. There's a theme in your columns, which is emphasizing the human side of work. And obviously, if we as humans feel valued, we do better work. And that's kind of what you write about. And so remote work, as you point out, has helped a couple key groups really thrive in the workplace. Mothers being one of them, people with disabilities. Actually, the more I research it, that list is quite long. And so I wanted to ask, I have this belief, and I think the belief is out there, that in-person collaboration is still superior to the structured Zoom stuff. It's not very informal. So how do companies get this right? Have you reported on? Have you seen any companies that you think are really getting this right, or is there a big opportunity there?
I think there's a big opportunity there, and there's a lot of experimentation happening right now. And I'm hopeful that in another 5 years, we could come back to the Drucker Forum and really have a debrief on what's working. But I think that one of the things that we all learned during COVID is that Zoom is exhausting, and Zoom is not the same as meeting in person, which is one of the reasons it's great to come to a conference like this, right? And talk to people in person. At the same time, I think leaving things like innovation and mentorship to random water cooler conversations is not the way to do it. I think yes, randomness and socializing have a role to play, but also I think we should be more intentional about management. We should apply some structure. So I think that if hybrid work sort of focuses our efforts on being a little bit more intentional, I actually think that could be the best of both worlds.
Got it. So there's someone I spoke to years ago, Kathy Caprino, and she's talking about the differences in how men and women seek advancement. And she's like, men will just burst in there and demand stuff. Women generally don't do that. And so what you're saying, maybe you're not saying this, but what you're saying is the water cooler talk, yeah, it's unstructured, but there are still kind of these unwritten rules that almost determine or guide that. So maybe promotions, advancement, mentorship, maybe that has reached a time where it shouldn't be informal, it shouldn't be random, it shouldn't be left to chance. We need to actually put process around that and make it something intentional, is that?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. And you think about how vital it is to companies are pulling people back to offices because of their concerns about innovation and their concerns about mentoring a new generation. Sure. Those are sort of the primary things you hear from executives. And then they're just going to leave it all to chance? They're just going to let serendipity guide those efforts? No, I think we have to be more strategic about it.
There is talk of, I don't remember who I was interviewing last week, but on hyper-customization of workforces. Because right now leaders are put in this pinch point where some people are like, hey, I need maternity leave. And other people are like, well, yeah, but I have a dying parent. Or some people are like, I want to save for retirement. Other people are like, I don't even care about retirement right now. I have $100,000 in student loan debt. So is the future less of prioritizing one or the other and more of workplace benefit or customization around the individuals? Is that where things are going?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Benefits are super important. I think there is some level of flexibility, obviously, that's required in customization. At the same time, so you mentioned two very different things. You mentioned family leave policies, right, which I think people should be able to use not only for children, but also for aging parents. But you also then talked about saving for retirement. And here's where I think a level of rigidity is necessary. Yes, student loans are bad, but if you start saving for retirement, this is the Bloomberg coming out in me, right? You have to start saving because of the power of compound interest and compounding returns. So some things can be flexible and other things we can't budge on.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot for leaders to consider because the list of needs almost seems to grow every year. And it's because we're made more aware of the various needs. We have better access to data, better access to information. Any advice it's a hard one. I don't even know if you can answer this. Any advice for balance? Because I also want to move to the secondary theme of the conference, which has turned into AI.
Right. Well, so I think that the needs of employees are getting longer. And I think that's especially because in an American context, we just put so much in companies, We expect private companies to solve for work-life balance, bad commutes, lack of childcare, lack of retirement security. I mean, in other countries, there's sort of governmental supplementation for some of these things. So I think the employee list of needs is getting longer for companies because it's private companies in the US context that are expected to handle all those problems.
Yeah, we see that debate unfold here.
Yeah.
The debate on how much should the company do. I think my first experience here with the Drucker Forum was with a debate on two panelists, and one was like, bosses should lead and like basically decide culture for everybody, and they should be more activists. And the other panelist was like, no, bosses should get out of people's lives and shut up and just lead. It was a really interesting discussion. The secondary theme, changing gears a little bit, is everyone's talking about AI. Last year it was kind of a thing. This year it is the thing. And do you see AI, because like access to information and traditional company hierarchies and kind of holding information close have somehow determined workplace dynamics and who gets promoted and who gets the... Do you see AI kind of lowering that threshold and bringing about, like now emphasizing critical thinking and creativity? These are going to be the skills to propel people forward. Do you see AI kind of leveling a playing field of sorts?
I see AI as bringing up the baseline to a higher place. And that is something that I very much have gotten from talking to people in this field, is that, PowerPoints that used to once be terrible will now be better. Writing that used to be like unreadable will now be at a baseline
I'll
of
believe it when I see it.
comprehensibility. I know. But I think that we are going to, particularly in fields like medicine, we will be able to use AI to accelerate faster, to discover cures faster. Obviously, a lot of people talking about Gen AI, ChatGPT. As a writer and an editor, I do feel a little bit like I'm staring down the barrel of my own obsolescence.
Really?
But I always think, we are still a long way from being able to just simply like plug information into a machine and have it sort of spit out stuff we actually want to read. So,
I'm glad you brought that up, because we just got off in the United States. We're both Americans, and in the United States, we just got off a big. Sometimes I feel like the world just got off a big election because that's all I hear in Vienna is American politics. Oh, what do you think about Trump winning? What do you think about this? Don't worry, we're not going to talk about politics. But you mentioned like sometimes you feel like you're staring down the barrel of your own obsolescence, and so coming off the election, we heard a lot of talk about the X and social media and influencers determining the news. Like iHeart in the US just laid off a bunch of people.
I know.
Because they're the rumor is, this isn't confirmed, but the rumor is they're gonna try to get AI hosts to do that. So what's the future of not just business journalism, but journalism in general?
Well, we are in a really tricky time where misinformation is free and all the good stuff is locked up behind paywalls. So we have to figure this out. And I think the public is going to have to decide whether it is worth paying for information that has been vetted to be as close to true as we can determine, or whether they are going to continue to be happy scrolling whatever they see on the internet and assuming or hoping that it's true. So I think that's a challenge for publishers, obviously, but it's also, I think, a challenge for all news consumers to sort of decide, how much is it worth to you to invest in journalism, and how much is it worth to you to pay for the truth?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up vetted. Sometimes I use the word curated because, we do need entities that are paid, that are digging into the truth. However, those entities now, because certain like social media accounts can over time gain some credibility, and now there's almost this balance, whereas, no, we're still gonna report the news, we're still gonna gather the truth, but there's this public balance of, but we can be held in check by the public. And so do we see that journalists, this is what I see. If you disagree, great. But do we see that AI and technology actually allow journalists to become better and to get better stories and to get better coverage and better data and better research? Because like journalists don't want to just take a story and just repeat it verbatim. AI can kind of do that. Right. Journalists like to tell the story, get behind the story and find the truth. Do we see journalists using AI actually, does that free them up to do their jobs?
I think AI is useful in a couple of ways for journalists. One is, if I'm interviewing you, I can have a machine, and this isn't maybe AI, it's just a transcription tool, but I could have technology transcribe our conversation so that I don't have to take notes or then spend an hour transcribing. That's obviously a time saver. Or you take an earnings report. AI can scan the earnings report and quickly pull out maybe the most salient results from that. So it's definitely something that could be a tool. At the same time, the stories that matter the most to me as a just rabid news consumer are the stories that really get at the human element. So ProPublica has done some amazing investigative journalism, and they're not behind a paywall, but I have donated money to them because I think their reporting is so valuable, and that's because it really brings home like the people that are sort of making the news and the stories that really are moving us.
Yeah, that is a really good example because, the terms could probably be debated, but you as a journalist probably don't feel fulfilled digging through mountains of data and like reports and I'm going to have to listen to 2 hours of this conference call just to get to the thing I really want to. And so you as a journalist, I would imagine, can be empowered by that because the junk can be taken off the table and the value in telling the story and digging to the truth can be. I want to keep on the AI theme, and I'm going to tap into your journalistic smell test because I know that you have a good BS meter. And so we have seen lately, and it's probably the last question we'll ask, but we've seen a lot of leaders claiming to be on the forefront of AI. They're leading AI. They're the leader in AI. Now, last year, AI was kind of a thing, and this year, it is the thing. We've gone from novelty to necessity. Are a lot of these leaders, because you do the smell test very well, are a lot of these leaders kind of in a dream world? Are they really leading, or are they kind of fooling themselves?
We are at the peak of the AI hype cycle right now, I think. You hear about it a lot. You hear about how it's going to disrupt everything. It's going to change strategy. It's going to, wipe out humanity, TBD. But it's also, there's real questions about the amount of energy that it takes to run these systems. Can we even operate them? Is there a business model by which a company can actually make money running something that's so resource intensive? Or are they going to lose money on every single query? So I think there's real questions about how we're going to apply it. And when I ask people how they actually are using the tools we have now, they'll say, well, I use it for proofreading. Like, oh, well, that's nice, but that's not a disruptive, transformational experience. So I think we're at the peak of the hype cycle right now, and we'll come out somewhere on the other side.
So to be determined. We hear a lot of people talking about leading AI, but we need to kind of let things iron out a little bit. Sarah Green Carmichael, Bloomberg Opinion, and of course one of the editors there. Thank you so much for coming on Drucker Forum TV.
Thanks for having me.
I'm Justin Brady. We got a lot next on Drucker Forum TV. Stick with us all day. Hey everyone, I'm Justin Brady. That was my interview with Sarah Green Carmichael. She just left. Like I said, I met her when I wrote my first Harvard Business Review piece, so it's kind of cool how worlds collide here at the Peter Drucker Forum. It's actually really interesting coming here because every year, for 3 years now, I come here and I always meet someone that I interviewed in a podcast or interviewed in an article I wrote. For those that don't know, I've written for Wall Street Journal, Harvard Business Review, and the Washington Post. And so it's just this weird world every year at the Drucker Forum because it does absolutely attract the best people in management. So you just saw that interview with her. Are leaders kind of fooling themselves when it comes to them leading the AI the AI movement? We hear a lot of people saying, we're leading it, we're doubling down on it. We'll have to see because there's a lot of BS out there. So be aware and ask the right questions and be focused on what people are actually saying, what their actual use cases are. When it comes to the survey, I know like in the development community, a lot of like apps that are AI apps are essentially just like ChatGPT inside. That's pretty much all they are. The more you know. Maybe you didn't know that and you're horrified now, but that's kind of the way it is. They just use the API. We also saw Adrian Woolridge's discussion with Subramanian Ramadori about Ratan Tata, who passed away this year, and the head of Tata and Sons, and one of the greatest CEOs of the last 60 years. So they discussed his life and legacy. This hour, coming up a little later, Jyoti Guptara will be interviewing Roger Martin. He's a favorite here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Of course, he is the author of A New Way to Think. And so they will be discussing the #1 reason for bad performance, which is outdated management models, and of course, a new way to think about them. So that'll be coming up. Also, let's go ahead and take a couple seconds. If you have the slide earlier, they had the sponsor slide. Do we still have that slide? If we do, let's show that. While you're doing, there we go. And so we obviously really appreciate the sponsors. Maybe you don't know this, but this is a nonprofit. The Global Peter Drucker Forum doesn't survive without the help of these sponsors listed here. So if you're looking for a new service provider, if you need help, if you're looking for something for your business, I would encourage you to please do business with one of those sponsors. We appreciate it. Up next, Franziska Graf is in studio with Karen Linkletter, the Director of Management at a Liberal Art Research Institute. They're going to be discussing her new book, Peter Drucker and Management. When it comes to the future of knowledge work, Drucker is actually more important right now. Here's the interview.
He long argued that rigid hierarchy change over as his historical, like automation in the 1950s, the Drucker into context. He was always able to do this. And
We just saw a video of my next guest in the book corner in the studio. Our next guest is Karen Linkletter. She's Director of Management at the Liberal Art Research Institute. And she leads a team of people, of researchers, who are dedicated to continue to promote the ideas of Peter Drucker and to also promote effective and also ethical leadership. Karen also recently wrote a book, which is standing right in front of us, and we will also talk about that in a bit. But first of all, Karen, how are you today, and how has your experience at the forum been so far?
Thank you. It's so great to be here. It's been just a wonderful experience of networking with people and sharing Drucker's ideas, and there's so many people who are familiar with Drucker, and some people who know much more than I do, and it's just really nice to connect with everyone here in Vienna.
It's super nice to hear, and I believe you were also on a panel, as we just saw. What were your main insights from the panel that you can share with our audience online?
It was a great panel with Timo Meinhardt and Peter Paschuk. So Peter was a longtime friend of Peter Drucker's, a personal friend for about 20 years, and Timo is a Drucker scholar I've known for quite a while. We've collaborated on some things. And the panel's point was actually a question that Doris had asked Jenny Daroque, who was our chair, and did Peter get it right about the knowledge worker? And so we had, it was a bit of a debate, but I'd say a friendly debate about whether Peter got it right, and I think we pretty much agreed he did.
He did get it right.
Yeah.
What did he get right about the knowledge worker?
I think a lot of the things that he got right had to do with things that we're seeing about knowledge work right now. So one of the things that Drucker talked about was the portability of knowledge work. So now that the knowledge worker owns the means of production, if you will. So before, in traditional labor capital modes, people who were factory workers, when they finished their work, they left the factory behind and they went home. When you're a knowledge worker, you take your knowledge with you. So you can basically, as we've learned, you can work from home, you can work from Vienna and connect back home, if in my case in the United States. It really doesn't matter where your location is. And that gives the knowledge worker a lot of power, and Drucker talked about this. But the one thing that he did say was that knowledge workers still needed to have an organization to have some kind of connection. And as we've been talking in a lot of the panels here today, that is being challenged particularly after the pandemic, with the role of remote work. And so one of the challenges we're facing with knowledge work is, how do we align knowledge workers with organizational vision and mission, because knowledge work is so portable now.
You keep bringing up these great points, so I have to dive into them. So how can we align knowledge workers with the organization's mission?
I think we need to think about what motivates people. And we had a great talk in the panel about this of, so hybrid work versus in-office work, and this big, this debate and clash. And Amy Edmondson talked about this in the plenary session at the beginning, of we need to stop framing this as a battle. And she's right. We need to think of this, how can this be a win-win? How do we think about how people perform best? And Drucker said to know yourself. Managing oneself means you need to know how you work best. And he always worked alone. If you called him, he picked up the phone himself. He never had a secretary. And he knew that about himself, and he always worked alone as a consultant. He never worked for a consulting firm. Other people work better in an organization. So I think organizations and knowledge workers need to be flexible and understand each other as human beings, and find a win-win both for the organization and for the worker.
You just wrote a new book called Peter Drucker and Management, which is standing in front of me on the table. And during the chat before the interview, someone also whispered to me that you knew Peter Drucker personally. From what I understand from this book, it's a bit different than other books about Peter Drucker, because your aim is to also highlight the person behind the book, behind all of those thoughts, and make him a little bit more tangible. We also had an interesting speech at the Gala Dinner yesterday by Richard Coquette, and he kind of said that Peter Drucker was, yes, he was a management theorist, but he was also a philosopher, and he was highly political. And he came from a very highly political background in Vienna at that time. Can you elaborate a little bit more about who Peter Drucker was, and what are the thoughts that kind of influenced his own school of thought?
Absolutely. That's what really drew me to, I've been writing about Peter for 20 years now. I met him when I got my MBA, and I went to the Claremont Graduate School at the time, and he was still teaching, and he was doing a graduate seminar, and he would do these 3-hour-long classes where you would just sit and listen to him talk, and he was just absolutely fascinating. And then I went to work for a while and then went back to get my PhD, and I did my PhD work at Claremont, and I decided I would write about Peter Drucker, doing a PhD in history. But I wanted to look at Drucker not as a management person. I wanted to look at him from this perspective of his European background and his philosophical and intellectual influences. And at the time, very few people understood him that way. They just thought of him as this management guy. And he was still alive at the time. It was towards the end of his life in the early 2000s, and I got to spend some time interviewing him. And then I spent a lot of time researching, finding other people who knew him and talking to them and reading what they'd written. And Drucker was living in Vienna was born in Vienna and living in Austria in this time in the early 1900s. He was born in 1909, when it was politically charged. There was this heavy socialist progressive movement. He was raised in this household with very, very educated parents. His mother studied medicine, which was unusual for the time. And they had all of these luminary intellectual figures that would just come to the house in this salon. And there was a house next door that was also a salon where musicians would arrive. And Peter was, as a young boy, exposed to just listening to all these conversations. And this was part of his intellectual influence that really followed him through the rest of his life, where he absorbed so many different disciplines: music, literature, philosophy, law, history. He read and studied everything and eventually went on to get a law degree. So he only ends up as a management person by accident of circumstances when he eventually leaves Nazi Germany and goes to the United States in the late 30s, and happens to come to the United States at the time when, after the World War II, there's this massive industrial expansion, and he sees capitalism as the solution to a functioning society.
You must have also done a lot of research, obviously, on Peter Drucker. What's one thing that you can share with our viewers that surprised you when you did the research?
I think the most surprising thing was the degree to which his ideas are still really relevant. He lived through so much turmoil. He lived through 2 world wars. He lived through the rise of not just National Socialism, but totalitarianism and communism. He lived through the Great Depression and the Cold War in the United States. So massive turmoil and volatility. And so his entire project was to balance this idea of continuity and change so that we could have a functioning society that wouldn't turn to demagogues or dictators, but that would be a free society of institutions where people could find status and function. And I think of that, and I think of today. And here we are. We've been through a pandemic. We've got the turmoil of AI that everybody's talking about here. We have political turmoil. I come from the United States. We just had an election that shocked everybody. We have war. With climate change, we have all of these things, particularly that young people need to be worried about. And here's Peter Drucker offering us a philosophy and an idea, a way of thinking that gives us hope.
It also sounds like the world he lived in was also struck by polycrisis like ours is.
Exactly.
So I think one of the main takeaways from your book, from what I understand, is that Drucker is more relevant than ever now.
Yes, and the things he has to say about knowledge work and about the role of government and taking care of the common good and the way society needs to function so that we all have meaning is still very relevant today.
You also wrote one chapter specifically on knowledge work in the book, which relates back to the conferences here, the forums here this year. One thing you talked about was that Peter Drucker wrote about the educational divide in a knowledge society, with an elite minority ruling an uneducated majority, which leads to polarization and social problems. And polarization, I think, is one of the buzzwords nowadays.
Right.
Can you tell us more about that, and how can the thoughts of Drucker help us mitigate this divide nowadays?
It's a good question. Drucker saw this divide between this growing knowledge group of knowledge workers that were educated and would need to continue to be educated to stay relevant, and then a group of people who were in a way left behind because they could not stay educated and relevant, or wouldn't continue to follow continuous learning. And he was very concerned about this because he said, on one level, we have a stratification of society which elevates the knowledge worker and celebrates it. But what do we do with the people who he called the service workers? What do we do with those people? They still need to have a role in society. They need a purpose. They need to have meaning. If we don't give them that, we're going to have social turmoil and problems. And that's what we're going through right now. And it's not just in the United States, it's elsewhere.
It's global.
It's global. And we're reaping exactly what Drucker saw. And I think the solution to that is what he offered, which is we need to provide people with dignity and meaning. And we need to stop looking down on people that don't have the educational level and aren't knowledge workers. They're just as valuable. They have a place in society. They need to be listened to.
That's a very important takeaway. Another phenomenon that Peter Drucker touched upon, which again is very relevant nowadays, was the concept of burnout, without yet having the word for it. I believe he had a different description for that. So why are knowledge workers especially susceptible to burnout? Sorry, my English just left the room. And how can Peter Drucker's philosophy help organizations to mitigate this challenge?
This is one of my favorite aspects of Drucker, because right now we talk a lot about life-work balance. I just left a panel where this was like the thing everybody was discussing. And Drucker was talking about, okay, knowledge workers continue to work. A bricklayer, a roofer, somebody who does a manual job, you can only do that for so long. And then your body just gives out. Which is why we have pension funds and Social Security for people. Knowledge work, you can do, I could work into my 80s, right? As long as I have mental capacity, because it's not physical work, it's mental work. But how do you stay stimulated, and how do you stay interested in that work? And Drucker was looking at the men in his era of the mid-1900s. It was men, and he saw what we would call a midlife crisis. And he made these references to, they're turning to the bottle, and they're turning to having an affair, and he spells out exactly the kind of thing that's sort of the classic midlife crisis. And he said, those people need to have a second career, or something that they're really good at that's maybe not their career, that's a hobby. And Drucker had an example of in his own life. He would, every 3 years, study a new subject that had nothing to do with anything that he was doing at the time. So he was an expert in Japanese art and collected it and studied it to the point where he could teach it at the college level. He studied medieval history, and he did it for the mental stimulation.
Yes, so important.
And he said everybody needs to find something that they're really good at that has nothing to do with their job.
Is there one thing you're studying right now also to keep that thought alive?
I'm also a musician.
Oh, wow.
So I have a sort of an alternate life, and I'm actually a professional cellist, but I also play piano for fun.
That's wonderful.
So it's my sort of, my sanity.
It's your outlet.
Yes, it is.
I paint, so I understand
Oh,
you.
really?
Yes.
That's wonderful. I can't paint at all. I can't draw, but I collect art because I think I just admire people who can.
So to all of our viewers, continue nourishing whatever brings you joy and continue learning. And to everyone who wants to learn more about Peter Drucker, his thoughts, his political context, who he was as a person, but also how knowledge work is, and his thoughts on that are more relevant than ever now, get Karen's new book, Peter Drucker and Management. This has been our Book Corner interview. Karen, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in Austria and soaking up the atmosphere that Peter Drucker. Thank you so much. And with that, we close this interview. Thank you.
Well, I would say really we should believe in our human potential, and we need to untap that. Yeah. So talking about all the technology very importantly, but it's really making it human. I think that's one of the key levers. Yeah. It's so not just the technology and the knowledge as such, but how do we connect people and bring them together, form a community. Yeah, that's, I think one of my takeaways. Yeah, I don't know whether one of the speakers said it. In terms of expectation management, we can't give definite answers. That's our time. We have to try it out, be humble in a way, yeah, and see what works, and step by step. Not anymore. I think we shouldn't follow grand theories, but really try out, be pragmatic, as we have in our initiative Next Management. Yeah, being free of ideologies, try out what works really in reality. Yeah, incrementally. Well, I would say I remember one thing that a speaker said. It's we need learning with a purpose. So having not just learning per se, but what do we really want to achieve? And how do we want to change? What kind of impact do we want to make? So try to find a purpose for which you want to learn, and then people will follow. I think, yeah, people will follow if there's a purpose, and if other people, yeah, people follow people, yeah. So which brings me back to the human aspect, yeah.
The most thing I enjoyed was your tango lesson, because I think that we all need to be in synchrony, and dancing is kind of a natural, instinctive thing that comes out of you, and the fact that you know how to listen or how to read the partner is extremely important. Corporations need to be houses. I really loved the first panel session. Pietri, I think. He totally nailed it. It's everything about the human side of things. So yes, we can have technology, and technology can harness a better life. It can harness a better way of doing business. It can help business growth, but it's all about us, humans. So we were the ones that created technology, and we're the ones that need to own it.
I think it was amazing. It was to see so much perspectives about the Peter Drucker knowledge and everything that he came and everything that he wanted to tell us. And I think putting that in the management and projects that we see in the world today, it's amazing. And the point of views, different point of views that management tell us, it's amazing. I think the people who talked to us were so enlightenment to us, and I think us as young people, we were able to see how we can improve and how we can be better for the future.
Actually, I'm a person who does not know how to speak confidently, but the way I saw these people calm, speaking confidently and speaking their thoughts, it has changed my view. From now on, I think I'll just speak what I think without being scared.
Okay. Taruh tuh.
Elena is the best person in the world. You know that? She is incredible.
Say hi.
She's amazing.
Okay, well, it's nice to get an invitation to think weird out of the box, so I will do that. I came away from the conference motivated sort of to think about the nature of people and what happens when we try to make people into non-people-y kind of people with our organizations. So I would say the natural state of people is that they're social creatures who get an enormous amount of meaning out of their social structures. They're deeply emotional, and in fact, much of their emotions is subconscious, ones that they act on without knowing about. They're optimistic. I think they're spiritual, i.e. they need to tell them stories, to tell one another stories about themselves, about life and death. Those are all good things about the natural state. I think there's some challenges about the natural state of human beings. An individualistic streak, we're clan-based, so there's a socio-biological impetus there, and there's limited self-control. And so that's the natural state of beings, and out of that, society has grown some good things that impinge on that. So they impinge on them in a good way. So there are restraints on our weaknesses in self-control, legal structures that help us with our self-control. There are protections to property rights. There are social structures that help us coordinate action and power to build big things. And there's also some control over nature with pharmaceuticals and vaccines. So to say that we should somehow keep people in a natural state, I don't think is right. There are good impingements on the natural state that makes for better society. However, I come away from the conference thinking that in a bunch of ways we've impinged on the natural state of human beings in ways that make human beings less human and are deeply problematic for the economy. And so I think we have to think about what are the good impingements on the natural state and the ones that aren't so good. So I think on the bad impingements that the world of organization and management have brought is structuring our organizations as if meaning is driven first and foremost by financial compensation. I think that's unnatural and doesn't help people be people. There's attempt to motivate by highly abstract goals like the maximization of shareholder value, which is just too abstract to be actually motivational or helpful. There are non-social or even genuinely anti-social structures, so up and out cultures where employees are disposable. I mean, in many respects, those fly directly in the face of us as social creatures. The modern quantification of naturally heuristic aspects, where we try and create quantification of things that are human when they can't really be quantified or reduced to numbers. I think there's generally, for what it's worth, a denial of spirituality of any sort in most modern organizations. And I would argue that we've structured the world to a certain degree to facilitate the operation of bandits, and that works against the social fabric of life. So capital markets, I think, are structured in a way that actually facilitates banditry rather than otherwise. So I just came away thinking there's a real balancing act to play. We can't go to one end or the other, i.e. to say leave people in their natural state. That won't work. Driving them to an entirely artificial state, which I think we're in the direction of in the way we organize and manage, is also getting us into trouble, and I think it's starting to show the results of that, where people are less engaged and profoundly unhappy in being asked to be not human in a way they would like to be. So that's what I took away from the conference, a tricky balancing act.
I might bring this down to earth a little bit.
Yeah. That would be fine.
But let's stay peoply. So you know, the ethos, I mean, a lot of the articles that we've been writing about lately about sort of staff is, identify your absolute best people, go to the wall, do anything for them, but you're changing, and you have to be willing to sort of have sort of staff turnover at the same time. Somebody like Rick Goings at Tupperware seemed, more kind of an old-fashioned steward of a company, and if you're an employee there, you're maybe an employee for life. I look at the state of the U.S. economy. It's growing faster than any other developed nation right now, but it's not creating jobs. There are efficiencies, technological efficiencies, jobs are lost. What do we do with this? I mean, you're talking about how to treat the employees you have, but what do we do with the fact that at least during this transition period, efficiency doesn't seem to include creating a lot of decent jobs?
Yeah, well, I think that's partially because of the way we've structured the economy to be more about trading value than actually building value. So I think that's one of the prerequisites. I mean, I think people want to grow and expand and have opportunity, and so we have to get back to creating that. And again, I think I just think if the highest rewards in the economy, right now the highest rewards in the economy go to people who trade value and not build value, and that doesn't facilitate a baseline which makes it easier to have an inclusive environment. So I believe we have to nurture our top performers, but I actually think we have to recognize that it takes all kinds to make a company, and figuring out how to get the most out of everybody by giving them the opportunity to be literally the best they can be is as important in the long haul as having a culture that says we only want one kind of person. What naturally occurring social structure looks like that. And families? No, nothing.
And so everything you said about treating people humanely, which is both the right thing to do and probably good for, so what's the one thing a person in a leadership position could do to try to foster that treatment?
I guess I think it's to develop an internal culture that features honesty to a greater extent than it normally does. Honesty about people's performance, honesty and openness about how they can develop. I think there has to be honesty if you're below a certain bar. I'm not saying everybody deserves a job forever, no matter what they do, but being honest with people about their capabilities and what they need to do to be more valuable. I think that's, and I don't think many systems many sort of HR systems actually accomplish that goal.
Okay, thank you, Roger Martin.
You're welcome.
Welcome to the Book Corner, where we hear from authors shaping management thinking today. My name is Jyoti Guptara, and I'm the author of Business Storytelling from Hype to Hack. In business, we like to rely on tried and tested formulas. But what when the models fail us? Our next guest argues that in many areas, traditional business thinking is precisely what has been preventing effective management. Joining us now is renowned strategist and best-selling author, Roger Martin.
Thank you for having me. This is a great pleasure.
Great honor to have you on the show. Roger Martin was in 2017 named the world's #1 management thinker by Thinkers 50, and I believe you've only gotten better since, Roger.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope I've aged like a fine wine.
I'm sure you are indeed. In fact, I was researching for our conversation, and I came across somebody who described you as the best strategy genius of all time. This was an anonymous reviewer on Amazon talking about your new book, A New Way to Think. But you know, people like Roger Martin know a lot of famous people, a lot of influential business people, so having their endorsement is one thing, but having anonymous reviewers on Amazon appreciate you speaks volumes too.
It's better than the opposite.
Now, Roger, you start in this, your new book, with a mention of Peter Drucker. And I don't believe you did that just to get invited to this year's Drucker Forum, because you've been a long-time friend of the forum. We just watched a segment, I believe, from 2014, where you were sharing with us. So why single out Peter Drucker?
Well, he is my favorite management thinker of all time. That would be one reason. And he's also a real kind of inspiration to me. What I saw Peter Drucker doing throughout his career is looking at the world and saying the way we think about this aspect of management doesn't work, doesn't get us what we want, so here's another way to think about it. And I draw inspiration from that. I also draw patience, because many of the things he said at the time, people were like, what is he talking about? You know, you should manage by objectives. What's this newfangled notion? Fast forward 25 years, and it's considered the only way to manage. So he gives me patience when I put something out into the world, and the reaction is not immediately, oh, that's great, Roger, we should change everything we do. I say, well, it might take 25 years.
We could all do with some more patience.
Yes, yes.
And you mentioned not getting expected results, which leads me to my next question, and indeed the core thesis of your book.
Yes.
In your experience, you found that many of these conventional models haven't been working, and so you did the only sensible thing, really, and you came up with your own models, which have evidently been working a lot better. And yet, in your experience, how do most executives or managers respond when their favorite model isn't working?
They do it harder, right? They say, in my view, incentive compensation, the way it's structured, doesn't create the kind of performance that people wish. And so they say, oh, we didn't give them enough incentive compensation. Oh, it should have been, restricted shares rather than options. They tend to double down on the existing one, and often, in essence, blame themselves. I didn't do it right. If I had only done it right, the model would have worked. So it's a long process, typically, of them finally giving up and saying, I'd be open to another way of thinking about this.
So having a new way to think is good news, because it frees us from a lot of self-condemnation and questioning.
Yes, it does. I mean, that was the purpose of the book, to say to people who were seeing something that they were taught perhaps in business school, or their organization says this is de rigueur, the way we do things, to give those people a way of saying to both themselves and to those around them in their organization, well, there might be a reason why this isn't working so well, and here's a different way to do it. I always want to provide a practical way to do what I'm suggesting. If I say just be smarter, just grow taller, right? that's not going to help anybody. I have to give advice that is practical enough and concrete enough for them to do something with it.
Makes me think of one of my favorite titles of all time that we've had at a Drucker Forum, namely Slaying Zombie Ideas. Roger, why do these outdated models that evidently don't work, many of which most of the time, why are they so hard to kill?
Well, it's because people rally around them. I mean, I'm a big fan of Structure of Scientific Revolutions, the Kuhn book, where he says, you know, the path of understanding and the path of science over time is that people study an issue and they come with a theory that gains momentum and becomes the dominant theory. And then the people who are all invested in that theory because they do their research in that theory, et cetera, essentially attack anybody who says, maybe it isn't working, maybe there's another way. So there's this, and I think Kuhn is just right. That is the way the world works. People rally around it and have their stakes in that theory, and they don't want anybody to say this doesn't work. Like compensation consultants don't like me much. Why? It's because they make huge amounts of money on structuring incentive compensation schemes. Oh, you should give them this much in short term and this in long term, and it should be this amount of restricted stock and should be this amount of options, and then they send them a big bill for that. They don't like me saying all of that doesn't work.
So there
flat
are
out.
Politics involved, and
Yes.
It was quite a meta example you just brought, because you were talking about people who teach incentives and how they're being incentivized.
right.
So in your book, A New Way to Think, you go into many different models and in several categories. Of course, strategy is one of the focuses. But when someone reads your book, let's say they're convinced, or even by the segment, where do they start? Because you go through so many models. Where would you say they get the most traction early on so that they could try other models?
Well, I sort of see it a little bit almost like a recipe book, right? You don't go into a recipe book and say, I'm going to cook them all. You say, you know, I want to make a different new dessert that I've never tried before. You go to the dessert section and read that. It would be similar in this book. I would say, go to the chapter headings and say, what's an area that I'm unsatisfied with, and just read that. It's my only book of this sort. I mean, it's my 13th book, the only one that doesn't follow a narrative from the start to the finish. It's thematic, and I set that up as, you know, models that don't work, and here's a different model. But then it's 14 different models from different domains. And so I would just start with the domain that you are kind of struggling with, right? If you're struggling with culture, go to the culture chapter. If you're struggling with compensation, go to that chapter.
Very practical response, Roger, and I love how practical your book is and how straightforward you make things. You mentioned the word narrative earlier, so that let's talk about strategy. A lot of people have this idea that strategy is very data-driven. They would like what they call a scientific approach.
Yes.
And you talk about the importance of imagination, and you go so far as to call strategic options stories.
Yes.
Now, I like that because I write about business storytelling.
You sure do.
But you're the strategic genius, so please, Roger, give it to them.
Well, yes, people want to make strategy an analytical exercise, but what I remind people is that last time I checked, there is no data about the future. So if you're going to crunch data, you're crunching data about the past. Even if you go and collect it, by the time you crunch it, it's already kind of in the past. And Aristotle pointed this out. I'm not the smart guy who pointed that out. He pointed that out 2,500 years ago. It's just the world has ignored him entirely on that point. But what he said is if you're certain the future world will be identical to the past world, right? If I take that glass of water, let go of it, it'll drop, and it'll drop next week because we have a universal force called gravity that operates everywhere. If you're sure you're in that kind of part of the world, analyze past data, right? If you're in the part of the world, which he described as where things can be other than they are, which most of business is, we come up with new products, new ideas, all of those things. He said, don't analyze in order to decide what to do. The father of data analytics said that. He said, you must imagine possibilities and choose the one for which the most compelling argument can be made. So my enthusiasm for possibilities and stories, because he said you have to. He said the highest sort of form of thinking is having a group essentially sitting around a table, and each saying, here's the possibility that I'm going to argue for, right? I think customers would do this, competitors, and so we ought to do this. You can't prove it, because you can't prove anything about the future. And I would say that you would say, based on all of your work, that if you're going to try and make that a compelling argument, what form would it be best and most compelling in? A story, right? It would be in the form of a story. Let me tell you a story about a future that we could create. And I think the best strategists do that. They say, you know, here's a world that we can create. And I think making it as concrete, evocative as possible will help it win against less compelling stories.
I also love the possibilities-based approach that you go through in the book in a wonderfully practical way that people can pretty much copy-paste and put into practice themselves, because not everybody can work with Roger Martin directly. So thank you for the book. I can imagine a lot of people, when they read that straightforward approach to the possibilities-based method that you've pioneered, they think that makes sense. And then they go away and try to do it, but they come up against the conventional wisdom and ways of doing things. So that's because this is a new way to think.
Yes.
So maybe just tease us with one of these new ways to think, because you have a few of these shifts, these mindset shifts.
Well, one would be about how you should think about the structuring of an organization, a corporation. Let's just say you've got a company, and the general idea is the people at the top are responsible for coordinating and controlling everything below. Let's say you have, you know, several layers to the corporation. You're a big corporation, and so the top controls and coordinates, and the bottom, all the way down, has to be responsive to that control and coordination. I don't think that's helpful. The people at the top don't cause customers to choose your product over your competitor's product. It's people down in the bowels of the corporation that are doing that, right?
One of your principles is competition happens at the front line and not at head office.
That's right. People all say, well, Procter & Gamble competes against Unilever, or Nike competes against kind of Reebok. No. In the case of Procter & Gamble, Head & Shoulders competes against Selsun Blue, right? And so what I say is you should reverse the way you think about a company. The folks at the front lines, at the proverbial rock face, are the people who have to win for you to succeed. And if you're a layer above those folks, like if you're the shampoo and conditioner business that sits above Head & Shoulders, your only job is to help the Head & Shoulders folks sell more Head & Shoulders.
And you have some wonderful examples of why Procter & Gamble therefore sold off very profitable businesses. Roger, thank you so much for giving us a new way to think, a guide to superior management effectiveness. You've been listening to Roger Martin and me, Jyoti Guptara. It's back over to you in the studio with our anchor, Justin Brady. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Well, if that all looked exciting, there's one way to fix that, which is come to the Global Peter Drucker Forum next year. Next year is going to be number 17. What you were looking at is last night, the black tie event. I don't know if I made it in there, but in the past we had a picture of me in my tuxedo and my, I think I finally figured out how to tie a bow tie this year. It took me forever, lots of anger and frustration, but finally got it. So last night I had the bow tie on, incredible event. The Global Peter Drucker Forum, of course, 2 days here in Vienna, Austria. Top management thinkers, lots of brain-bending learning. It kind of hurts sometimes. Now, for those that don't know, the Global Peter Drucker Forum has, of course, forums and all these panels, but we here on Drucker Forum TV actually have completely separate content. So we're running 2 events simultaneously, which is wild. So you just saw Jyoti Guptara with Roger Martin on A New Way to Think, talking about the #1 reason for bad performance is outdated management models. Also saw Franziska Graf speaking with Karen Linkletter, the Director of Management at Liberal Art Research Institute, on the new book, Peter Drucker and Management. And when it comes to the future of knowledge work, Drucker is actually more relevant now than he was 5 years ago. I talked about this with Richard Straub yesterday on this stream. You can still go find it. Make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And what he was talking about is because Drucker focused on core fundamentals, that's why it always seems relevant, because we have a tendency to stray and get distracted, especially right now with AI and technology. Really distracting, shiny object, we're getting distracted, and Drucker always brought it back to the fundamentals. Let's go to the SOAR video archive reel, everybody. This SOAR is the sponsor for this technology, and we have collected a lot of videos, a lot of information, a lot of data, and anybody who's worked with a lot of video files knows how hard it is to actually find what you're looking for. That's actually really, really difficult. And so we've made it easy for you. You can get a 90-day free trial if you sign up for a membership at the Global Peter Drucker Forum by going to druckerforum.org/membership. And while you're there, all you need to do is enter a keyword. You see it right there on the screen. And it will pop up in every video in our library where that keyword or key phrase was mentioned. So if you're having a particular management struggle or question, type that in there. You'll find every expert talking about that every topic. Up next, Franziska Graf has some red carpet reactions. We're also going to have Rebecca Kerr talking to Valerie Osterhoff. And that's all up next right here on Drucker Forum TV.
Welcome back live to the red carpet of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Welcome back to Vienna. This is our last red carpet of the day, our last interviews. Our goal is to give you a glimpse into what's happening behind the scenes. My name is Franziska Graf, and I'm your reporter from the forum. I have 3 really interesting guests already lined up next to me. And first up is Hugo Lourenço. He's an expert on agile economy. He's been attending the forum since yesterday. And yes, Hugo, please join me on stage. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. And yourself?
I'm also really doing well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for being here. It's delighted for being at the Peter Drucker Forum 16th edition.
I hear that you're quite an expert on Agile. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Well, I would not consider myself as an expert in Agile, since Agile only has 24 years old, and we are all learning. So what I can be an expert is about my experiences and the conference I created in Portugal that basically is for the world as well, and becomes a partnership with the Peter Drucker Forum, because we really believe that the Drucker Forum, it's a platform where brilliant people come and we have great discussions about what will be the next thing that management needs to do to foster in a society that today it's more digital and more complex to understand, more political, more social, diverse, that we need to have better understandings. And this is my feedback from the conference that we have been having for these 2 days, and also for the workshop we did, is people are more in a stage, they need to understand what are the values and the principles companies are adopting. And we see that the social impact on the digital age that is having the effect on the companies, it's really challenging us as human beings how to connect and how to generate more value for the society and also for ourselves. It seems there is a big disconnection between what management and organizations can deliver as value to everybody.
What are your main takeaways from the forum, both on like a high-level knowledge base, but also as a concrete step for your personal work environment?
So it's a 5-year commitment between the World Management Executive Forum and the Peter Drucker as well. It's just the start. We have great speakers. Speakers are amazing. They have a great insight. Of course, we cannot change anyone, not even the companies. They need to want to change. So I think there is, as always, the Peter Drucker Forum is food for thought. But what people will do is what we're going to observe, and to our research will take us over the next year. So we can think about what will be the next discussion, because this 5-year commitment about this knowledgeable work, value creation, it's so relevant, because today a lot of people don't. If you see on social media, people sometimes you ask, who are you? And people say, oh, I'm nobody. It's not. There is value there, but you need to find it. You need to see it. And as Peter Drucker said, look to the window and see what have not been seen yet. It's a great thing. And I think that's what everybody from this conference should take as well.
Is there one thing you will do differently in your daily life after the conference? One conversation that sparked something in you?
Every day I do my reflections. Every day I try to think what was the gain of yesterday. And I consider the conference in many aspects a huge gain. What will be my gains today? Being here with you, it's a gain. Doing the next thing, it's a gain. So reflections and understanding it to be the best thing we can have. So every day I try to do those gains to improve myself, to improve my relation with others. Sometimes it doesn't go as much as I would like. Unfortunately, as a human being, I'm not perfect. And by seeing that imperfections make me also paying attention to what is the next thing for the better I should try and I should keep doing, and the value that I can bring to the table with everybody. So
I love that you reflect daily on your gains. That's a really lovely word and a lovely practice that, yeah, many of our viewers can maybe also use. So thank you so much, Hugo, for joining me on the stage. It's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoy the last hours of the conference and hope to see you next year.
We'll do, and count on it. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks. Good? Okay, thank you.
So our next guest is Flavia Bleuel. She is from the Hasso-Plattner Institute and knows a lot about design thinking. So Flavia, please join me on the stage. Hello.
Thanks for having me.
Something wonderful has happened in the meantime, because Flavia and I had a chat beforehand, and she showed me her book in which she wrote a small summary of the conference and her main learnings. So I'm really excited to hear that. First of all, how are you doing? And second of all, what are the main takeaways you can share with our viewers?
I'm happy to have been here and to talk to so many people and get more insights and new curiosity about the important topics. But it also is important to understand that we all have a lot of big challenges ahead of us. So therefore, it's important that we meet. And my takeaways are we are in big distress. The world is in trouble. We have deconstruction, we have disconnectedness and distress. And this shows that we really have to think about how do we actually want to craft tomorrow. So we have this huge challenge of crafting tomorrow at the intersection of human and technology, and to think about how actually can we create new kinds of value with all these different challenges we have. And what we also see is that we as human beings, we need other human beings to accomplish the big challenges we have ahead of us. And people learn best from people. So what got lost over the years is really paying attention, connectedness, and talking to each other. And this is crucial for really enabling human-centered organizations. And this is what we need to go away from the machine perspective and instrumental perspective to really create human-centered organizations. What is also important when we talk about the future and crafting tomorrow is that we as human beings are not really good at thinking in systems. We are really good at thinking linear. So we really need to practice that. And AI can be a big help to face the different futures we have ahead of us. But what also became important, slogans like AI or die, they show the importance of AI, but they also show what we as human beings are good at. So we have to make the decisions of what do we want AI to do and what don't we want AI to do. Because what will stay distinctively human will be ownership, accountability, and choice. and we have to make the right choices. So I would say let's use the crafts we have to craft better tomorrows.
Ownership, accountability, and choice is essential human traits. I love that. Thank you for summarizing it so well. I also love this thinking in systems approach. Do you have any recommendations how people can think more in systems?
It's very important that you work together with people from different disciplines. This, for sure, makes it possible to think also in a system, to think in ecosystems, and to really learn to think in different scenarios, because we will never be equipped for the next move when we are not able to think in different possibilities. And this is what we need to get better at. We need to think more in scenarios, we think more in opportunities, and we need to be able to look into what's happening tomorrow. So use the crafts and design tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me on the red carpet and giving us such a great summary. It's a pleasure. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And our last guest on the red carpet is Jakob. He's a public affairs manager at one of the largest telecommunications companies in Austria, A1. He has a very political background, and I'm super excited to have him join me on the red carpet. How are you doing, Jakob?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing really well. We had some really nice chats yesterday. I think it's really fascinating because Jakob brings a different perspective to the forum. As we just said and heard from Flavia, it's very important to bring different disciplines. And Jakob has a very political background. So I'm wondering, as a political theorist, how are you looking at the topics of the forum? How are you looking at the next knowledge work? What were your main insights from the forum?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's quite interesting for me to see how these kinds of forums work, because usually if I go to forums, they're rather political. They focus a lot on socioeconomic issues and societal issues and how politics can step in to solve them. And to be here at the Peter Drucker Forum and see how business is looking at certain perspectives or certain issues, how management is looking on how to, for example, foster innovation, work on upskilling of the staff, is very interesting to see what their issues are and how they think that they can best be solved.
How do you think that these two worlds differ when looking at these issues? What's different here at the forum? What's different at the forums that you usually go to?
I think what doesn't differ that much is that I think the problem analysis is very similar. So I think that be it here or be it at political conferences, everyone knows how society is evolving and what the key issues are, how that we need to get ready for artificial intelligence and how it will shape the work of the future, that we need to foster innovation and productivity in our workforce. It's just that the angle of discussion is a different one. I think here it's very managerial. It's a lot what companies can do and not that much where politics have to step in. And what I think is very interesting usually is to bring those two worlds together, because I think to have, for example, a business hub like Austria only works if the political lanes and the political regulations are properly installed to have companies being able to properly flourish in this world. So I think while it is important to have the managerial stance and the managerial standpoints on how to work with AI, how to work in productivity, I think from time to time it's also important to bring those two worlds together and also ask politics what they can do to have those pillars installed properly for companies to flourish.
What's one thing that you will take back to your work from the conference?
There was one very nice quote that was just mentioned by one of the panelists, which is, if you haven't learned something today, don't go to bed. And I think that it's a very nice reminder as well for me that even though I work heavily in politics and on policy making, it's very important to chip into different worlds as well. It's not only the politics world, it's not only the managerial world, but maybe also how society is looking at certain issues, how NGOs are looking at certain issues. I think that what essentially brings us as a society forward to bring those different perspectives together and not work in one silo too strongly. So I think it really is quite valuable for me also to see how CEOs, for example, look on certain issues that concern us as a society.
It's actually also thought that Peter Drucker practiced himself. He continued to always learn new things. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me on the red carpet, Jakob. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and see you later at lunch. This is the official end of the red carpet interviews. It's been a real pleasure to be hosting you on the red carpet. I hope we gave you some nice glimpses from Vienna, from what's happening behind the scenes at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. And as a last closing, we want to give you a small overview of this beautiful room. That's me, Franziska Graf, signing off from the red carpet. Thanks a lot for watching.
Come here! Come here till I embrace you! Don't touch me. What, do you want me to go away?
The Drucker Forum also regularly puts on special highlights, such as here, for example, the performance of a scene from the play Waiting for Godot, a play about unfulfilled expectations.
Where did you spend the night? Don't touch me. Don't question me, don't speak to me. Stay with me. Did I ever leave you? You let me go.
The scene was directed by Scott Handy, who is not only a director and actor, but also the son of the famous management pioneer Charles Handy. The latter was unable to come to Vienna due to his age, but sent a video message instead.
With you in person. I was so looking forward to it. But life takes strange turns. So here I am with you electronically.
Following his father's video message, Scott Handy spoke to Drucker Forum moderator Katharina Moser about the similarities between artistic production and business management.
So my question to you is really, what can business learn from arts?
I think it's a really interesting question. I remember one of your panelists earlier today talking about the perpetual crisis. I think it might have been Scott, my namesake, talking about the perpetual crisis that organizations and business find themselves in. And I was just thinking, I think the arts and business can help each other, because the arts crisis is the sea in which the arts live and swim. Not only do arts organizations, but artists and performers have to learn to manage crisis, but frankly, crisis is the defining active ingredient that makes performance happen.
A fixed highlight of every Drucker Forum is a special gala dinner. This gala dinner traditionally includes an artistic supporting program and short speeches. Here, for example, by Adi Ignatius, editor-in-chief of the renowned Harvard Business Review.
You know, who really represents the legacy of Peter Drucker? That is this forum.
Accompanying the Global Peter Drucker Forum is Drucker Forum TV, a dedicated online channel broadcasting impressions from the conference and numerous interviews live from the conference.
So we are live right now from Vienna's Hofburg Palace. I've been walking around and it's stunningly gorgeous here. And the whole point of Drucker TV, it's going to run parallel to the Global Peter Drucker Forum. So this is your exciting little window into what's happening at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. It's not going to be a live stream of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. You have to come to Vienna for that, sorry to tell you. But we are going to give you exclusive interviews and fascinating discussions with some of the best management leaders in the world.
The Peter Drucker Challenge is also traditionally part of the Drucker Forum. This is an essay competition that has been taking place since 2010 and is aimed at students, young managers, and young entrepreneurs. The best are invited to Vienna for the Drucker Forum. This way, an ever-new connection between the Drucker Forum and the younger generation is created. The mastermind behind the Global Peter Drucker Forum is Richard Straub, who has continuously developed it since its inception in 2009.
From a management perspective, yes, a period of 15 years is of course a period where things are changing. And I believe one of my own observation was that the voices critical to the practice of management, how it was exercised during this period, became louder. So there were more and more concerns about, do we still have the right practices for management? Are we doing the right things? Shouldn't this change? And what would be the changes? So this was the background music, I would say. We heard more and more, and it became even louder with new technologies, since we're living a time where technologies, digital technologies, information technologies are changing at such an unbelievable pace.
Even if Peter Drucker as a person and his books have never been the focus of the Global Peter Drucker Forums, his fundamental ideas and his comprehensive understanding of management have always been the central inspiration.
Because Peter Drucker, and this cannot be overemphasized enough, Peter Drucker saw management as a role in society, relevant for all organizations and institutions, not only for business. Business management is one part of management, but public sector management, the way how you manage hospitals, the way how you manage in the cultural sector, this is all management. It is directed to achieve what this institution should achieve and to achieve the right performance that is required.
In 2022, Richard Straub and his team also began to expand their activities beyond the mere organization of the Global Peter Drucker Forum and founded the Vienna Center for Management Innovation, which is based here above the rooftops of Vienna.
The Vienna Center for Management Innovation has the ambition to be a think tank type of organization, which has a horizon that spans beyond single years. A conference is typically focusing on a year. Here is a topic for the conference, and now we're working towards it. The Vienna Center has also other type of initiatives, like what we call topic leadership circles, groups of interest who are focusing on a specific challenge for management and working on it for a period of 18 months or 2 years. So research type projects, for example.
The first initiative, presented by the Vienna Center for Management Innovation, will extend over an even longer period, namely a period of 5 years.
We called it Next Management, and we said, since we announced it at the 15th forum, it spans to the 20th forum. And this will be the backdrop to almost everything we do. It informs other activities that we have, because the next management, when we discuss what should be the topic of a given year, we'll always think, how does this fit in this overall framework of the next management? Is it a key element of the changes that need to take place in order to improve the practice of management?
So what exactly is this next management?
Management, as it evolved in the last century, has been an extremely powerful social innovation. You can call it a social innovation. People, as it's used, call it a social technology. But now this old management has run its course. We are now at the point to say, what is the new type of management and why is it so important? It is so important because management is a key ingredient for making society work. If you don't have strong management in your institutions in society, you will fail in many ways. And we see it today. We see it today. Institutions are broken. So you need to change that. It's on the one hand a huge challenge, but it's a huge opportunity, because improving institutions with a more adapted form of management and leadership, because leadership is becoming equally more and more important as people need to think for themselves and find the direction they have to go. So in this sense, this presents an opportunity to indeed make society better. Because if we succeed to have new and better ways of managing, we will have a better society.
Hello from Vienna and the Global Peter Drucker Forum. I am privileged today to have some time to speak with Valérie Oosterhoff, Partner Development Director and ESG and Sustainability Initiatives. Thank you for being here. One of the things I would really like you to help us all understand are the extraordinary Fujitsu Uvance initiatives. This is a combination of two words, universe and advancement. Please tell us a little bit about this.
So I think the very first thing to understand is that it's not one product. It's actually, it's a concept. In addition to that, it kind of covers a multitude of sectors, but also products. But at its heart, it has sustainability. So whatever we do, that is what's at its heart. Probably the easiest way of kind of explaining it is by giving you two examples. So first one, Aichi Medical Center, where they use AI, and I know especially today that's being talked about quite a bit, to help doctors with the identifying and treating patients, but per patient. So what we do there is, instead of kind of taking jobs away, we're actually helping them to be more effective and hopefully also therefore have better outcomes. The second one is a noodle chain. Now think about it, this is over 800 kind of restaurants that they have. And there what we're doing is we're helping them with forecasting. Yes, again, you think, forecasting, what does that have to do with sustainability? Well, there's different elements. What we do is we combine what day of the week it is, what weather it is there an event in the area? And we put all of that together, and based on that, this particular company can then decide how many noodles to buy, how many pots to keep warm. So therefore what you do is you reduce food waste, you use less electricity to heat all the things, and if you do that, that kind of really makes a big difference.
And happier customers.
It does.
Yes.
It does.
Thank you. There are a couple of words that you've put together at Fujitsu that I really want to hear more about, and I'm sure our audience would like to understand, and that's sustainability transformation. It's an extraordinary set of initiatives that Fujitsu is in the lead on in the world. Can you tell us a little bit about it and some highlights of that?
So first of all, sustainable transformation, what is it? In really basic terms, being Dutch, it is digital transformation, but at the same time, when you do the digital transformation, is helping as well to bring in a sustainability element. Now, when I talk about sustainability, also really important, I think, is not just carbon footprint. I also think of the social element and governance, so really ESG, the three elements of it. And what we try and do is, while bringing digital kind of transformation, at the same time also giving, kind of like a positive impact when it comes to environment, social, and economy, really. So it's not, it's not just about compliance, also really, really important.
Excellent. I imagine this has required some extraordinary focus on changing the culture inside of a technology company. Can you talk about cultural change, please?
Probably best to use Fujitsu as an example, or actually ourselves exactly. So instead of, kind of talking about something in general, It is hard. I think we all acknowledge that. It is hard. It also doesn't happen overnight. You need good vision, you need a strategy, you need, the board to be convinced and show how it's done. But I think there are a lot more, dare I say, important elements to also throw into this particular mix, which is, one, there are a lot of influencers in the company. And therefore, what that means is they don't have to be actually in management. They could be just part and kind of really influential in a way. Another area, I would say, which I advocate every time in whatever I do, is a matrix of people. So, let's not only have one layer, have people from all over the company, have them all feel part of it, and also actually really giving them the opportunity and the ownership to truly make a difference. We have a great example, for instance, where we have 17 communities, therefore aligned to the 17 United Nations SDGs, and they are virtual communities, so people from all over the world, 124,000 people can join what they care about. So it can be life on the water, it can be partnership, it can be also equality. And these kind of communities run their own show, so to speak. So they really feel that they are, because they are, really part of it. They can make a change, they can educate, which is what this is also all about, educate each other. So I think it's a really, really interesting and important aspect as well.
Thank you. So we've just been inside the company. Now let's broaden the circle to include partnerships and alignments with other kinds of companies or organizations. Can you talk to us about partnership development?
So, ecosystem. That's what I say. And I also think we were talking about this in one of the sessions, is when you talk about ecosystems, it's not just one kind and then a whole bunch of the same kind of people. It really is a mix, just like I was talking about people as well, with partnerships, have a mix. So on one hand, yes, we've got some great global relationships with Microsoft, ServiceNow, GK software, where we address different things. Obviously, workplace being one of them, at the heart, one part of the heart of our business, but also cybersecurity. Or if you think of operational kind of efficiency, doing that with ServiceNow. Customer experience, omni-channel, really, really important as well. But I think there's another kind of partnership that we, especially I think as a Japanese company, really treasure and put importance on, is the longevity with our customers. So we sign contracts where we agree, together we will reduce carbon footprint over the length of our contract. It also needs trust, therefore, because you can't have a decision, but you said, I said, so really, really important. Another company who is aiming to, and we don't have time for this today, but become a regenerative enterprise. And there we are helping with our solutions for them to get there. It's a manufacturing, and it's actually a paper company, so totally different again. So ecosystems and partnerships actually cover a wide range of things.
Talk a little bit more about the timing that you plan. Are these short-term agreements in general, or how do you decide the time horizon?
Yeah. So I think this is, we talked about it in here as well, but also from a, yet again, the way a Japanese company looks at, engagements are, kind of financial plans. They are all mid and long term. So you really build for the future. It doesn't mean that you are stuck and therefore can't move anywhere else, but you can build and you can adjust, and that is really important and one of the essence of working, I would say, together with Fujitsu for that point of view.
Excellent. So I'd like to move into the next area where we take advantage of how Peter Drucker would look out the window, and he would predict what was coming. if you're looking at what you're doing and the initiatives that Fujitsu is leading, what do you see coming through the window?
Yes, yes, yes. So AI has been a very, very big, therefore, let's say the non-human, kind of companions has been very high on the agenda here. And yes, having, kind of giving examples, for instance, where it helps with reduction in waste, where it helps with forecasting and therefore being able to manage certain elements of ESG, are really important. But I think actually as an IT company, we have a big role to play in changing and helping to change the world and address some of the challenges that we have. So to give an example, digital twin. You have cities who can use that to look at floodplains, and therefore, without having to flood a city, because dear oh dear, there's been some, awful things lately, is using a digital twin to see where the floodplains are, put in place programs to make sure that you can evacuate people, make sure that you understand if you build somewhere and not somewhere else, what it will, all the impacts. So all of those elements, I think, are, there's been a very mixed group, and view of what it is. I think there are here a few things that might be of interest. So what we've done some research. One on, kind of sustainability transformation as a whole. The other one is how AI could help sustainability. Yes, again, not to forget, please, it's not just about carbon footprint. It really is, also, about the social elements of it and governance. So those two researchers, they're online. I'm sure we can put that on a link somewhere. People can have a look and see. And then what we're doing at the moment is we're working on a new project, a net positive index, which we're going to launch in January, where what we're really doing there is helping, hopefully, companies and give them a kind of like a clear roadmap of where to go. How can you, kind of become more net positive? So I'm quite looking forward to that, and giving some guidance that hopefully can, be of interest. Really.
So this leads me to my last question, because many companies and institutions are trying to do more sustainability initiatives. And I understand that you're creating a group of people called Wayfinders. Tell our audience what that's for and what those people can help them do, please.
So we launched this and spoke about this already a little while ago. We're now expanding the whole. And it is, yet again, being Dutch, therefore, keeping it simple, consultants. But consultants really to help do exactly all of the things that I was just talking about. So how can IT help with, a properly, not just kind of switching only business processes, but also looking at the overall kind of impact of it, sustainability as a whole. And it is also something that is at the core of what we do, especially within the Uvance kind of group and kind of go-to-market area. So it's really, I'm really excited about it, and we're going to expand and talk a lot more about it in the near future. So that's where really the kind of wayfinders come in. I think actually there was something else that I wanted to, that I kind of forgot. When it comes to, and I'm going back a little bit about culture change, is education as well. We're doing a sustainability week next week, and it's for people inside Fujitsu, what to do, where to go, what's important, and people can all kind of contribute. I don't know if that therefore means, should I just kind of end up with my top 3
Sure.
kind of, yeah. So for me personally, and therefore for us as a whole, I think it's really important to know that sustainability is not a siloed kind of thing. It goes right throughout the organization, and it isn't just certain people. It is really everywhere. It is not just compliance. Two, therefore, as I said, as many people as possible, a variety of people, bring them in, and three, a good ecosystem of partners in a very agile kind of approach is really what I would advocate, really. Yeah, what I would advocate. So, and this is also some of the stuff that we talk about within, for instance, so our Sustainability Week next week. So we don't just talk about legislation, we talk about the kind of solutions that we created together with customers. It can be anything from let's say sustainable manufacturing to hybrid IT. It can also talk specifically about the workplace, or maybe just a certain element of it, especially now with AI, around cybersecurity. So it's a really wide, kind of range of topics.
Fantastic. Thank you, Valerie, for joining us here at the forum, and thank you for your help from Fujitsu.
It was great.
Thank you.
we put the typical org chart into the background, and we say, no, everything is organized, the whole company is organized in small teams that are focused on some mission element. Mission element could be a customer, could be a product that we're developing, and so we don't get rid of org charts, but they become much less important. They really fade into the background. The work gets done in teams, and we focus those teams around customers, products, around a science. As part of that structure change, we reduced management by somewhere around 2/3 to 3/4. And so, for example, span of controls in the new structure that we're implementing, we actually call it span of coaching, but we typically now have 10, 15, 25, 35, up to 50 people reporting to one manager. And that's really important because it's important for the structure, but it's also important for making sure that the managers aren't managing, that they're doing something else. But we'll come back to that.
We are convinced that numbers, and particularly profit, is coming after the project, and that the most important is to make sure that in each small team, as Bill mentioned, it's important to elaborate a roadmap, a project, and if this project is good, then the success will come. And money is not the most important. Profit is not the most important. The most important, profit and money, they come when the project is good. Second, we are not only interested by economical or strategical performance, we are equally interested by environmental and social and societal performance. And it is very difficult to make sure that even at the local level of a local business unit, people really deeply understood that to be good in terms of environment and social and societal will help them to also be good in economic and strategy. In our case, we are not speaking about small teams, but speaking about business units, and we split the group in 5,000 business units. Okay, and the good news is that we are convinced now that it is the only way to continue to grow without having the risk of becoming fat, because we will not add new processes and new procedures. We will only add new business units. And the second point is that it's much easier to make external growth, to make acquisitions, when you can explain your target, the way you work, because then your target has the deep feeling to have the opportunity to enter in a network of business unit and not to enter in a big piece of machinery. So we do, well, something which looks like what you are doing in Bayer, and it works. And the beauty is that at the very beginning, 25 years ago, we thought that it would be effective mainly in our home country in France. And so we were a little bit prudent before making sure that it could be implemented outside France. The reality is that it works everywhere, because it's management, and human beings are the same all around the world. So we are playing on basic instinct of a human being, and so it works all around the world without any problem.
So the point that I would like to make is there is a big role for those who are in non-executive board positions to help, to support the CEOs in driving this type of approach towards the next management, so that we really can make sure that all the opportunities that we have emerging now are being used fruitfully.
But there is a common template that is emerging, right? So all these companies operate with a very flat and decentralized structures, and the frontline units, the teams are making the key decisions. The units themselves are small; they're kind of human scale. The support functions are very lean and very supportive. of the line. So they're serving the internal customer. Everyone in a way has a customer facing role. There's universal accountability for that, not some sort of abstract bundle of KPIs that can be gamed. There's very little unnecessary layers and rules. People are encouraged to take prudent risks, right? And everyone feels and acts and is trained to be like an owner of the organization, of the company. They have the data, they have the tools, they have the incentives to make the right decisions in the local context. Roles are not fixed; they're broadly conceived, so people can grow, and they're not constrained by a job description. There are lateral networks that make sure that these disaggregated structures add up to be more than the sum of the parts, right? That there's learning and knowledge and pooling of resources where it makes sense. And as Bill mentioned, the decision cycles are short, and decisions around capital allocation, resource allocation are very dynamic. You don't have to wait a year. They're all working at a much higher clock speed, right? And these models aren't just possible; they're also profitable. I mean, time after time, you see that all these organizations have a competitive advantage, right? They do better than their peers.
To be very honest with you, ESG is a trouble word for me, because we do things and we did things for tens of years, and now we have to write documents every quarter and every year. We have to produce paper, and it doesn't change anything. It just annoys us. So I would like to stop at that. Please help to fight European bureaucracy. We are not. We will not be competitive anymore in the global markets, and we are working in 30 different countries. So a little bit I know what I'm talking about.
Drucker Forum's next management initiative has potential to have significant impact on a wide variety of organizations around the world. To contribute to your discussion, I would like to talk about my expectation for the next management and the areas of transformation we should focus on. This will be based on my own experiences. Why do organizations need to transform their management now? There is a clear need for a new holistic management framework to guide organizations in their transformation. And I believe these must be formed based on human-centric management principles that Peter Drucker emphasizes. I strongly expect the next management to play this role.
I think that the Drucker Society, by drawing the attention and pulling the threads together, and I think Michele and Gary in their book have done that very well, but that there's a common thread here, and that this can really lead to better outcomes for customers, for employees, for shareholders, that this isn't some, how would I say, pie in the sky thing, which unfortunately a lot of the ESG movement kind of got going in that direction. But this is about better business results, better products, performance for the environment. It's not one or the other, and it really can achieve that.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Justin Brady, and you're watching Drucker Forum TV. It's a whirlwind behind the scenes here, and hopefully you've been watching some of the little reels they're showing, some of those videos that show the walkthrough. I think they show some of the production crew and the hard work they're doing. So, of course, shout out to them. This is the second day, and we're not even close to done. We have a lot more content left for you. The Drucker TV is a project of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. They run parallel, and they're essentially two completely separate events. The only thing we share is guests, and you will meet one of those guests up next. But first, you just saw Rebecca Kerr with Valerie Osterhoff. She's the Partner Development Director of ESG and Sustainability, and she was discussing sustainable transformation. And at Fujitsu, they include ethics, societal impact, and the UN's 17 initiatives for sustainability in all their projects. It was pretty impressive. I want to give a shout out to all the interviewers. Obviously, this is a pretty big undertaking, and we couldn't do it without the big team that's interviewing people and preparing for all these interviews. It's hard work for those that don't know. Eduardo Braun is a leadership expert and consultant and author. Jyoti Guptara is a business storytelling expert, novelist, and executive coach. Rebecca Kerr is the retired VP of Global Strategic Accounts from IBM and the founder of Global Creative Solutions Group. Julia Kirby is the senior editor of Harvard University Press. Mary Meany Haynes is a social entrepreneur and philanthropist. Stefan Stern is a journalist and author, and Adrian Woolridge is the global business columnist at Bloomberg Opinion. And of course, we have Franziska Graf, who's doing the red carpet interview and emceed and led last night's black tie gala, which is a really, really cool event. Everyone was dressed up to the nines. This hour, later in the hour, we'll be hearing from Julia Kirby. She's going to be speaking to Brian Solis, the head of global innovation at ServiceNow. They're going to be discussing how AI will change the brains of executives. We've heard how it's going to be used as a tool. It's going to be this thing that makes our lives more easy, but they're actually going to be discussing how it will actually change the way executives think and behave. It's going to actually change their brains, and I guess we're looking at kind of a mind shift, if you could call it that. For those, there's an inside joke there for those who will pick up on it later. But that's the theme. What does it all mean? And I want to briefly touch on the fact that we're at Hofburg Palace. For those wondering where this studio is, we're next to the Forum. Forum's down the hall a little bit. That's how we're able to pull in these guests. But Hofburg Palace, of course, in Vienna. And it's a massive structure built in the 13th century, expanded several times afterwards. When you come to the Global Peter Drucker Forum next year, there are 2,600 different rooms, and it covers, I think this is right, over 5 million square feet, which is absolutely bonkers. So up next, we have Jyoti Guptara will be speaking with Hamilton Mann, the Vice President of Digital for Thales. They're going to talk about going beyond ethical uses of AI and building integrity into AI. That's right now.
Where we hear from authors shaping management thinking today. My name is Jyoti Guptara, and I'm the author of Business Storytelling from Hype to Hack. How can AI be designed to enhance human decision-making instead of making all the decisions for us? This is just one of many tricky questions that Hamilton Mann addresses in his new book, Artificial Integrity. Mann is Group Vice President at Thales, a global leader in aerospace, cybersecurity, and defense. His achievements in transformation have been featured as a case study by none other than IMD Business School, and I was very intrigued by the premise of your book, Hamilton Mann. Thank you so much for being on the show with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Now, as the title of your book suggests, there's a difference between ethics or an ethical use of AI and having AI itself be ethical, or what you call having integrity. And it seems at first look to be almost a contradiction in terms. So would you please help us understand this term?
Yes. So I think that when it comes to ethics, right, most of the efforts that we can make and that we make so far, right, making sure that the AI systems will be, let's say, in the form of a guardrails when it comes to the ethical perspective, right? Most of those, let's say, practices and guidelines comes from external points from the algorithm perspective, right? Which is about guidelines, which is about policy, which is about committees, ethics people that, they meet, etc., and trying to figure out what is it that we want to, let's say, frame as a kind of a guidelines to have, let's say, AI systems making, let's say, the right courses in terms of the action that is expected, etc. So all of these are mainly external to the algorithm, okay? When I think about integrity, I really, let's say, foresee as a kind of a next step in terms of the development of AI design, the ideas of ingraining some of those guidelines directly as part of the functioning of the system itself. So not being something that is external to the systems, but very much part of the core functioning of the systems. And so that's one, which is very much about giving the opportunity or the ability to the systems to not only be able to, let's say, exhibit raw intelligence, but very much be able of, let's say, delivering integrity-led outcome and integrity-led functioning. So it means, in a way, mimicking a form of ethical intelligence, right? But also a form of a moral intelligence, because there is many things that we can think about before it happens, and so we can frame the, let's say, guidelines and rules that goes with it. But of course, there is so many situations and circumstances from which this is hard to think in terms of what will be at that point, or for such things, the right guidelines, the right rules, the right, let's say, things to apply, right? So this is where, let's say, the moral judgments come into play, right? Where the rules of the game are, let's say, blurry, gray, not defined, not explicit. What am I going to take as a decision? So ethically, let's say, speaking, those AI systems, especially those that rely on some kind of a very complex, let's say, techniques such as deep learning neural networks, there needs to be, let's say, addressing a form of ethical intelligence by design, but also a kind of a moral intelligence by design when they, let's say, be facing some situation where the rules of the game is not, let's say, that complete to determine what is it going to be the right way to do. And last but not least, to be also able to exhibit and mimic a form of social intelligence, because at the end of the day, those systems and application really are spread all around societies, used by many of us, right? In the end of many people. And so there is an interaction to think about in terms of human-to-machine perspective.
Thank you for defining the term for us, artificial integrity. Human beings have a conscience, and perhaps that's somehow connected to the consciousness. Is it possible technologically that soon or someday we might have AI mimic that very essentially human part of ourselves?
So let's say, cautious about this. There is many characteristics, many traits, right, that are so deeply human, right? Like understanding, like, be having conscious, right? Or imaginations also as well. I mean, there is so much characteristic that is so, let's say, grounded in what makes us different from any form of, let's say, machine, right?
So artificial integrity could work even without AI getting to that point.
Absolutely. It means that, let's put it this way. This is a kind of a, let's say, approach where from kind of some perspective and in some form of an aspect, we may reach a point where the machine, algorithmically speaking, is able to have some mimic, right? Have some things that look similar, but are not, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of what will be expected as far as the guardrails is concerned, as part of the core functioning of the system itself, right? So this is not something that will compete with our very own characteristic in doing so.
Oh, good.
Of course. And actually, this is not going, it should not be the kind of, let's say, path to look at, right? Because, at the end of the day, if we want to have those systems empowering people, augmenting people, it has to be, let's say, think in terms of what is it that we are going to, let's say, put in place and design to very much enhance our very own intelligence, enhance it, right? So it means that we need to understand what is it that, let's say, make our intelligence, right? Beyond, let's say, some kind of a cognitive ability related to reasoning, related to, let's say, calculation. There is more, let's say, a kind of a broad range of other particularities that make us intelligent. So we need to understand all that spectrum and trying to figuring out the point that, okay, if the machine exhibits some part of that intelligence, what is the level of, let's say, ethical intelligence, moral intelligence, and social intelligence we really have to work on to code it, right? So of course, this is going to be different from, let's say, what we exhibit and what we, let's say, show each and every day. But how is it that we are going to, let's say, imagine a way to code it, a way to create mechanisms that, let's say, allow the algorithms, allow, let's say, the different phases of training that the, let's say, AI learn from. So it will be able, of course, not to be in comparison to what we do and what we are able to do when we are at our best, of course, but at least to have that in, let's say, its very own functioning when, let's say, some kind of a decision or at least preconization has to be made by the machine.
Hamilton, you're thinking far into the future, which is very important for us to do now. And of course, your book lays out potential scenarios and roadmaps and ways that humans and AI systems can collaborate or even compete in a healthy way, and even how we can transition from one model to the other, which I found especially interesting. And yet, for many of our viewers, certainly given my own conversations with corporations or individual executives, top of mind is use cases, return on investment of their existing AI programs. So why should somebody in the coming weeks and months pick up artificial integrity when they're already struggling to demonstrate a clear ROI?
Yeah, that's the key questions, right? Which is about, okay, how do we adopt already what we have and what we, let's say, see out there, right? To make an edge with that, right? So two things. First, it makes me think about, the famous quote from Warren Buffett, right? Was saying that when looking for people to hire, you want to look in three qualities, right? First, integrity. Second, intelligence. Third, energy. But if they don't have the first, the other two may kill you.
Yeah, you don't want people without integrity, but with intelligence and energy working against your purpose. Absolutely.
All right? The same that we consider as obvious for the great talent that we want to hire as part of our organization to thrive, the same applies to the AI systems on which we want to pretend inject intelligence.
That's a brilliant response, Hamilton. I've never heard it put so succinctly before, so thank you for that. So let's talk about then the roadmap to pioneering artificial integrity. Business leaders typically are very happy to delegate to the technologists anything to do with AI or technology. This time obviously has to be different because we need different people at the table. We need strategists, we need ethicists, etc. Is that a realistic expectation, or what advice can you give us for bringing these very different people together?
This is something to see more than a kind of a, let's say, need. This is an obligation. This is very much an obligation. If you find yourself to be in the business of, let's say, trying to, let's say, figuring out how to build AI systems that will, let's say, make a kind of a good difference in societies, right? Thinking about your customers, the ecosystem of your customers, and society in a way, right? You have to, this is not you need, you have to conceptualize think about the design of the systems in a kind of an interdisciplinary way. Why? Because there is so much dimension to take care of when it comes to the implication of any form of intelligent object in societies, right? So he wants to triangulate all those questions, all those different dimensions, to make sure that, at least from your responsibility perspective, you have been thinking about a bunch of scenarios. The best case, hopefully it happens very often, but also the worst case scenario.
Who is responsible for ensuring that in the future we have, hopefully one day, artificial integrity? Because, you know, if no one person or one group is responsible, nobody will take responsibility.
I will give you, let's say, one maybe example, right, on that part of the responsibility. I mean, what we are living is not new. We have been, let's say, you know, shaping in societies with technologies for a long time ago now, right? I will take the example of the car. The car has been such kind of a huge revolution worldwide, right? It has changed many things in our life, our habits, our way to experience the world. Car is, let's say, no more than 1.19 million people dying per year because of accident related to car, okay? 1.19 million people per year. So what I mean by that, I mean, you do the math, it's roughly something around 23 people dying per week, right, in average. It means that technology doesn't come for free, all right? Technology doesn't come for free. It is not a kind of a black and white, you know, scenario or thinking, a kind of a, let's say, polarized discussion that makes sense. We need to find, let's say, balance, let's say, a kind of a, let's say, consideration where all the pieces and parts, when it comes to the implication, are well treated, well thought in advance. Because the technology doesn't come for free, no. And last but not least, it means that facing the opportunities that AI can bring to societies, because there is a lot of benefits, right, for societies, just thinking about science and all those kind of a disease like cancer that we can, let's say, find solutions, etc. So thinking about all those benefits, the idea is very much about, okay, how do we care about the potential harmful effects of AI, whether those harmful effects come from bad intention or, let's say, you know, unintentional, let's say, behaviors? How do we make sure for that not worsening the difficulties that we already see in societies, so we can, let's say, make sure that the equations goes way beyond the expectation from the benefits, you know, perspective.
Hamilton Mann, thank you for helping us to understand a little better a very deep and complex but very important topic. And thank you for your book, Artificial Integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Hamilton Mann of Thales. I'm Jyoti Guptara. And next up, after a highlight reel, we will be hearing from Julia Kirby, our programming director at the Drucker Forum, in conversation with Brian Solis.
Well, I would say really we should believe in our human potential, and we need to untap that. Yeah. So talking about all the technology very importantly, but it's really making it human. I think that's one of the key levers. Yeah. It's so not just the technology and the knowledge as such, but how do we connect people and bring them together, form a community. Yeah, that's, I think one of my takeaways. Yeah, I don't know whether one of the speakers said it. In terms of expectation management, we can't give definite answers. So that's our time. We have to try it out, be humble in a way, yeah, and see what works. And step by step, not anymore. I think we shouldn't follow grand theories, but really try out, be pragmatic as we have in our initiative, Next Management, yeah. Being free of ideologies, try out what works really in reality, yeah, incrementally. Well, I would say, I remember one thing that a speaker said, it's we need learning with a purpose. So having not just learning per se, but what do we really want to achieve? And how do we want to change? What kind of impact do we want to make? So try to find a purpose for which you want to learn, and then people will follow. I think, yeah, people will follow if there's a purpose, and if other people, yeah, people follow people, yeah. So which brings me back to the human aspect, yeah.
The most thing I enjoyed was your tango lesson, because I think that we all need to be in synchrony, and dancing is kind of a natural, instinctive thing that comes out of you, and the fact that you know how to listen or how to read the partner is extremely important. Corporations need to be houses. I really loved the first panel session, Pietri, I think. He totally nailed it. It's everything about the human side of things. So yes, we can have technology, and technology can harness a better life. It can harness a better way of doing business. It can help business growth, but it's all about us, humans. So we were the ones that created technology, and we're the ones that need to own it.
I think it was amazing. It was to see so much perspectives about the Peter Drucker knowledge and everything that he came and everything that he wanted to tell us. And I think putting that in the management and projects that we see in the world today, it's amazing. And the point of views, different point of views that management tell us, it's amazing. I think the people who talked to us were so enlightenment to us, and I think us as young people, we were able to see how we can improve and how we can be better for the future.
Actually, I'm a person who does not know how to speak confidently, but the way I saw these people calm, speaking confidently and speaking their thoughts, it has changed my view. From now on, I think I'll just speak what I think without being scared.
Hi, I'm Julia Kirby here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum, and today I'm in conversation with Brian Solis, who's the head of global innovation at ServiceNow, and we're going to be talking about the impact of AI and possibly other factors on knowledge workers. So the theme of the conference this year is the next knowledge work. And of course that was a hark back to Peter Drucker himself, who coined the term knowledge work and knowledge workers. But the next in our title kind of more than suggests that maybe we're entering a whole new era of knowledge work that maybe Peter Drucker could never have envisioned. And but it opens up a lot more questions than it gives answers, and so we're here getting answers from people like you. So my first question for you, Brian, and welcome, by the way, is just what is your take on what has disrupted, if anything, knowledge work and knowledge workers? What's most responsible if there's a shift going on in their lives?
There's two, and I think one would surprise you, and one won't. And I'll save the one that won't for next. The one that might surprise you is disinformation on the internet and social media, and the pervasiveness of mobile smartphones in our lives. TikTok, Instagram, Reels, the distractibility, the speeding up of life itself, and the difficulty of telling what's true or what's not true. It's resetting baselines and it's rewiring brains. And when you then move to the second bit, which is artificial intelligence or generative AI specifically, you either compound the worst of us or you could compound the best of us. And without leadership, it's a crapshoot. But I believe that with leadership, we can steer the next era of knowledge work and knowledge workers in an era of the greatest productivity we've ever seen, the greatest effectiveness we've ever seen, not just efficiency, and also the ability to augment that work in ways that we didn't even know were possible.
Yeah, that augmentation as opposed to automation, that seems to be a very important theme that we're hearing in the discussion around AI and knowledge workers. Maybe you can expand a little more on maybe an example where you've seen augmentation. I know you meet a lot of clients and have seen a lot of case studies.
I do. I work with a lot of companies at ServiceNow where this is not meant to be a plug, but we have an AI platform for business transformation. And when you talk about business transformation, you're not just talking about one department, one workflow. You're talking about an entire organization that needs to reimagine itself for an AI-first world. And what that looks like is part automation, but automation is taking what you did yesterday's work, and making it more efficient for tomorrow. Augmentation, though, is unlocking what you didn't do yesterday or what you didn't know you could do yesterday and building more effectiveness around new types of outcomes, creating new value. And that augmentation is what's going to lead to innovation, which is really the catalyst behind business transformation. So an example of augmentation could be, I call it an exoskeleton, cognitive exoskeleton, because every experiment that you do, whether it's prompting or whether it's any form of multimodal input, you challenge yourself. You imagine you imagine opportunities in the unknown space or in uncertainty to try to get to outcomes you couldn't have done by yourself. So an example of that personally, for example, would be if I'm cooking with some ingredients that are in the fridge and I don't want to go to the store, I might take a picture of some tomatoes, maybe some olive oil, maybe some chicken, and ask, a normal ask of ChatGPT or you name your favorite tool, what can I cook with these ingredients? But then I could get more creative and say, what could I cook with these ingredients within 15 minutes? Or what can I cook with these ingredients within 15 minutes at so many calories? Or if I want to start augmenting that capability, what can I cook for myself today in the style of Bobby Flay, tomorrow in the style of you name your favorite chef, Emeril Lagasse, and what you're doing now is giving yourself the capability in real time to perform in ways that you couldn't do yesterday, beyond a cookbook. And if you play that type of example out in work, tell me how to write a speech in the style of Steve Jobs' Stanford address. You're now going to have a partner, a collaborator, who can keep helping you up-level your engagement.
And so within organizations, how is this going to change? What will change in terms of how knowledge work is organized?
I think one of the themes that I heard here consistently is that we have to re-engage the soft skills in work, but that doesn't come naturally. If we think about the words of Sir Ken Robinson, creativity, soft skills in general have been sort of taught out of us. You know, we're rewarded by how well we follow the rules, and those rules are pretty rigid. And innovation and things like Gen AI are actually saying, bend those rules or break those rules. And so what we need is a new genre of leadership to essentially inspire play, inspire imagination, inspire curiosity, inspire experimentation, where work becomes a safe space for doing the things that we technically didn't do or weren't allowed to do before. But I also think it has to go further than that. I think human resources and leadership combined need to rethink incentivization, reward systems for helping people act outside of their comfort zones so that they can create new comfort zones. And also with accountability, I think Drucker talked about that, you know, we can't manage others if we can't manage ourselves first. And that level of self-awareness needs to start with us. We can't expect others to figure this out. We have to actually challenge ourselves to think about what's different, what the future could look like, and how these tools can help us unlock potential, help us find certainty and uncertainty, and have fun and bring it back and encourage people to interact with these tools in ways that they don't just get comfortable, but they become empowered to do great things that they couldn't achieve before.
And much of your thinking lately has been at this sort of leadership level, and you called your book Mind Shift, and it sounds like what you've been describing, is that the definition of the mind shift that's required? How would you put it into a nutshell? What are we moving from, and what are we moving to in terms of mindsets?
It's certainly partial, driven by AI, but it's really going back to things like 2016 election, all of the wild climate activity that's happened around the planet, 2022's launch of ChatGPT, 2024 election. We've had so many wild events that no one would have predicted that forced us to react. And when we reacted, we might have reacted with newness. I call it the novel economy. It's inspired by the novel coronavirus, because novel itself just means new and unusual. There's no playbook for it. And so the idea was, let's create a new playbook. Let's take advantage of these challenges and turn them into opportunities and change our trajectory, use it for the better. But what we ended up doing was taking all of this disruption and putting it back into the box of business as usual. For example, return to work is us going back to normal now that things have settled down. Putting rules and regulations and governance around AI is us putting it in the box of business as usual until we figure things out. Nothing wrong with that. But the book Mind Shift is really about being self-aware to the point where you allow yourself to ask different questions, like what if or what about. And there's a framework in the book that helps you keep up with these disruptions, to help you actually get ahead of these disruptions, to analyze them, to think about it, to scenario plan around them in ways that you can bring back into the organization, in ways that you can inspire others to have a mind shift, to see how they can use these as opportunities, not just for the betterment of the company, but the betterment of themselves, so that everyone together can reshape the future in a way that's better for everyone.
And I assume that much of this is about bringing to light or bringing to the surface some buried assumptions and then dispensing with them, or at least challenging them.
Absolutely challenging them is part of the framework. And that's the thing about it, is that every time I've been involved in every technological revolution going back to the 90s, and consistently in that work, it has always been business as usual. Think about the internet. Websites are still horrible today. Think about e-commerce. Still not the best experience. Mobile comes along, and most companies just took their existing web presence and adapted it to the phone, rather than creating a TikTok like that revolutionized how we interact with information. And so that leadership framework hasn't kept up with the speed and the impact of technology and all of the other disruptions in life. And so, yes, we're not just challenging assumptions, we're actually rebuilding models, we're rebuilding mental models, we're rebuilding discipline in ways that are fun, but also that are helpful to you and everyone else.
So I've been talking to you as the thinker behind a very thoughtful book, but you're also a practitioner. You're a business leader yourself at ServiceNow. You run this network of centers focused on innovation. What has all this meant for you? Like, did you write the book based on what you learned in experience, or have you thought about it theoretically and then applied it?
It's been inspired by a lot of work with the companies that we work with, because they're asking, like everybody here is asking, about AI. And what I think about Drucker's point about communication in terms of listening for what's not said. And some of the greatest opportunities in these conversations with executives is really driven by what they're not asking and what they're not talking about. And I can use those as opportunities to expand an engagement, to expand how they're thinking about transformation, to expand the opportunity to not just keep up with change, but to get ahead of change. And what inspired me from those conversations were what it took to get someone to recognize the opportunity and not see it as, or not discount it, or see it as something like we can't do. If you think about anytime you've talked to somebody about change, they'll find every reason why they can't do it. But those lessons are what drove this. And then it's also 30 years of futurist frameworks into practice, and also how I was able to get people to open their minds and get other people to come along to drive change.
I love the line you used about from Drucker about listening for what's not being said. You know, it reminds me of the famous Sherlock Holmes story in which his insight comes from the dogs who are not barking as being the biggest clue. So I guess we'll end here. I mean, we're not quite at the end, but I'm going to give you time to. Is there somebody you'd give a shout out to in terms of the people that you talk to and the companies you studied who really get it in terms of the mind shift that you think is happening? Or if you don't want to name names, is there a pattern in terms of what kinds of companies are getting it faster than others?
Well, I'll say the pattern. Although one of the stories I told yesterday on stage was about IKEA's transformation and their experimentation with their Billy chatbot and how they reskilled agents into interior designers to drive net new business for the company. And it was an example of automation and augmentation. I found that to be a wonderful example of what's promising. If we come back to the Sherlock Holmes example, the dogs that are not barking, I would have to say the dogs that are not barking are those that are champions for augmentation and instead accepting that automation is the path forward. It is a path forward, but in the seconds we have left, I want everyone to think about this, and whomever you have an opportunity to influence to think about this. Automation creates efficiency, and it takes you on a linear growth path, which is great. It's historically proven, and especially if you're a company driven by quarter-to-quarter results, you need to do this. But if everybody does that, that's the new baseline, and that's the new status quo, and so you're not really using AI in an innovative way. But if you augment and you experiment and you find things that hit, like that IKEA example, you create a new trajectory line. And so as long as you're automating, effectiveness now starts to unlock new opportunities for growth. And the delta between those two is disruption. And that's the opportunity for us, and that's the competitive advantage.
Brilliant note to end on. Thank you, Brian Solis. It's been a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Justin Brady, and we're with Franziska Graf, who's been doing the black tie thing last night, but you've also been doing red carpet interviews, you've been doing book sessions interviews.
Yes.
That's 3 things. I only did 2. I did anchoring and interviewing. You did 3, and you're still standing.
I did.
There's an American
Barely.
song, I'm still standing. We're not going to sing today, unless you want to take it. But
No.
You just...
I think it's. I think it says a little bit about our state of mind.
We're a little crazy.
Yes.
I mean, 2 days, 8+ hours every day. I mean, it gets to you. We just saw Julia Kirby with Brian Solis, the head of global innovation for ServiceNow, how AI will change the brains of executives, and looking at his new book, Mind Shift. For those of you that tuned in to the end of it, well, guess what? This is live on YouTube, but you can scrub backwards and catch any of this. You can also catch anything from yesterday. And before that, Jyoti Guptara was speaking with Hamilton Mann, the Vice President of Digital for Thales, on how to go beyond ethical uses of AI into building integrity into AI. What are some of your top takeaways over the last 2 days?
You're interviewing the interviewer, I see.
You were going to do the same thing to me too. So.
We understand each other. My main takeaways. Well, I learned a lot about Peter Drucker as a person and who he was, in which context he lived, and that also he lived in times of great uncertainty. I mean, there was 2 wars going on and many different polycrises at the same time. So his school of thought came over time of crisis. So I feel like it's more relevant now than ever. And I also learned how he was a very cross-disciplinary person, being an expert on many different topics, and he prioritized learning something new continuously. He was educated in Vienna. He had a philosophical and political education. So I think one of my main takeaways is also to keep nourishing our minds, even if in the first step it doesn't really look like it will directly relate to business. It makes us better leaders if we can draw upon multiple different topics. And finally, I think one of the essence that I have live here from the red carpet is that, as was said at the beginning of the forum, it's a big party with a purpose.
Yeah.
So I loved talking to people in terms of which memorable conversations they had, and it's really these small conversations around dinner, at lunchtime, etc., that make this human factor so important at the conference. So yeah, I'm really happy I got to be part of Drucker TV and on the red carpet.
Yeah, it's high pressure red carpet interviews because you don't know what's coming next. You have and I prepare for these things for interviews for a long time, but on the red carpet you don't have that luxury. So it's high pressure. Overall, this is 2 days of content, so there's a lot you missed. Probably. I mean, unless you stayed up for 2 days straight, whoever you crazy people are, you probably missed a lot. Don't worry. You can go back and rewatch the whole thing. A couple standouts. I don't know if you have any standouts. You can interrupt me. But Mary Meany was talking to Daniel Goleman yesterday. He's a New York Times best-selling author, science journalist, legendary journalist, psychologist, best-selling author. They were talking about why EQ is essential for knowledge workers and why it's hard in the age of information overflow to focus. Stefan Stern was talking to Mathis Piton about political science. He's a political philosopher from Harvard on AI and how it can practically help in our daily lives. Eduardo Braun was talking to Steve Denning. Jyoti Guptara was talking to Ashish Advani and Marshall Goldsmith. I just had Sarah Green Carmichael from Bloomberg in here. A moment ago we were talking about, is AI going to disrupt her industry? Also, she was giving her reactions on because we hear one of the trends this year is what? I'm going to put you on the spot. What do you think one of the big trends was?
Well,
not the official trend, but what was one of the trends that just kept...
AI, I think, is the buzzword of the week.
Did not rehearse that, but you picked that up too. It's just everyone's talking about AI. And so a lot of people are basically saying, we're leading in AI. I asked her, are they actually, or are they just getting on board like everybody else? And she says, I think it'll shake out, but I think everyone's it's shiny object syndrome right now. So what else?
Shiny object syndrome.
Yeah, shiny, it's the cool, exciting thing. But what else? Anything else?
I really liked the conversation today with Johan Roos, and he talked about building a coalition of the excited around the Vienna Center for Management, which is behind the Global Peter Drucker Forum, or a strong partner. So I think also collaboration is a big, big buzzword for me, that everyone seems to know that we need to work together, and we need to work together across industries and across disciplines to bring together the greatest ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. So up next, we have closing remarks with Richard Straub. We also have, he's of course the executive director of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. You probably should consider coming to the Global Peter Drucker Forum next year. That would be number 17. We also have a closing panel, which they're setting up for on my monitors right now, on managing for a better functioning society. And the speakers will be Amy Edmondson, professor of leadership and management at Harvard Business School. Ramadran, I didn't prepare this one. This just came up here. Ramadran, you know how to pronounce that one? Gopalakrishnan. He served as the chairman of Unilever Arabia, MD of Brook Bond Lipton, and vice chairman of Hindenstein Lever and director of Tata and Sons. Gosh, that's like a lot. And of course, Katja von Raven, member of the board of management of the Bosch Group. So that'll all come up next. Social media. They're putting the social media slide up. They're just going to give me the hook because they get set up for the next session. But make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel, please. Make sure to subscribe and make sure to follow us on all these social media avenues. We have X up there, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and of course, make sure to read the blog content on the druckerforum.org blog. It's very important. It's a ton of content they keep putting out there. And like I said, this is like runs separate to the forum. So it's not, we're not just recycling stuff. This is
no, we're
totally
essentially
different.
like an own production company over here.
Yeah.
And I love that you just said you're not prepared for the name, because I think it makes this.
It's so much.
It makes it makes TV more human, because we're also humans. And we just talked about beforehand what were some of the failures behind scenes. For example, I have the microphone with duct tape on my not duct tape, sorry, Dixo.
I don't know if I can show this. Can I show this? I don't know. I wanted to get my, no, I don't know if I can show it. There we go. There's a little bit of, I have some gaffer tape underneath my shoulders to hold my shirt together. It was like not resting in the right position. So I'm hoping the crew gives us a hook, but maybe not.
No, but I think, it's so lovely to also show these things, because it shows that there goes in so much into this production, and you can't plan for everything and you can't anticipate anything.
Yeah.
So it's really about being spontaneous also, and also us embracing things we don't make perfect. So pronouncing names, I think, is one thing.
Yeah.
For my hand, like for the red carpet, some people didn't show up. So it's also like a lot of improvising.
Yeah, there we go. And there is the clip. This is the image for the final closing session. We'll go to that momentarily. I'm Justin Brady on Drucker Forum TV, and I'm joined with
Franziska Graf.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
We need to address, because I think if not, we're just innovating and improving productivity for more goods and services and cheaper goods and services. And I think we deserve more than that. And that management and the next management has a bigger challenge. Let me invite our panelists. We have Gary Hamel in a video that we'll show in a second. Katja von Raven, please. Receive her with an applause. Gopal as well. And my friend, you have your name tags. Amy Edmondson, that is, she's coming.
Here, right?
Yes.
Because Gary doesn't need a chair, does he?
No, you're right. Why don't we, I don't know where Amy is. Is Amy? Okay. Why don't we not start, but I'd like each one of you to introduce yourself on the B side, the things that are not in your bio, so that we know a little bit more about the human dimension of Katja and Gopal. Ladies first.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, as was introduced.
Welcome.
My name is Katja van Raven. I'm a member of the Board of Management at Bosch, and I'm very honored to be here and to be in such good company. Thank you for having me. And I think indeed we're trying to talk about a large, difficult, complex topic. So, as per what Eduardo said, maybe a little bit about how I personally sort of approach the subject of managing for a better functioning society. And I'll take you back in time, if you don't mind, into the 1990s, when I was
Katja, let me interrupt you for a second. And before your 5 minutes,
Yeah. No, I'll talk about my.
your
Yes.
B-side. Okay.
I'll talk about. I did understand the question. And so I was a newly minted manager in a multinational corporation. And it was my first annual performance review. You know, great nervousness. And my manager said, he started out, he said, your performance is outstanding. And, you know, here I am, I'm beaming. And I'm very happy to hear that. And he says, but you know, you must leave your emotions at home and focus on what you need to do to perform here. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't actually know how to do that, how to check myself at the door, and the things that fuel me to leave those at home. But obviously I was in no position to push back. And I just want to clarify, he was not referring to any highly emotional outbreaks at work. I didn't cry, I didn't shout at my peers, I didn't tell inappropriate jokes. But I am known to this day to be a person that is passionate about the people I work with, and very enthusiastic about the brands that I have the privilege to work with. And so that's what he was referring to when he said, leave your emotions at home. Of course, it's the 1990s, and you can imagine that's basically what was accepted practice. It was accepted that we check ourselves at the door, we're here to generate shareholder value, and as for the rest, to keep quiet. And then, you know, fast forward to the 2000s, I went to study leadership and management at a very reputable institution. And I was exposed to Peter Drucker, of course, but also to leadership gurus like Peter Senge and Otto Scharmer and John von Manen and, you know, many other wonderful thinkers and scholars. And it just blew my idea of management wide open. Right? So here I was in a class of 52 students from 19 countries, and we talked about being change agents, and we talked about being networkers, and we talked about being champions for inclusion, and it was just like a whole new world opened. And so part of that is what brings me here today and has fueled me ever since. This understanding that, as Peter Drucker said, management isn't just business management, and I think we'll talk about that some more.
Okay, thank you very much. Passionate then.
Yes.
Opal, what's your B-side? We know that you are chairman of Unilever Arabia, that you were vice chairman of Hindustan Lever and director of Tata Sons. But what are the things in 1 or 2 minutes that are not in your bio?
What's not in my bio? I've been a corporate manager for 50 years, but 31 years in an Anglo-Dutch company called Unilever, and 19 years in a very Indian company called Tata. And what is driving me now and brings me here is the contrast I see between an Anglo-Dutch way of working, both are wonderful companies, by the way, and a very Indian way of working. And the question in my mind is my perception that corporations are less effective, though they are quite efficient today than they were when I started my career a long time ago. Why? That's what brings me here.
So you've incorporated your B side into your A side.
Sorry?
You're one. You've added your B side into your bio, into your CV, into your purpose.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Amy, what are the things that it's in your identity but not in your bio?
Oh. So much has been revealed in my bio. So probably the most important missing bit is that I'm a fallible human being. The bio doesn't seem to suggest that, but a profoundly fallible human being who makes many, many mistakes. I'm also a loving but profoundly inadequate spouse, and a passionate but profoundly inadequate friend.
Love that. It's all about being human. So let's have Gary Hamel's video as an introduction to our discussion of managing for a better functioning society.
We'll get it over here too.
Well, hello, Druckerites. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person due to a teaching commitment at the London Business School, but I'm grateful for this opportunity to share a few thoughts. Some of you may be familiar with the argument Michele Zanini and I have been advancing in recent years. We believe it's past time for a radical overhaul of the bureaucratic management model that still underpins most organizations around the world. And we believe that in a world of unprecedented challenges and accelerating change, we can no longer afford institutions that are faint-hearted, sclerotic, and dispiriting. So we must work to first imagine and then build institutions that are as different from the bureaucratic status quo as Netflix is different from the BBC, as Zoom is different from a landline call, and ChatGPT is different from a Google search. Given the challenges that are now facing humanity, debureaucratizing the world's institutions is as necessary as decarbonizing the global economy. And in both cases, the goal is net zero. So now, while in some cases our institutions exceed us, in many ways they are dramatically less capable than the average biped. Individually or in small teams, we are daring, resilient, creative, and energetic. But when you herd us by the thousands into bureaucratic pens, many of those admirable qualities get trampled underfoot. So why isn't the task of revitalizing our institutions front and center at Davos, the focus of national policy debates, on the agenda of leading foundations, and the primary focus of management researchers? Why are we tinkering at the margins, embracing half measures like agile teams and DEI initiatives, rather than flattening the pyramid, stripping out bureaucratic processes, redeploying millions of managers into value-creating roles, and ensuring that every frontline employee has the skills, freedom, and incentives to think and act like an owner? This month, COP29 is convening in Azerbaijan. So let's ask ourselves, what would it take to convene a conference of the parties, metaphorically speaking, that was focused on creating institutions that are as resilient, as daring, as creative as we need and deserve? Now, one must start, obviously enough, by marshaling the data that suggests such an effort is needed. The organizational equivalent of data on CO2 emissions, ocean temperatures, and receding glaciers. So my remaining time, I'd like to make a small attempt at doing this. And by the way, all of the data I'm going to share will appear in the second edition of Humanocracy out next year. My data is US-centric, but similar data is likely available for whatever country or region interests you. So first, number one, we have to acknowledge the relentless growth of bureaucracy. Since 1983, the number of managers and administrators in the US workforce has grown by 150%, while all other job categories have grown by less than 50%. So we are creating administrative jobs at 3 times the rate as non-administrative jobs. In the UK public sector since 1998, the number of administrators has grown by 180%, other jobs flat. So this growth is not primarily the product of external regulation. It is self-imposed. It reflects the tendency of bureaucrats to solve every new problem with more bureaucracy. Second, we have to be honest about the economic costs of bureaucracy. While causality is difficult to establish, it's notable that the growth of bureaucracy is coincident with declining productivity growth. Over the past 20 years, productivity growth in the US and other major economies has been roughly half of what we achieved during the latter decades of the 20th century. By our calculations, which have been well vetted, reducing the bureaucratic load by half across the OECD would add $21 trillion to global output, or roughly the size of European GDP. If we achieve that over the next decade, that would more than double current rates of productivity growth. Third, we need to recognize the role that macroeconomic factors have played in recent corporate performance and prepare for a slowdown. Over the past 30 years, 3 decades, US corporate profits have grown at a compounded rate of nearly 5% per year, real growth. That is more than twice the rate of the previous 30-year period. Now that growth has supercharged CEO salaries, but as we'll see, we have been paying skippers for the wind. Economists calculate that 40% of the increased profits have come from steep declines in borrowing costs and corporate taxes. Other tailwinds have included record-breaking government spending and deficits, and the impact of China's 2001 entry into the WTO, which opened up an enormous market and facilitated large-scale wage arbitrage. That depressed wage growth has been another profit booster. Since 1979, the median wage in the US has grown by a scant 8% in real term, while profits are up by 300%. Now, absent these factors, U.S. earnings growth would have actually been lower over the past 3 decades than it was in the previous 30-year period. This profit uptick is not the product of better leadership or better managed companies. Now, historically, large companies were more productive than smaller ones, but that's no longer the case. Thomas Philippon and Herman Gutierrez have found that the contribution of America's leading companies to overall productivity has declined by 40% since year 2000. Having long delivered above average productivity growth, the reverse is now true. The largest, most successful, apparently successful companies are now a drag on productivity. Fourth, we need to acknowledge that the measures CEOs have been using to disguise creeping ossifications are a poor substitute for genuine resilience. Let's start with acquisitions. Between 2017 and 2023, the value of global mergers and acquisitions amounted to $26 trillion, roughly the size of the New York Stock Exchange. And not only do those acquisitions create the illusion of dynamism and growth, they often take competitors out of play. Less competition means higher prices, higher margins. Between 1980 and 2021, the average markup, that's the difference between prices and marginal cost. The average markup for U.S. publicly traded companies ballooned from 21% to 70%. Enhanced pricing power, not innovation, just enhanced pricing power transferred trillions of dollars from consumers to investors. Regulatory leverage is another way of offsetting the costs of bureaucratic drag. Shikhar Singla at the London Business School estimates that between 1970 and 2018, a third of the increase in industry concentration was driven by the quest for regulatory sway. Why bloody yourself on the playing field, CEOs ask, if you can use your political muscle to tilt the field in your favor? An even faster way to pretty up the share prices through share buybacks. In recent years, S&P 500 companies have spent about $900 billion a year on buybacks, up 80% in real terms from a decade earlier. Now, the point is that none of these strategies is an adequate substitute for excising bureaucracy and building more resilient institutions, and often they reduce business dynamism. Fifth, finally, we need to be honest about the implications of all of this for social well-being. The gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting wider. Across the OECD, income disparities are at a 50-year high. Since the Second World War, the percentage of each successive generation that makes it into the middle class has been going down. For millions, the dream of upward mobility is dead. And income polarization leads to political polarization with all the dangers that entails. So for capitalism to work, it must work for everyone, including those we often disparage as low-skilled. What makes a job low-skilled isn't the nature of the work it entails or the credentials it requires. Rather, it's whether the people in those jobs have the opportunity to acquire new skills, solve new problems, grow their contribution and their incomes. And the data says that the vast majority of people at work lack that opportunity. A 2019 survey of more than 24,000 European HR managers found that in only one-fifth of the surveyed company were the majority of employees expected to solve new problems. In the US and Europe, fewer than 10% of employees have a direct financial stake in the success of their organization. So the problem isn't too much capitalism, but too few capitalists, too few people have a positive stake in the success of their organizations. Now, within every institution, there is a near infinite number of profitable problems to solve. And our institutions must become radically better at harnessing the human capabilities that have been squandered by hierarchical structures that create a caste system between thinkers and doers, by the bureaucratic penchant to look at human beings as mere resources, and by cumbrous policies and infantilizing rules that strangle initiative and ingenuity. Let me close with a quote from Alex de Tocqueville, from his 1831 masterpiece, Democracy in America. De Tocqueville argued that the principal danger facing the young republic wasn't the threat of totalitarianism, but the devitalizing impact of an invasive and ever-expanding central government. One that, and I'm going to quote here, one that, quote, covers the surface of society with a network of small, complicated rules, minute and uniform, through which the most original minds, the most energetic characters cannot penetrate to rise above the crowd. The will, de Tocqueville argued, the will is not shattered, but softened, bent, and guided. People are seldom forced to act, but they are constantly restrained from acting. Such a power does not destroy, does not enforce, but prevents existence. It does not tyrannize, but it compresses, enervates, extinguishes, and stupefies. Now, de Tocqueville's portrait of a overweening state was uncannily prescient. But today it's not just government agencies that anesthetize the human spirit, but every large bureaucracy. This isn't an opinion, it's a fact, and one that we ignore at our peril. So for all these reasons and more, we need to catalyze a societal level effort to reinvigorate our institutions. I believe this is a noble undertaking and one that should unite all of us who care about the future of management in common cause. Thank you so much.
So many issues in 10 minutes, huh? Let alone, did you see that chart of the challenges, all the problems we have?
It was a big chart.
And I think he didn't address even one of them. So the challenges we have are great. Gary insists on new institutions. He analyzes the problems with corporations. If we talk about corporations as an institution, you know how these profits and wages, consumers and shareholders, the people that solve the problem, only 1/5 solve problems, and he calls that the real capitalist. And before it was government that could suffocate initiatives, and now he says is bureaucracies at large, both private and public sector. So let's leave it for a while here, and let's see what each one of you brings in terms of a message, so how we can manage for a better functioning society. Katja.
Thank you. He's certainly laid down the gauntlet, hasn't he? So very good introduction, and let me pick up the gauntlet and run with it from a business perspective, right? So I started by saying management is more than just business management, and I'll of course refer to the context that I know. In my company at Bosch, I think we live this through a mission where we say we want to lead, work, and win like a Bosch. And I want to talk a little bit about what that means in the everyday context and why I think it's a good manifest of that being bigger than just business management. So every day in the context that we work, we bring together teams across geographies and backgrounds and different cultures and different religions, and we put them together in a context that they otherwise may not have been put together, and they wrestle, they struggle, and they try to drive towards a common goal. And therefore, I think we break some boundaries in many ways that hopefully in the process show people that many times there is more that unites us than what divides us, and that if we tap into this well of creativity and diversity, we actually do have wonderful outcomes. I think every day we work together to become more resilient in the face of adversity, and as we sit here in a very turbulent time, I think it's never better said that It's upon us in business to create highly functional processes that manage risk and adversity and uncertainty in not always to a perfect degree, but in the ways that we can, and hopefully in the process we teach some skills that people can take back into their families and into their communities to face adversity and to work with it in a more, in a smaller context than in a community context. Right? We transcend every day geographies, borders, bureaucracy, tediousness of taxes and visas, and we try to transfer people, we try to transfer goods across those borders, and we prevail. You know, at Bosch we have 2,300 expats at any given time who live and work around the world. We're present in 150 countries, either through our own subsidiaries or through partners, and we prevail because we know that global value chains and international teams lead to better outcome, and they ultimately delight our customers in ways that closed systems can't. And so part of providing that environment for our teams to do that is to provide safe environments, right? We operate factories. It is a zero tolerance policy for accidents in factories. We provide healthcare, wellness benefits that often go beyond, you know, what is legally required, and hopefully create not just safety for the people when they are at work, but also a model for how they can take that into their personal lives. And yes, we try to make money. We're a business, and so therefore we drive prosperity. Hopefully we drive prosperity not just for our owners, but also for the employees and the communities. At Bosch we operate a foundation. Since its inception, it's donated over 2.3 billion euros to causes such as improving health and education and other global issues on a social or an environmental scale. And I can only talk about my environment, but I know there's many people in the room who could have similar lists and similar examples from their companies. So back to Gary. And you might say, well, hang on a second, right? It isn't all that rosy. And as a matter of fact, you are creating along those very same lines and elements adversities as well, right? So sometimes it's not us who are teaching our employees and driving good things, but quite the contrary, right? We have authoritarian managers. We have bureaucracy, as Gary very eloquently not only mentioned, but also provided some data. We're depriving people of not just physical, but also psychological safety in the context of companies. So hear me when I say my point isn't that what we do inside a company when we drive diversity and creativity is all driving a better outcome in society. I think what we must be is aware that we can tip the balance one way or another, right? We can create adverse effects, or we can create net positive effects for a better functioning society. And I think with that awareness starts advocating that we do have to take a bigger role, right? Robert Bosch actually said in 1921, in the long term, an honest and fair approach to doing business will always be more profitable. And the business world holds such an approach in much higher esteem than is commonly imagined. 1921, call me slow. 100 years later, I finally have arrived at the conclusion that we as business managers, we must insist in business schools, but also in our daily doing, that we become champions for not only prosperity, because that is our first and foremost goal, but we become champions for sustainability, creativity, diversity, and that we bring that into our environments every day, and hopefully we can make a difference.
I like the quote from Robert Bosch, but I would like it to be, instead of in the long term, we're all dead.
In the long term, we're all dead.
In the short term, to do the right thing needs to pay off. But we are in that journey, I think.
That's correct.
Okay. Gopal.
She started with 1921, Robert Bosch. So I'll go back to 1890. I worked my last several years, 2.5 decades in Tata. And I've just authored a book which is lying there just for specimen, not for selling to you. And the question that I addressed in that book was, how did this enterprise, we were hearing the previous speaker talk about organizations with 100,000 people, 200. We have 1 million employees, direct employees. We have about 3 million alumni. So we are the size of Austria, not just a few cities. And yet this company, Tata Group, has survived and grown for a very long time. And so that became the central point of my inquiry in writing this book. And listening to what was just said by Gary, which is absolutely correct, it's supported by all the numbers, what I perceive is that the world of business has become very machine-orientated. It's a technological piece in front of you, and you must extract more efficiency out of it. Whereas the truth is, and all of us know this, what Katya just said a minute ago, that it is a living machine. It is not just a mechanistic thing. And so there is a rebalancing of effectiveness and efficiency that the world requires. It's not that efficiency is bad. You can't survive without efficiency. But you can't live only on efficiency. And since you're sitting at the Drucker Forum, I think it's important to recall what Drucker wrote about this almost 50 years ago, 60 years ago. He said, effectiveness is what amplifies efficiency. If you have efficiency at this level and have no amplification system for it, which is effectiveness, the human aspect of it. So I do believe that there are many people who would agree with this. In fact, whatever I've heard in the last day and a half suggests that there's a lot of concurrence around the fact that we need something different. So what I would like to say in these opening remarks is to put something down on the table. It's not that India way, I mean, somebody said India way. It's not that India knows all the answers, or Korea knows all the answers, or Japan knows all the answers. But there's a little bit of some answers in every place. And I'm volunteering, though that's not the main purpose of this session, that if we could have a similar event in India and maybe in due course in China and Japan, and share ideas across borders, we will enable companies to better prepare for the change that is happening and enveloping the world of business. What Gary Hamel showed there, and we all know those sorts of trends, is unacceptable. It cannot survive. And why should you walk the way to destruction in a hurry? So we have an institution which has collaborated with Drucker Foundation, the Living Machine Institute, which actually contemplates the idea of a living machine and says valuation is not just on cash flows, but on perpetuity value. And so what does it take? No company is going to be immortal. Nobody's trying to make them immortal. But that doesn't mean we must accept a mortality of 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And the very sad stories that we have read about in recent times make us wonder why once great companies tumble so mightily. And I don't want to be exceptionalism, I don't want to indulge in exceptionalism about Tata, but just for the information of members, and I didn't create this, so I'm not taking any credit for it. Tata has been around 156 years. It has been the #1 group in India for 156 years. Fortune will find it interesting to come and understand why. And our structure is a bit like Bosch, as you mentioned. The founders felt that the wealth belongs to the people who gave it. In fact, in 1890, the founders said in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder. It is the very purpose of the existence of the business. And here we are, sitting in 2024, asking what is the role of the community and the society. So old truths keep coming back in our lives, and business is no exception. And I think while artificial intelligence and technology is advancing unquestionably with mind-boggling rapidity, it can master IQ, it can master EQ, but some of the Eastern ideas focus a bit more on AQ, adaptability quotient, and also on SQ, spirituality quotient. And I don't mean by spirituality religion. I mean the values of humaneness, sustainability, and there are many examples that I can take, but I shall, in the interest of brevity and keeping to the time allotted, stop there. To say I come with that passion, and if Peter Drucker will be a hit in India, I hope India will be a hit with Peter Drucker Foundation. If such a partnership can be made, I'm prepared to work. I'm a retired guy, I don't need money, but I'll work pro bono, and I'll get my wife also to work, by the way, because she's a creative person. But let's take it to the world. That would be my hope, and the purpose of my coming all the way here to participate.
That sounds great.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. Sometimes we analyze business just from the business dimensions, and what you're saying is, let's add the cultural dimensions in all its breadth. Can you share with us, try to be a specific example, how the India way in business changes something? Not to speak about spirituality, because it's like a very large concept. Give me an example of how things are done in India that you can see spirituality in that day to day.
Yeah. As I said, I don't want to argue for Indian exceptionalism, so please read whatever I'm saying in context. We believe that efficiency without effectiveness is not so good.
Okay.
And so there's a constant attempt, not by every corporate, but I can rattle off at least half a dozen names, one of which I happen to know a lot about, who put effectiveness at the center of it. Now, to be effective, you need to have listening skills. You need to have an emotional connect with the subject, and you need to have time and patience. These three are, in my view at least, sorely lacking because of the structure of the industry. It's not a bad or a good thing, but it's time to do correction. I can give specific examples. For example, when the terror attack happened on the Tata hotel, which is so well known now, and Harvard has done a case study and so on. But how people reacted when that happened. And there are other examples I could go into, but I'm being brief. I mentioned one example of the terror attack, just to sort of lock in that I have given you one example.
You were warned that it was going to be hard. That's why you don't want to.
No. I do understand that you have a schedule to keep and
time and patience. Time and
efficiency.
I like that.
Efficiency.
Yeah, we need to go to effectiveness.
The clock. Yeah.
Amy.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on the issue?
I'm learning so much. By the way, I love how you asked for an example, and you asked Roger as well. And I was thinking that person who gave you that feedback, I wish that someone had asked him for an example, because I so dearly would like to know how your emotions were somehow inhibiting your since he said your performance was good. It's like, well, why? Like, give me an example, right? It's just, it's fascinating. Anyway, I think we get away with, thank you, a lot of sort of pronouncements that ultimately are a bit disconnected from data.
Yes.
So let me back up. So I come now from the perspective of academia, for what that's worth, and some years ago, after being promoted to full professor at Harvard, you sit tight long enough, someone offers you an endowed chair. And this is apparently an honor. Otherwise, it doesn't change your life in any way. But the dean informed me that I would become the Novartis Professor of Leadership and Management. That's good, right? That's a happy day. And then I discovered that chair came with a mission statement. And the mission statement of the Novartis Professor of Leadership and Management is to enable the study of human interactions. Now that's good, because that's what I studied, that contribute to the success of business enterprises to the end of creating a better society. I thought, wow. I thought that's a pretty wonderful mission statement, in part simply because it acknowledged, it wasn't for me, it was long-standing. The mission statement lived before I was doing these things. But what I liked about it was this sort of note of reassurance that the things I was studying, in fact, were believed, by whoever wrote that, Dan Vasella, I believe, to have relevance for business enterprises. So, phew, right? I get to keep my job.
Yeah.
And secondly, and far more inspiring, but far less relevant to my own, or at least something I had not yet done much about, was that the success of business enterprises contributes to the betterment of society. Now that's a meaningful and wonderful thing to ponder. So that's sort of why this is meaningful for me. And now I'll say a couple of things that are probably too obvious to say in this room, but here goes. When businesses see as their primary, or sometimes only, goal as profit maximization in the now, business falls prey to two critical failures, right? And the first one, of course, is short-termism that sacrifices the future health of the enterprise and of society, by the way, for today's supposed performance, right? I mean, the way we measure performance, and Gary alluded to this as well, is somewhat problematic. And the second is narrow thinking, sort of siloed thinking or tunnel vision, where we fall prey to vulnerabilities created by our failure to see interdependencies and the unintended consequences that they bring. Now, so much ink, or nowadays electrons, have been spilled on the short-termism that I won't say much about that, other than to say that the psychological phenomenon, which is so well established, but I think many managers don't appreciate it, of discounting the future, right? This is that very real experience that what's happening right now matters more and is larger and more consequential than what will happen later, even if what will happen later is fully visible to me, if I just spent a second thinking about it. But our brains do this. They distort. They tie us up in the now. And then the narrow, there's a sort of a steady and I think dangerous exacerbation of the way we think and the way many business leaders and enterprises think, that is essentially created to a growing disconnect between business enterprises and local human community. Right? So we have global community, we have global networks, but we're more disconnected because size and reach of companies, including Tata Group, with the local community. And businesses have always had flaws, but once upon a time, when you were interacting in the town square or running into people in the grocery store, you had a little bit more just emotional sense of accountability to them. And today's, this disconnect is in a sense nearly complete. And I think Gary's data really speak to that. And that disconnect has led to a steady and probably underappreciated erosion of interest in, let alone commitment to, society, a feeling of responsibility for society. So how can business, the real question is, how can business reignite its interest in and commitment to building a better functioning society? And that, to me, the stick, carrot, it's a messy but an imperfect combination of oversight and inspiration. Oversight being media and government, sort of shining the light, which brings shame. Now, turns out shame doesn't work very well at a distance, right? It works a little bit. It's never my first choice lever, but it works a little bit in face-to-face and local community. It doesn't work very well in sort of distant and global communities. So Inspiration. And the best I can do right now is that the importance of shining stars, enterprises like Tata and Bosch that do take responsibility for and connect to and understand their impact on society. And when we get the opportunity to shine the light on these shining stars, it inspires, at least creates the possibility of inspiration for others to do likewise. It's a kind of lovely mix of transparency and hope. The more we're collecting data at the moment that is really showing that leaders who operate with transparency and hope are having a profoundly better impact on performance in the human sense than those who don't. So this ultimately, and I'll stop, is a psychological shift from, and what can business and leaders do to help make that shift from me to we and from now to later? To what extent can we put in place the conditions that allow us to make that shift so that we personally and collectively in societies can thrive?
Wow. Thank you. One might expect to hear things about business, and I hear the brains, the emotions, the feelings, the shame, the inspiration. And I ask myself, we don't understand the human being enough? And so we throw them into institutions, organizations, and we say, just perform. And we don't know how to do that naturally.
You said it better than I would. I think that's exactly right. So the implication then is that we need to we need managers, certainly at all levels, to know more about the human being. That's, by the way, why Humanocracy is such a great book.
Yes.
Because the more we understand about the human being, and then about the way that human beings create societies, the better we are at guiding things in a positive direction.
But isn't that wishful thinking? Because human beings are envious, are aggressive,
Oh, but the better angels, right? I mean, it's wishful thinking, I believe, if we don't do the hard work we need to do to develop the interpersonal skills, the emotional skills, to help us, individually and collectively, to choose the high road, right? To choose the road of us later versus me now. To stop privileging my needs and wants in this moment over and above our future.
What do we do in companies to train for those interpersonal skills? I would even call them maturity, to help people mature and therefore control, understanding their emotions, but living their emotions, but not being caught by their emotions. What do companies do?
Yeah,
now that you are in charge.
Yeah, I'd love to go back to Amy's point about wishful thinking. I actually believe in times of uncertainty, right, the short-termism that you mentioned is rampant, right? We don't know what the future looks like. And so we make decisions for the short term because we can't really control the long term, or we don't know what the long term looks like. And I think that is a very functional approach, right? Coming back to we need to understand people better. And I don't believe it is a choice, actually, right? It's not wishful thinking, because today as managers, we know two things. We live in times of really big change, right? Bosch, as an example, lives in the automotive world. I don't need to tell anyone in this audience what is happening in the automotive industry, right? So it is not incremental change, it's huge change. And so we need to hone the skill of sensing the future beyond the short term, right? In leadership, that is a big concept, sensing the future as it emerges. And we're at war for talent. Although it might not look like this right now, where, you know, we, especially where, you know, in the Germanic sort of industries, There's a lot of downsizing going on, unfortunately, but 5, 6, 7 years out, we're going to be fighting for a demographic, especially in Europe, in North America, that is significantly smaller. And we're going to want the top talent to come and work for us, and Tata is going to want the top talent of India, a little less of an issue. And so I think it is not wishful thinking. I think we have to do it. We have to understand how to motivate, how to inspire, how to sense the future, how to bring the human component into work, because the mechanical component is going to be including substitutable by generative AI, by technology, by mechanization. How do we teach this? I think, well, business schools and obviously academia plays a role. We play a role in teaching this in our day-to-day, right? How do we actually look at investing? How do we invest into technologies that really are for the future, for 10 years from now, as opposed to for tomorrow and working through, the crisis that we're facing now? How do we place our bets? For that, we need people who can weigh the implications, and they can weigh the implications 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Now, they may not be right, but important is to bring all the different perspectives in and to have that discussion, to bring the technical perspective. You talked about, people living in different places in the world, to bring the international perspective. I go back to the example of automotive. The automotive industry in China has nothing to do with what the automotive industry in Europe looks like right now, right? Okay. So we need Chinese people in the room. We need Indian people in the room. So I think it's more than wishful thinking. We have to realize that this is upon us now.
Okay. Actually, if I may add a little point
I wanted
to what Amy said and followed by what Katya said, far from being wishful thinking, it's the essence of human motivation. We, as our own Indian philosophy and probably every other philosophy argues, are infinite beings kept within a finite boundary. And we have to discover our infiniteness. And that happens through motivation. I'll give you a simple example which is not so philosophical. Roger Bannister ran at the Iffley Park race track in 1954, and he broke the mile record to 4 minutes. At that time, people were specialists in physiology and pulmonology and whatever other orgies there are, said that this is it. They were looking at it as a machine.
Yes.
And come Hisham Al-Garouz, and he ran it in 3 minutes, 33 seconds. And there are a lot of other Hisham Al-Garouzes who are trying to make it 3 minutes, 31. It is discovering that inner power. And since this is a Drucker forum, Drucker said this: the purpose of a business is to make ordinary people collectively do extraordinary things. Hisham Al-Garouz. And so the challenge that we have in the next management, which, by the way, I think is a fantastic theme that the Drucker Foundation has adopted or hopefully will adopt and continue with, because we really need a new paradigm, which doesn't mean rejecting the old. Don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. We got fantastic, coming out of the industrial era, techniques of efficiency. Now layer it with the amplifier, which I'm using a sound system metaphor, which is effectiveness. And the human being is the most difficult to understand. You can understand a machine very easily, even without studying mechanical engineering. But to understand a human being, you don't need a PhD in psychology. It might help, but I'm not saying it will. You just have to have the human connect. And somewhere in what Roger Martin was presenting a while ago,
yes,
whether you accept his theory or not, that connect has got lost. And one of the challenges that, I'm long retired now, but with 1 million people in the company, how do you have a connect? None of Roger Martin's models will work by themselves. But without designing for it, but through the human motivation, we are the only corporation in the world where the parent company is private and all the subsidiaries are public. Nobody else has such a structure. I've tried to go through the records to see if
why do you have that structure? What does it add?
Because the parent company tells the children company, if I use that metaphor, what they should not do. It doesn't tell them what they should do. A bit of the Hermes thing that Roger Martin was talking about.
That's very interesting.
There are many ways in which you can
skin
the cat.
You use that analogy of parents and children companies, because ultimately, again, we're human and we understand those concepts. We have 1 minute left. And I would like you to choose one, you, Amy. To choose one thing that each one of the people in the room and the thousands around the world connected online, that they can do to move every company, every organization a little bit in a less wishful thinking direction and more must-do direction.
So first, I'm going to define wishful thinking, because there seems to be some confusion. Right? So wishful thinking means expecting something to happen without hard work, or without the particular work needed to bring it about, and or in the complete absence of evidence, or in the presence of disconfirming evidence.
So it's really, it's up to us if it's wishful thinking or
Wishful
not.
thinking means, it's much easier to just hope that it will work, right? So now that does bring me to the one thing, but the one thing is two things, right? So the one thing is tell the truth, and if you have nothing else, that's the one thing. But it's be willing to tell people the hard truths about what lies ahead, about that list that Gary shared. So tell the truth, and now hope has just flown out the window. So the second bit is find an honest rationale for why you believe we can roll up our sleeves and do this together anyway.
Tell the truth and find an honest rationale why we believe we can do it.
For hope.
Thank you very much. For hope.
Thank you.
Before we leave the stage, I would like to invite the director to put a video of what we've experienced these 2 days.
Wow.
And then we'll invite Richard. Let's see. Thank you. Did you realize most of the pictures, people smiling? It's amazing.
Wonderful.
Please let me invite Richard to the closing of the session.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, now it's okay, fine. Yes, I can lean on. I can lean in. That's good. This is the final act. I think some of you will have to hurry to the airport or to another transportation. And just going back when we started, I made the point, and I was hoping that this forum will be or will provide inspiration for action, and that it should in some way be a party, but a party with a purpose. Now, you will be the judges, of course, if this has been achieved. We will get some feedback from you, and I won't ask you right now. But one thing I wanted to add from my side is that walking around, speaking with many of you, I had the impression that there was a very good and positive atmosphere. And I'm saying that in times where not everybody would say there is pure joy everywhere. There are concerns, there are big troubles, there are big issues out there without going into any detail. So this positive, constructive, and in some way optimistic atmosphere that I thought I had gathered makes me also optimistic. I think we have a chance to overcome some of the challenges, and there may be great opportunities ahead. I was talking also in the beginning of this conference about the next management, and it was clear, we have announced it last year, we have communicated a bit about it, but it's obviously not known enough. And so let me, at this conclusion, go back to one of the foundational slides, one of the foundational pieces of information regarding the next management. This is what we developed as guiding principles. And when you look through it, I will not go through it in detail, you can see, I mean, you will not object immediately to many of those, right? But I think the key point is, when you look at companies and organizations today, also outside business, you find very few where you can say, yes, in some way I can see these principles reflected, all as they are here. There are some outstanding organizations, but there are quite a number which wouldn't meet quite a number of these criteria. The point was, this should be a bit of a holistic framework to even first think about and then act upon changes and renewals of management. So this inspires us for the coming 5 years. This was the first year, I should say now, for the coming 4 years, to shape the Drucker Forum in a way that there's a connection to those guiding principles that will not stay by themselves, but we are working of course, enriching the concept with partners, with expert councils and other means. And here is the topic for the next year and the date, because you might already mark your calendar. Next era leadership, all hands on deck. When you looked at the principles, you saw, I mean, the change also, and Gary made the point, and I think it was made also in the context of this machine type of thinking that is still deeply industrial age inspired. We are not there, and the change is slow. Some would say glacial, right? It doesn't go rapidly. Some organizations are better than others, but it's not extremely fast. And this topic for next year should reflect also things that are required to move faster, to move in a more directed way in this type of direction, because it should translate the urgency on the one hand, and the fact that more of the same, using the same kind of management, would not suffice. And the leadership term that Drucker also used, Drucker used, of course, management, but leadership was essential for him as well as a part of management. The leadership term translates also the fact that we will be liberated more and more from very fundamental management tasks, from these more operational and administrative tasks. And ideally, we should come into a situation where we have more space to really do things like mobilizing action in this new direction, like building capacities. We have currently challenges, unprecedented challenges, so we need unprecedented capacities. So in this sense, there is an important leadership aspect to be taken into account, and next year we will focus on this in the context of this overall movement towards the next management. What I also wanted to add is that there will be more opportunities for those who are interested and want to engage. Because I think what we also try to do at this forum is to further increase the opportunities to engage. And I hope you were in a position to benefit from that. Sessions where you could actively participate, lunches where there was deep discussion about certain specific subjects. So in this sense, we welcome very much your engagement, but we must provide you also opportunities for that. And one of the things I wanted to pre-announce, and you will get the details, is that we are using AI, and I think advanced AI, for the Drucker Forum content. We have now 16 years of content. All has been recorded, and it's all via artificial intelligence transcribed. And what we are announcing today, and you will get the information via a newsletter, via a letter following this conference, is that you will have the capacity to use a Drucker Forum ChatGPT. So there will be a ChatGPT where you can interact with the content. So is anybody interested in it? Would you want to get the information? So you will have the content of great, I mean, Roger was here many times, Claudio Arauz, Amy Edmondson, etc. We had, over the years, we had outstanding thinkers and practitioners here, and this is all included in the content. So you can not only have queries where you search for something, but you can interact like you do with ChatGPT. The only thing is you will need ChatGPT 4.0. That's required because this is the technology that had to be used for it. Good. So this will be an opportunity, and the other one that we are creating is more an institutional one, that you will be able to join what we call the coalition for the next management. Those who are really interested, want to engage, want to have skin in the game, they can join it. Organizations will be able to join the coalition, and individual, we have academic institutions, we have for-profit institutions, etc. So we want to give it more of this type of framework as well. So that's, I think, important to know. And with this, I'm just thinking if I forgot anything I wanted to say, but this I think were the main points I wanted to cover. The last point is this one. I would really like to thank you, because you came to Vienna, you came to this event, you were engaging, you have shown not only your interest, but you have walked the talk in a way. So thank you for having participating. A great thanks to all our speakers and moderators, because they are all volunteers. The Drucker Society and the Drucker Forum is a small organization, basically mainly of volunteers, we can almost say, right? So, and we have all these great speakers and moderators who come to us and who also support us by coming. So, thanking you, I would particularly also thank our wonderful chair, Eduardo Brown, please. And he has become an old friend now. And I think it was now the fourth time, I think, Eduardo, that you have taken a chair role. So thank you so much. And it's a very important role, like all chair roles. And so may I ask Eduardo and the core team of the Drucker Forum, who are normally not seen, so I would like to have them seen for once, come on stage to give you a farewell. And you know, this will also give us an opportunity for a photo shoot that we normally don't have. So please come on stage.
Actually, you know, we have another surprise. What we showed was the photos, but we still have the video of the 2-3 minute video. Can production show the video? That's what they asked me.
Okay, good. So please. You must be in the second row. That's clear. Yeah. How long is it? 3 minutes? Ilse, dreh dich um. Du musst nach vorne schauen. Ja, nach vorne schauen. Ja. In front. Simon, you are not visible. Ja, no accident. So, dreht euch um. Everybody looks okay. So now we do. So, yeah. No, leave it. Du, wir müssen es jetzt machen. Ja? Kommt vor. Sonst müssen die Leute zuschauen. So. You're very patient with us. So, thank you. Thank you.
Watching the video.
Super. Danke. Super. So, in this spirit, thank you again, and I hope to see many of you next year again, and we'll work together on making the next management a reality. Thank you.
Cheers.